Chapter 551, Seeing Little Treeman. Again He Mingtang was stunned. He had never ridden such a fast fishing boat. Within a few seconds, the fishing boat had been straight up the clouds, breaking through the air. Han Fei said, Mr. He, don't worry. Do you know when they had the accident? He Mingtang shook his head. I don't know, but it seems that Xiao Yu and the others went privately. The teacher at the first academy quickly found out and immediately sent someone back to the town, and then sent someone to notify the nearest villages to go to rescue them. Han Fei frowned upon hearing this. Sha Xiaoshan suddenly asked, did their teacher find out as soon as He Xiao Yu and the others went down? He Mingtang nodded. I believe so. After arranging someone to go back to get reinforcements, the teacher seems to have gone down too. Xia Xiaoshan looked at Han Fei. How long did we stay down back then? Han Fei frowned. It didn't seem to be long. The point is that we don't know where they went down from. We'll have to walk around to find out. The speed of the Wind God boat was amazing, and at its full speed it took less than an hour to arrive. When Han Fei arrived, he saw a group of students outside the deep-sea jungle, none of whom he knew. The sudden appearance of Han Fei's fishing boat startled those people. Someone immediately recognized them. Han Fei, Sha Xiao, Han Fei simply asked, where did they disappear? Someone immediately said, just ahead, about 50 kilometers away. Swish, the Wind God boat flashed away, leaving only a red shadow in everyone's eyes. After Han Fei and the others left. Someone said stupidly, aren't Han Fei and Sha Xiaoshan in the level 3 fishery? Someone was stunned. What kind of fishing boat is that? So fast, someone said happily. I heard that the Thug Legend team had gone through the deep-sea jungle. They will surely be able to rescue the teachers and students. Han Fei extended his perception and discovered that there were traces of fighting here, and some people had died here. However, he didn't find He Xiao Yu and the other people. Besides, this area was close to the sandworms. It was really dangerous to get down from this place. The Wind God boat was flying around above the deep-sea jungle and found those people near the sea willow tree after only 10 minutes. When he saw these people, Han Fei didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Among these people, there were a few familiar faces, including Wang Baiyu, Xiao Wushuang, Xiang Zuozuo, Lin Shengmu, and Su Yabai. At this moment, they seemed to be in a tight corner. Xiang Zuozuo was holding a hammer, fighting against the roars of the wooden fish. Lin Shengmu had a piece of spiritual crystal shield in front of them, and Su Yabai was trying to grab the fruit from the sea willow tree. It's okay, they're down here, He Mingtang asked blankly. Huh, how do you know? Sha Xiaoshan smiled and said, they're all right, they can still fight, can't they, Han Fei? Sha Xiaoshan spoke with a bit of ridicule. In fact, He Xiao Yu was like an agile elf underwater now, avoiding the tongues of the wooden fish that rolled towards her at an extremely fast speed. She was holding 2 daggers, spinning among the big willow trees. Su Yabai was assisting He Xiao Yu to avoid those tongues so that He Xiao Yu could grab the wood spiritual fruits. Han Fei chuckled awkwardly. What He Xiao Yu used was exactly the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. The only thing Han Fei didn't understand was when He Xiao Yu became a hunter. Han Fei said, they actually managed to pick 3 wood spiritual fruits. Xiao Xiaoshan said, don't look down on them. After all, they are intermediate dangling fishers. It would be weird if they couldn't get them. He Mingtang said anxiously, what's going on below? Why are you so carefree? But Han Fei said, Mr. He, don't worry. There are 3 intermediate dangling fishers below. Xiao Yu will be fine. Dangling fishers? Thud. The sea shook and He Mingtang jumped up, but he let out a sigh of relief. There are dangling fishers below. Then why did they ask for help? Oh, I was almost scared to death, Han Fei said. Maybe someone has arrived ahead of us. Let's just wait here and I'll take action when necessary. At this moment, Han Fei and Sha Xiaoshan looked at each other. They all thought of the little treeman who they tried to attack back then, and fortunately he didn't fight back. Then, Wenren Yu arrived in time and helped them grab 5 wood spiritual fruits. At this moment, He Xiao Yu and her pals had already snatched 3, but the little treeman hadn't come out? Sha Xiaoshan asked, shall I go down and have a look? Han Fei nodded. Okay, go down and have a look. I'll look for it here to see if I can find it. He looked back and forth and saw nothing. What are you looking for? Han Fei said. In this area, there is a special creature. As long as that creature doesn't come out, Xiao Yu and the others will be fine. However, I think it will come out soon. A special creature? Underwater. Xiang Zuozuo said angrily. Damn, these wooden fish are too annoying. Shu Yabai, is there any way to control them? Shu Yabai said. They're too dense. Moreover, as of now, their roaring power has become stronger as if something is controlling these trees. Lin Shengmu said. Hurry up. Although we are already dangling fishers, my spiritual energy is not enough for so many of you to consume. Lin Shengmu turned to He Xiao Yu. He Xiao Yu, you are agile. After Xiao Zuozuo attacks, you go grab wood spiritual fruits as soon as possible. Xiao Wushuang was swinging his sword. Hey, I can't cut it. Does this tree have a spirit? Holding a shield, Wang Baiyu protected himself and Lin Shengmu behind, saying, I should have practiced swordsmanship. Now I'm almost useless here. He Xiao Yu stood on the sledgehammer of Xiang Zuozuo and jumped out. She jumped among the countless vines, reaching out to grab a glowing wooden spiritual fruit. Got it. He Xiaoyu smiled, and after severing a willow branch, she was about to return. But as soon as she drew back for tens of meters, her head suddenly exploded in pain, and then she was thrown off. Xiang Zuozuo shouted, "No, there is something here." As soon as she shouted so, Su Yabai, who was manipulating the spider silk, was instantly whipped away by a cane and rolled dozens of times on the ground. As Xiang Zuozuo waved her sledgehammer, the hammer shadow tens of meters high smashed at the withered vine that was whipping at her. Bam! Xiang Zuozuo was sent flying, turning in the water several times. At the same time, Lin Shengmu, Xiao Wushuang, and Wang Baiyu were also whipped away. A voice suddenly rang. Enough, no more. He Xiaoyu tilted her head in horror, her nose bleeding. Who is talking? When she saw a small treeman emerging from the bottom of the sea, she was dumbfounded. A talking treeman? Xiang Zuozuo jumped up to smash the hammer at the treeman. She was already a dangling fisher. How could she be afraid of these weak creatures in the level 2 fishery? Smack! A withered vine shot through the air and once again violently whipped Xiang Zuozuo away. Don't come again. However, no one listened. Su Yabai's spider silk shot out, and Lin Shengmu covered Xiao Wushuang with a layer of spiritual armor. The two pounced on the little treeman at the same time. Smack! A withered vine suddenly appeared, rolling up the two of them. They lost almost in an instant. Lin Shengmu quickly said, "Senior, easy, we're leaving." However, the little treeman ignored him and looked up. A golden fist mark fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive whips, the fist mark was shattered. But after that, dozens of fist marks smashed down. However, at the same time, seawater changed into hundreds of withered vines, whipping at these fist marks. The little treeman had no time to care about He Xiaoyu and Xiao Wushuang now. He asked in confusion, "Is that you? You've come again?" When Han Fei's figure appeared underwater, He Xiaoyu was stunned. He Xiaoyu shouted cheerfully, "Han Fei?" Xiao Wushuang was confused. "Why are you here? Am I dreaming?" Xiao Wushuang was confused. Xiang Zuozuo froze for a long while. Are you back?" Su Yabai and Lin Shengmu were not familiar with Han Fei, so they just nodded at him. Although they were no longer Han Fei's opponents, they didn't want to suck up to him. Especially after Han Fei did so many things in the level 3 fishery, they knew very well it was as easy as turning his hand over for Han Fei to kill them. The little treeman interrupted. "Human, you shouldn't have come here." Han Fei smiled and said, "Wood spiritual fruit are not valuable things. The 6 of them only got 4. Give them 2 more." The little treeman suddenly backhand whipped him, but Sha Shan's figure flashed. Immediately afterward, Sha Shan used the 1,000-strike technique, and in the blink of an eye, pierced the little treeman like a honeycomb. When Sha stopped attacking, however, the withered vines on the ground twitched and the little treeman reappeared unharmed. Sha and the others were dumbfounded at the scene. How could Sha Shan's speed be so fast as to shatter the strong little treeman's body in the blink of an eye? The little treeman looked at Sha Shan. "Human, don't make me attack you." Han Fei squinted his eyes and said, "Why not?" Chapter 522, There is a Battle You Need to Fight. She didn't know what kind of creature the little treeman was. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be confident, she didn't give any more instruction. Feeling his heart was pounding hard, Han Fei shouted, "Retreat, all of you." A withered vine suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei blasted out the art of invincibility and hit 8 consecutive punches before he could block the vine. But the second vine had come again. Han Fei hurriedly activated the majestic mystic spell and the art of invincibility. But the result was the same, and he was blasted back tens of meters again. Sha Shan flashed and also attacked, but she was not even faster than Little Treeman in speed and was also whipped away. Han Fei was shocked. Even the majestic mystic spell couldn't block it. Han Fei's eyes turned cold, and his fist was blazing with a red light. The terrifying power made the sea tremble. Again, he threw out the sacrificing punch, and the fist mark of tens of meters high shot across the sea like a flame dragon. The mud under his feet exploded, and the terrifying power swept 100 meters away. The little tree man threw out the vines again without any expression. This time it was no longer fine vines, but withered vines up to 10 meters thick. Boom! On the sea, He Mingtang was waiting anxiously, and then he felt the sea bulging. Those students of the First Academy waiting outside the deep-sea jungle all jumped up in shock. What happened? It seems to have happened underwater. Such a violent vibration. Has something happened below? Underwater, He Xiaoyu and the others were shaken out and could no longer watch this battle. Han Fei slid back dozens of meters again. However, this time, the little treeman also slid back dozens of meters. When Sha Shan was about to attack again, Han Fei said to her, "Stop." Han Fei's heart was pounding even harder. He guessed that if he continued to fight, he would still not take the upper hand. Han Fei looked at the little treeman. "Why did you appear in the level 2 fishery?" The little treeman said simply, "Don't talk so much, just leave." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. 5 wooden spiritual fruits. The little treeman pondered for a moment. "You have already eaten them," Han Fei said with a cheeky smile. "But I have a few junior brothers and sisters." The little treeman put down his cane-like hand and paused for a moment. "If you come again, no more." Then 5 wooden spiritual fruits flew to Han Fei. Han Fei grinned and said, "Hey, when can I come again?" The little treeman paused and looked at Han Fei. Under its stare, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Han Fei shrugged. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving, okay? Han Fei glanced at He Xiaoyu and threw her 2 wooden spiritual fruits. Why are you waiting? Go. On the surface of the sea, when He Xiaoyu saw He Mingtong, she was astonished. Father, why are you here? He Mingtong poked He Xiaoyu's forehead with a finger. Are you crazy? Why did you come to such a dangerous place? Your teacher asked us for help. That's why we're here. He Xiaoyu bared her white teeth and said, Father, I'm fine, aren't I? Then He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei and secretly glanced at Xiao Xiaon, saying with a smile, Han Fei, when did you come back? Han Fei shrugged. I've been back for a while. Mr. He has known for a while. It's just that you don't go back to the Heavenly Water Village much now. With that, Han Fei looked at Shang Zuozhuo and the other 2. A soul warrior, a spirit gatherer, a manipulator. What about Li Hanyi? If you had brought an armorist with you, you would have picked the fruits long ago, and the little treeman probably wouldn't have even come out. Everyone was speechless. Didn't you know why Li Hanyi was not here? Xiaoshan added. You guys are such a disgrace to dangling fishers. Shang Zuozhuo said angrily. How can you say that? The wooden fish are too annoying. Otherwise, I would have easily snatched the fruits. Han Fei didn't bother to talk to Shang Zuozhuo, but smiled at Xiao Wushuang. Are you going back to school or to the village? Xiao Wushuang nodded. The village. It's rare to meet you. Let's get together for dinner at night. This was a near-miss experience, and He Mingtong was the one who feared the most. But his daughter's strength had surpassed him, and he couldn't change her mind at all. At night, they had dinner together at the plantation. At the dinner table, He Xiaoyu said, I heard that you have done something big in the level 3 fishery? Han Fei wondered, how did you know that? Xiao Wushuang smiled and said, you forgot who we were with today. It is said that you caused a great uproar. Well, I just want to ask, what realm are you in now? Wang Baiyu, Xiao Wushuang, and He Xiaoyu were all looking at him with glowing eyes. He had already been able to solve a hanging fisher. This had exceeded their imagination. They guessed that Han Fei might have reached the realm of hanging fisher by now. Han Fei smiled and said, still a dangling fisher. Oh, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, otherwise they would feel inferior. However, even though he was only a dangling fisher, it was shocking enough. Obviously, they were much stronger than Shang Zuozhuo and the other dangling fishers. Han Fei instructed, don't go to the deep-sea jungle again. There is someone you can't mess with there. Xia Xiaoshan looked at Han Fei. When you were fighting, I searched around but didn't find anything strange. Han Fei said, it shows that our strength is still not enough. Xia Xiaoshan nodded and ate. She didn't know He Xiaoyu and the others. Besides, she was a little uncomfortable staying with so many people. She was more accustomed to school life with only a few people who she knew very well. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. He Xiaoyu and Xiao Xiaoshan had never spoken to each other from beginning to end. He Xiaoyu would glance at Han Fei from time to time, and when Xiao Xiaoshan noticed it, she stepped on Han Fei's feet under the dining table. Han Fei secretly complained. Come on, I only have pure friendship with He Xiaoyu. After eating and drinking to satiety, Han Fei enthusiastically sent them away. He Xiaoyu suddenly said, Han Fei, will you go to the 36-town exchange competition? Huh? What competition? Wang Baiyu added, not necessarily. Who are they going to fight with? We will participate in that competition. See you then. Han Fei sent them away with a dazed expression, and when he came back, he said to Xiao Xiaoshan, it seems that there is a competition between the towns. Xiao Xiaoshan was not interested in this, but stared at Han Fei and said, Xiao Zhu likes you. Han Fei raised his brows. How do you know? Xiao Xiaoshan nodded. Just during this dinner, she glanced at you 201 times. Han Fei almost burst into laughter. Did you count? Xiao Xiaoshan squinted at Han Fei. You said that neither of us could kiss others or have children with others. Han Fei laughed, preparing to catch Xiao Xiaoshan and give her a kiss. Unfortunately, Xiao Xiaoshan flashed and sat on the roof. I don't want to kiss you. You always stick out your tongue in a kiss. Han Fei, in the evening, Han Fei did not cultivate but slept contentedly. When he got up in the morning and was about to make breakfast, he saw Wenren Yu sitting at the table with one hand supporting her chin, looking at the sun. Han Fei was stunned. Miss Wenren? Wenren Yu looked back at Han Fei with a smile. Phew, isn't this Mr. Han Fei? I heard that you had been back for a month. Han Fei immediately looked up at the sky. Well, Miss Wenren, inspiration suddenly came on me, so I planned to take 2 days off for relaxation, experience this wonderful world, and feel the law of the heavens. Smack! Han Fei immediately got slapped in the head. Wonderful world? The law of the heavens? Then Wenren Yu suddenly glanced in the direction of the plantation. Xia Xiaoshan, I've seen you. Where do you think you can slip away to? Xia Xiaoshan bared her teeth and walked out of the plantation. Miss Wenren, there you are. Wenren Yu stared at her. If I didn't come find you, would you have stayed here forever? Xia Xiaoshan hurriedly said. Miss Wenren, we are going back today. Han Fei agreed. Yes, if it weren't for something delaying us yesterday, we would have gone back yesterday. So, are you shacking up? Puff, Han Fei immediately said. How is it possible? We just spent a few days cultivating in seclusion here. Xia Xiaoshan looked confused. Shacking up? We've only been cohabiting for a month. Han Fei immediately said to her via voice transmission, "Idiot, shacking up means sleeping together." Xia Xiaoshan quickly explained, "No, we're not sleeping together." And she said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Han Fei was speechless. "How would I know that you didn't even know that?" Wenren Yu grunted and said, "Go back to school and go to class. I've never heard of teachers having to hunt down their students." Le Renquang returned half a month ago. Han Fei was taken aback and asked, "Miss Wenren, since you knew that we were back long ago, why did it take you so long to ask us back? Is there anything wrong?" Wenren Yu snorted, "Otherwise, why did I bother to come all the way to get you back? There is a battle you need to fight." Chapter 553 about the 36-town exchange competition. The plantation outside the Thug Academy. After nearly a year of cultivation, the vegetation had become more prosperous and the plants seemed to have grown twice as much as before. Around the plantation were rows of golden wheat. However, the wheat was as thick as corn and the grains were full. Han Fei felt that with a single train of wheat he could make dumplings enough for a meal. The great effect of the Great Spirit Gathering Array could be seen, and this array was only set up by Han Fei. If it were the serial spirit gathering arrays on dragon boats, this place would be even dripping with spiritual energy. Han Fei asked, "Are Q Jinin and Ling Yuan around?" Wenren Yu said lightly, "They're in the arena." Xia Xiaoshan was surprised. "Haven't they got the 100 winning streak yet?" Wenren Yu's face suddenly turned black. "There are only 2 of them, so they can only play singles, which is more difficult." Han Fei was not interested in the arena thing at all now. He curiously said, "Miss Wenren, what battle do we need to fight? We fought enough battles in the level 3 fishery." Wenren Yu snorted, "It's easy this time. But you did cause a lot of troubles in the level 3 fishery, and your junior uncle Faceless took much effort to clean up the mess you left." Han Fei bared his teeth and said, "Junior Uncle Faceless took 5 billion from us." "Oh no, 7 billion. Wenren Yu stumbled and screamed an incredible exclamation, "How much?" Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan looked at each other. 7 billion. Bam! Then Han Fei turned into a perfect arc and flew into the school. Q Jinin and Ling Yuan, who happened to come back, saw this scene far away. Q Jinin was stunned. "Is that advanced brother Han Fei?" Ling Yuan swallowed and nodded. "It seems to be. No, it must be." Bam! Han Fei, who had just flown into the school, turned into a perfect arc again and flew out of the school. Seeing Wenren Yu was about to whip him with her fishing rod again, Han Fei was furious. "Hey, you're my teacher. Are you playing table tennis?" Han Fei was whipped back to the school again, but fortunately he did not fly out again. Seeing this scene, Xia Xiaoshan immediately flashed away. While running, Xia Xiaoshan screamed, "It's none of my business. I'm innocent." Humph! In the school, Han Fei was being hung upside down on the tree and said indignantly, "Old Bai, you are too much. We're a family. Why don't you ask Junior Uncle Faceless to return the money? Why are you venting on me?" Old Bai was standing in front of Han Fei. His eyes were fierce. "If Faceless would give me money, would our school be so poor?" Han Fei was surprised. "But isn't Junior Uncle Faceless from our academy? He should contribute to the school, shouldn't he?" Xiao Zhan showed up from nowhere and said with a smile, "That guy needs money, but how can you give all your money to him?" "Why were you so stupid?" Han Fei said angrily. "You are to blame, okay? You didn't give us anything. No amulet barrier, no immortal seal, so we had to buy them. That's why we spent all the money." Han Fei jumped down from the tree and curiously asked, "Why does Junior Uncle Faceless need so much money? Why didn't he tell us he was our junior uncle in the first place? If Xiaobai hadn't guessed it, he would still have kept it from us." Old Bai snorted. "It's none of your business. However, you didn't suffer any losses. Faceless gave you a lot of good stuff." Han Fei wondered, "Do you mean the immortal seal? Why is it so expensive?" Old Bai squinted at Han Fei. "Didn't he give you spirit awakening fluid?" Han Fei raised his brows. "Yes, a total of 3,315 caddies, but we exchanged it with money." Xiao Zhan patted Han Fei on the shoulder. "Money can't be exchanged for spirit awakening fluid." Han Fei, Yen, Xia Xiaoshan emerged from the tree at this moment. "Are you done beating him? Okay, I'm coming out." Le Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai ran out cheerfully from the school. Le Renquang sighed. "You guys are finally back." Han Fei was astonished. You guys are really fast. Why did you come back so soon?" Wenren Yu mentioned that Old Bai was going to pick up Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai, but it was still too fast. Luo Xiaobai said lightly, "We came back last night." Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "Fei, I heard that you two." Zhang Xuanyu blinked at Han Fei, only to be kicked away by Han Fei. "Fuck off, don't bullshit us all day." Ku Jinan and Ling Yuan also ran over with Wenren Yu. Seeing Han Fei, they hurriedly said, "Advanced brother." Han Fei looked back. "Oh, you're already advanced great fishing masters?" Q Jinin added. "I would also like to thank senior brother Han Fei for his instruction." Han Fei waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with me. It's all your own efforts." Han Fei waved his hand again. "Come and have a look. I brought you gifts." Q Jinin and Ling Yuan looked at each other. "Gifts?" Han Fei put his arm around Q Jinin's shoulders. "Come, I'll show you the gifts on the mountain in case someone else tries to grab it." Old Bai said leisurely, "Starting from tomorrow morning, you'll all go to class." Wenren Yu instructed, "Han Fei, go make lunch. I heard that yellow-blooded sea cucumbers taste good." Han Fei, after returning to school, everyone immediately relaxed and felt at home. Han Fei, Renquang, Q Jinan, and Ling Yuan were working in the open-air kitchen. Han Fei gave dozens of low-quality spiritual weapons to Q Jinan and Ling Yuan. Although the low-quality spiritual weapons were not valuable to Han Fei, it was only relative. After all, many people in the level 3 fishery were still using something like magic weapons. Han Fei felt that he was much more generous than Old Bai. When they went to the level 3 fishery, Old Bai just reluctantly gave them a few sea-swallowing seashells and some low-quality spiritual weapons. Han Fei said, "Today, I've been inspired and came up with a new dish, steamed fish head with diced hot red peppers." Renquang immediately looked at him. "Innovation? Let me have a look," Xiaoshan said. "I'm willing to eat whatever you make." Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. "Whatever, by the way, won't we be like bullies if we participate in the 36-town exchange competition now?" They were called back to join this game, but Han Fei didn't even understand why they should participate in it. He had heard Old Bai and the other teachers boasted that the Thug Academy used to sweep through the 36 towns and almost conquered the Thousand-Star City. But now, they had defeated the people from the Thousand-Star City, robbed a dragon boat, and killed a hanging fisher. Why should they still participate in this low-grade competition? Luo Xiaobai wondered. It should be more than just playing a game. Of course it's more than that. Xiaozhan appeared out of blue again, looked at the fish head first, and then said, "This kind of exchange competition is not difficult for you now. But this competition is the key to going to the unknown place." Huh? Even Han Fei couldn't help putting down the kitchen knife. "To the unknown place?" Luo Xiaobai asked. "If we win, we can go to the unknown place?" Xiaozhan shook his head. Accurately speaking, most of the participants in the competition can go to the unknown place. Han Fei was speechless. "Then why should we win this competition? We just need to join it." Xiaozhan smiled. "Being a father or a son, which one do you want to be?" Han Fei didn't even think about it. "Of course, father. A son must listen to his father," Xiaozhan said. "So, your ranking will decide where you are after you go there." "Do you still think this game is meaningless?" Xiaoshan asked. "Are people divided into different classes in the unknown place?" "Yes, this doesn't sound good." Zhang Xuanyu pleaded. "Teacher, what exactly is this unknown place? Can you tell us about it in advance?" Q Jinan and Ling Yu also pricked their ears. They hadn't even gone to the level 3 fishery, let alone the unknown place. But they were very curious about it because they had already been hearing about the unknown place. Xiaozhan smiled. "What's the hurry? Do you think you can go there right away?" "The competition will not start until a month later, so we will start class tomorrow." The competition process may be a bit boring, but you can just take it as a game. After the competition, you need to improve your own strength as much as possible. So, there will still be class time for about half a year. After that, you can go to the unknown place together. So according to Xiaozhan, the real purpose of the game was just to get a better identity. What kind of identity? Why must they compete with the heavenly talents from the 36 towns for that? Chapter 554, You Have to Be as Shameless as Han Fei Han. Fei felt extremely comfortable to sleep in the treehouse again a year later. How he wished he could sleep here forever. Except for Luo Xiaobai, the other four were forcibly dug out of the treehouse by Xiaozhan. Besides, the way Xiaozhan and the other teachers taught Qiu Jinan and Ling Yuan was different from how they taught the Thug Legend team. At this moment, Qiu Jinan and Ling Yu were sitting on the grass with them, listening to Xiaozhan bragging. No, giving them a lecture. Xiaozhan said, "Do you know why we haven't given you any normative education since you entered the Thug Academy?" Han Fei muttered. "I don't care." Xiaozhan glared at him. Xiaozhan glared at him. "Han Fei, stand up and listen to the class. Don't give me that cheeky smile." Han Fei, Raijin? So Xiaozhan punished him as a warning to others. Now everyone else was sitting, but only he was standing. Xiaozhan was quite satisfied and continued to give the lecture. Schools and teachers are supposed to pass knowledge on. However, you are not ordinary people. This teaching method doesn't suit you. So we just guide you to explore, cultivate, fight, comprehend, and in the end, we will help you integrate and become an invincible whole. Xiaozhan chattered for a long time before he said leisurely, "For now, although your path of cultivation is rough, it's generally smooth. Before you went to the level 3 fishery, we had discussed whether or not to give you enough shelter. If we did, you might be safer but would lose that enterprising heart. As a result, as you see, that's why the disciples of the 7 major sects in the Thousand-Star City were no match for you at all." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Teacher, do you know that I was caught as soon as I entered the level 3 fishery? If it weren't for the fact that I was smart enough, I wouldn't have been able to come back." Xiaozhan glanced coldly. "Zhang Xuanyu, stand up and listen to the class. Don't interrupt your teacher in class, understood? Zhang Xuanyu, run." "But have you found anything wrong with combat skills?" Luo Xiaobai took the lead in answering, "There are too many people in the level 3 fishery and too many different kinds of combat skills, but most of them are easy to crack the second time they are used." Xiaoshan also replied, "As long as you are strong enough, even if others know what combat skills you have, they are useless." Han Fei followed. I found that as long as the combat skill level is high enough, it can be very strong. Xiaozhan suddenly waved his fishing rod and a stone weighing tens of tons smashed on Han Fei's head. Quiet and listen. Han Fei was speechless. Teacher, I think you're picking on me. Zhang Xuanyu immediately shut his mouth tight and dared not to say a word. He didn't want to carry a huge stone to listen to the class, which was damn shameful. Xuanhuan and Lingyuan couldn't help moving a bit away from Han Fei, for fear that the stone would drop and hit them on the head. Xiaozhan glared at Han Fei. Let me tell you, when you are still a dangling fisher, you will feel that the more combat skills you practice, the better. But now that you have met the people from the Thousand-Star City, I guess you must have found that most of them only practice 1 or 2 combat skills. As you grow up, many of the previously good combat skills will be abandoned by you until you find the combat skills most suitable for you. Renquang nodded. Yes, I found the sky-swallowing technique is good. It quite suits me. Xiaozhan kicked him and said, stand up and listen to the lesson. Humph, you're an armorist, but have you had a thorough grasp of the armor art? As for the sky-swallowing technique, if you encountered a flexible hunter like Xiaoshan, can it block her stabbing? Then Renquang joined Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu. Renquang said weakly, doesn't that mean that we have cultivated so many combat skills for nothing? Xiaozhan shook his head. Of course not. When you are still dangling fishers, the more combat skills, the better. As long as you can grasp them, the more, the better. But, as you grow up, you'll need to simplify them until there is only one technique left. Zhang Xuanyu murmured, Teacher, how can it be simple? This is the path I take, and I don't even think about how to continue to evolve the 9-layered waves in the furious sea. Xiaozhan sneered. That's because you knew too few combat skills. 9 seems to be the largest, but what about integrating them into 1? Zhang Xuanyu said. I tried it. After integrating them into 1, whether in durability or strength, it was not as good as the 9-layered waves in the furious sea. Xiaozhan shrugged. Come fight against me tomorrow. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Okay, Han Fei's eyes also lit up. Teacher, what about me? Can I also try this? I have both knife and fist techniques. Can I integrate them into 1? Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't help turning their heads because another huge rock flew over. Xiaozhan frowned. What are you talking about? A fist is a fist and a knife is a knife. Your physique is strong, so you should learn more close-quarter combat skills. You just need to grasp the techniques you've already got, okay? Don't think too much, Xiaozhan said. Don't think we don't know what you did in the level 3 fishery. Now I will call the shots. Whoever I call shall report to the president or Miss Wenren. He continued. First of all, it is Han Fei. You have the strongest physique and the overbearing fighting style suits you best. But considering that you're also a spirit gatherer, you should also practice knife and sword techniques. But you are too blundering and haven't grasped the combat skills well enough. Although you are not weak, you haven't fully tapped your potential. Now you seem to be invincible. But if you do not change, one day you will pay for it. Okay, reflect on it for an hour and then report to the president. Han Fei, Xiaozhan commented on each of them. Renquang, you are not weak and have a lot of combat skills, but your capability is too limited. As an armorist, you should have the greatest combat power among the 5, but you don't. You lack the ability to fight in close quarters. Come back to me half a month later. In the following half a month, go to the library to find 5 close-quarter combat skills for armorists and master them. Zhang Xuanyu, your attacking method is too monotonous. You integrated all combat skills into the one you created yourself, but it doesn't have a multiplicative effect, indicating that you haven't mastered the combat skills well enough. Besides, your soul power is not enough and you lack the means of attack. Come to me tomorrow. Xiaoshan, the thing about you is that you're quick. You are the strongest in terms of speed among the 5 of you. Your attack is not weak, your reaction time is fast, and your stealth effect is good. However, you lack an offensive combat skill that gets the most out of your strength. So, when you meet a real genius or a body refiner like Han Fei, your attack doesn't work well. Okay, go report to Miss Wenren Yu. Luo Xiaobai, your talent lies in calmness and good judgment. That's your advantage in team battles, and you can easily control the overall situation. However, when fighting alone, you lack effective combat methods and can only count on spiritual plants to catch enemies by surprise. Once someone is not afraid of this, you will be in trouble. Go to Miss Wenren Yu with Xiaoshan. When Xiaozhan was commenting, he spoke quickly, which surprised Han Fei. Xiaozhan hadn't seen them for a year, but he could comment on the advantages and disadvantages of each person. Did this guy sneak to the level 3 fishery to peep on them? Xiaozhan also added, well, let me comment on Chao Jinan and Lingyuan, by the way. As for Lingyuan, you are the opposite of Renquang. You learned too many armorous skills but haven't found a direction most suitable for you until now. From now on, fight against Renquang 3 times a day. 1 minute less, you won't be allowed to eat. And, Jinan, you're too simple-minded and sometimes even naive. You can't remain like this, you need to learn from Han Fei. When you can be as shameless as him, we won't be worried about you. Puff! Han Fei immediately screamed, Teacher, you are too much. How can you slander me? I'm also simple-minded and even naive. Don't add any more stones. I can't carry them anymore. Xiaozhan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, remember, teach your experience to your junior brother. You are very experienced in this aspect. Also, you'll have to arouse the ferocity in him. Jinan was dumbfounded. Arouse the ferocity in me? Chapter 55, Poor Jinan and Ling Yuan. The class didn't last long. As Xiaozhan said, he had given guidance and they should comprehend it by themselves. Before leaving, he said coldly to Han Fei, "Stand for an hour before you leave." Lu Renquang, the bastard, threw the stone on Han Fei and ran to the library saying that he was going to look for combat skills suitable for him. Xia Xiaoshan and Luo Xiaobai went to Wenren Yu. Zhang Xuanyu didn't wait until tomorrow but followed Xiaozhan away, saying that he was going to discuss how to integrate his combat skills into one with Xiaozhan. Only Jinan and Ling Yu had nothing to do. The two of them had just returned from the arena. Just as the two of them exchanged a glance and were about to slip away, Han Fei said leisurely, Jinan. Jinan hurriedly straightened up. "Yes, senior brother. Did you win or lose the fight today?" Jinan quickly said. "I won." Han Fei raised his brows. "Oh, how many games have you won?" "I won the 68th game." Han Fei looked at Ling Yuan. "How about you?" Ling Yuan paused for a moment and then said, "Senior brother Han Fei, just like him, I won the 68th game." Han Fei's eyes rolled. "Well, do you know where the hexagon starfish is?" Ling Yuan said. "He is in Mr. Xiaozhan's bull conch pit." Han Fei was surprised. "No wonder I haven't seen him until now. Why did he go to the bull conch pit?" Ling Yuan was also a little puzzled. "He seems to be making friends with the bull conches." Han Fei was speechless. Why did this guy go to make friends with food? Han Fei nodded and suddenly asked, "Hey, do you know why you have only won 68 games until now?" Ling Yuan said. "Because our opponents often change and we need to be more attentive." Han Fei shook his head. "No, Jinan, what do you think?" Jinan thought, "My answer is similar to that of Ling Yuan. However, since senior brother asked such a question, he definitely wants me to give him the answer he wants." Mr. Xiaozhan seemed to have said that senior brother Han Fei was very shameless, so praising him should be a good choice. So Jinan said, "Because we are not as excellent as senior brother." Huh? Han Fei actually blushed, thinking to himself, "Oh, does this kid always tell the truth?" Han Fei kept a straight face. "No, it's because you don't have enough pressure. Only when there is pressure, there is motivation. Only when you are motivated, you will go to study and explore, and then you will become excellent. Do you agree with me?" Jinan thought for a long time and then glanced at Ling Yuan. "Yay, yes," Han Fei said with joy. "Okay, then don't move. Let me give you a little pressure. Take it." Then the large stone weighing 10,000 caddies was moved onto Jinan's head. He was completely stunned. "Is this the so-called pressure?" Ling Yu cursed secretly. "You're really shameless, you liar." When Ling Yuan wanted to slip away, Han Fei said solemnly, "Ling Yuan, do you know Shang Zuozuo from the First Academy?" Ling Yuan nodded awkwardly. "Yes." "Do you have the confidence to surpass her?" Ling Yuan nodded. "Of course I will surpass her," Han Fei praised. "Good, very ambitious. But that woman has a lot of strength, and your strength is still very little. Let me exercise you. Take it." Ling Yuan, in the blink of an eye, Ling Yu also carried a large stone on her head, weighing 10,000 caddies. Was it heavy? Sure. When Han Fei was still an advanced great fishing master, he could only lift 20,000 caddies, not more than 30,000 caddies. If he kept holding such a stone for an hour, he would definitely get a backache and leg cramps. When there was only one stone on Han Fei's head, he was much relieved, saying cheerfully, "Very good, Jinan. It seems that your physique has indeed improved a lot." "Huh? Why are you sweating? Is the stone too heavy?" Ling Yuan secretly rolled her eyes. "Don't you know why he is sweating?" Han Fei said. "Today we are just trying a little bit. Come and run with me. Let's carry the stones back to the mountain." Puff, as the junior brother and junior sister, what else could they do except run? But it was really torturous to run carrying a stone weighing 10,000 caddies. Who would be so stupid as to do this? After running 2 steps, Han Fei suddenly turned his head, his expression changed, and he said fiercely, "You can still run? It seems that you haven't reached your limit. Come, add another piece." In the past, Jinan and Ling Yu were too weak, so Han Fei dared not to have fun with these two little guys. Now it was different. Both of them were not weak, and Han Fei thought it would be no problem for each of them to carry 2 stones. Remember to do this every day. Walk around the school carrying 1 or 2 stones every day. I bet as time goes by, you'll be able to beat your enemies as easily as carrying stones. Han Fei even summoned 9 tails. Follow them. Hit whoever puts down the stone within an hour. After a year of cultivation, Jinan's physique was no longer weaker than Ling Yuan and even stronger. But now, the two of them couldn't run at all as they moved forward with difficulty step by step. They were speechless. They were still more than 20 kilometers from the mountain. According to their running speed, when could they get there? But Han Fei didn't care. He was chewing on potato chips and walking towards Xiaozhan's cabin, in the pit of the bull conches. Mud everywhere. There were 6 big, shining, jewel-like eyeballs in the pit. It was the hexagon starfish. He was enjoying the massage of the bull conches comfortably. Yes, bull conches were big and had the habit of tumbling, so the pit was so muddy. At this moment, the bull conches were gently grinding the 6 tentacles of the hexagon starfish. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Master Hexagon, are you having a massage?" When the hexagon starfish saw Han Fei, he shuddered and his tentacles shook and threw a bull conch out. A cloud of water popped up in front of Han Fei, and he cleaned the bowl conch, which would be perfect for dinner tonight. The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. You've been back? Han Fei smiled creepily. Yes? Did you think I wouldn't be back? No, I love living here. If you have something to do, go about your business and I'll leave you alone. Han Fei smiled. I don't have anything to do. I just came to see you. By the way, I'm going to study the array technique. Just stay here and wait for me. Han Fei had always felt the hexagon starfish had an extraordinary talent for arrays, but this guy was too lazy and didn't seem to like to use it. For example, the killing array, was it true he really didn't know it? Not necessarily, it was just that the hexagon starfish didn't like fighting. Han Fei was determined to study the spirit-gathering array thoroughly from the beginning to the end, so he needed the big starfish's help. 1 hour passed. Han Fei found Old Bai. President, I'm here to report. Old Bai glanced at Han Fei. Show me your strongest combat skills. Han Fei didn't expect that Old Bai would ask him to do this. President, have we started? Old Bai snorted. Yes, do you expect me to teach you slowly? Come on, show me, and I'll give you some instructions, and then you can get out. Han Fei immediately became serious. This was the first time that Old Bai taught students in person. Han Fei immediately threw out the 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers with all his strength. Have all of them had a spirit sealed in them? A spiritual weapon with a spirit sealed was faster. No ordinary peak-level dangling fisher could resist nearly 100 ultra-quality spiritual weapons, even including Han Fei. Old Bai flicked his sleeve and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers seemed to be attracted, and like a long dragon, were rolled into Old Bai's sleeve one after another. No, Han Fei was stupefied. Where are my daggers? Old Bai's beard slightly cocked, and with a wave of his hand, the daggers rolled back at Han Fei. They returned faster than when they went, but fortunately, spiritual weapons would not hurt their master, so they just disappeared into Han Fei's body. It just seemed to outsiders that Han Fei had been pierced in the heart by the daggers and couldn't even fight back. Old Bai simply said, "You haven't mastered the million knife art well enough. The next one." Then Han Fei used the war soul art. He burst out 6 arrows in a row but didn't shoot out the 7th because his arms ached. But Old Bai actually gathered spiritual energy from the air and transformed them into swords which collided with the spiritual energy arrows and shattered them. Then, like just now, 6 arrows were shot back to Han Fei. Han Fei quickly dodged and brandished the embroidery needle vigorously, but he failed to block the second arrow. It hit his back and blasted him hundreds of meters away. Old Bai was shocked. This combat skill seems to be derived from the war god bow and seems stronger than it because it adds soul attack. Did you create it yourself? Of course, Han Fei answered yes. Old Bai nodded slightly. Not bad, the bow technique is okay, but your shooting speed is too slow. This technique is not suitable for melee combat, more suitable for team combat. Next, Chapter 556, The Way of the Knife. When Han Fei used the Majestic Mystic spell and the draw technique, Old Bai was shocked. Leave aside the secret technique for now, what kind of sword technique is this? Han Fei began to brag. This is the ultimate knife technique I created. It expresses the intent of the knife, which combines with the emotion of the sword and exerts an extremely powerful force. Bam! Han Fei was slapped into the air by Old Bai. Old Bai said, "Cut the crap. The intent of the knife? Have you mastered the real knife intent? You don't even know that the knife intent and knife emotion are the same things. This knife does contain knife intent, but it is not complete. You're just a dabbler in this respect. If you continue to study it, it'll be okay, but you don't seem to take it seriously." After grabbing Han Fei back, Old Bai said, "I heard that you still have a fist technique. Show me now." Being slapped in the head, Han Fei was a little dizzy, and he said, turning his neck, "President, then take it." As he was preparing to blast out the sacrificing punch, Old Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a soaring, murderous intent. This fist technique was definitely created under an imminent threat of death. When Han Fei finally threw out the punch, huge energy swept over 100 meters and its impact spread to kilometers, causing Xiaozhan and Wenren Yu to fly into the sky to see what happened. Boom! Old Bai grabbed the fist mark with one hand, stepped on his foot, and a defensive array appeared. The fist mark that was supposed to punch a hole tens of meters deep in the ground was actually locked in the defensive array, and the dazzling brilliance continued for several minutes. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "President, what kind of array is this?" Old Bai said with a gloomy smile. "Why, want to learn it? This has nothing to do with the array, but with the strength. You are too weak, so it's useless to you." Han Fei, had shown all his combat skills except for the art of invincibility, because it was not perfect yet. Old Bai said leisurely, "This punch is good. However, the person who taught you this must have been a very domineering person. Others use this punch as a life-saving technique, but you use it to fight. You still lack some momentum and will. Don't underestimate this deficiency, which reduces the power of this punch by at least 30%. "So much?" Old Bai sneered. "Yes, and I don't know if it is just my head, but your punching speed seems to be a bit slow, as if you can't throw this punch out quickly at once. Because of that, its power is reduced 20% more." Han Fei exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean its power is reduced by 50% then?" Old Bai smiled. "Yes. So, it seems that you were not taught by that person on the spot, but got it by chance." Han Fei was shocked. He can even guess this? Are strong masters also eagle-eyed? It was just as Old Bai guessed. He saw the fist mark and then learned it. As for why his punching speed was a bit slow, it was because of the essential difference between him and Ren Tianfei. There were no meridians in Ren Tianfei's body, but Han Fei had meridians in his body. Although energy was not only conducted through meridians, it would inevitably be blocked by meridians. Because of this, if his meridians were still there, he would never be able to use the sacrificing punch as perfectly as Ren Tianfei. In the distance, Wenren Yu and Xiao Zhan looked at each other. Wenren Yu asked, "What kind of combat technique is that? I don't know. It seems that no one has used it before. The level is not low." Old Bai glanced at the two of them, and then they jumped into the forest to go on teaching Lirenquang and Sha Xiaoshan. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "President, is there any way to improve these combat skills?" Old Bai thought for a moment. The War Soul Art technique seems to consume a lot of spiritual energy, but it works well in team combat. It may come in handy after you go to the unknown place. As for the million knife art, you lack a little knife intent. If you can blend in even a little bit of the knife intent, the power will be different. Han Fei's eyes flickered. He didn't think about it before because there were too many daggers and it was not a simple matter to blend knife intent into them, but since Old Bai said that, he should give it a try. Old Bai suddenly asked, "Han Fei, do you have any experience in deducing techniques?" When Han Fei heard Old Bai's question, his heart suddenly trembled. Has Old Bai found out about his secret? Han Fei chuckled. Well, yes, but just a little bit. When I am practicing these combat skills, I always feel a little uncomfortable, and then I will modify them a little. Old Bai was dumbfounded. Modify them, and then they became suitable for you? Yes. President, you know what? I have this sixth sense. The sixth. Bam! Han Fei was slapped away again, and Old Bai just said coldly, "I'll give you a day to think about what I just said. Come to me at this time tomorrow." Han Fei was thrown to the entrance of the cave by Old Bai. He was speechless, so he was not even allowed to live in the treehouse? Han Fei simply sat in the cave. He hadn't noticed before, but it seemed that every combat skill of his was actually imperfect. It was just that they were too high-leveled or too powerful, so he had an illusion that he had cultivated all combat skills to the extreme. Han Fei wanted to deduce the million knife art. Among all his combat skills, only the million knife art was still demon-level high quality. He didn't upgrade it because this combat skill required too many weapons and was extremely demanding on his spiritual power. Once it was deduced, it might demand better weapons and higher spiritual power, and then Han Fei might not necessarily be able to meet its requirements. Forget it, let me wait for some time. At this time, Han Fei began to think about the knife intent and knife emotion. What is knife intent? Old Bai said that knife intent and knife emotion are the same things. Are they really the same? Intent, emotion, they do seem similar. However, the Knife Sutra read that the way of the knife was the way of man. In fact, this was the same case for all weapons. It applied not only to knives, but also to swords. The way of the sword is the way of man. Different people had different experiences, so they had different ways. 100 people used 100 knives, but the knife intent varied greatly. If one could truly comprehend his own exclusive realm, then this was actually not a realm, but a way, commonly known as the way of the knife. Han Fei sighed. He had only a day. What could he do in a single day? After sitting for an hour, Han Fei didn't figure out anything, so he slipped out of the cave and ran into the library. Lirenquang was flipping through books, a whole pile of books. Han Fei was shocked. Quang, can you finish reading so many books? I don't have to read them all, I just need to find the best ones. The others are just for reference. Anyway, they all have something in common. Han Fei's heart shuddered. Wait a moment, let me read together with you. After a while, Han Fei found nearly 20 books about knife skills, sat beside Lirenquang, and began to read them. Lirenquang asked with a dazed expression, "Are you going to read so many books? I also have some knife technique books here. Do you want to have a look? Go away, I'm reading a book." It only took an hour for Han Fei to flip through all the books. He had discovered that everyone had a different concept of how to use a knife. Some people thought that a knife was a killing tool. It must be sharp and full of killing intent. Some people said that a knife was an overbearing weapon. If you wanted to win, you'd gotta risk your life. Some people said that a knife was just a tool. A knife in different states is different knives, which could be domineering, sharp, or gentle. Gentle? I use the knife to fight. If a knife is gentle, how can I still fight with it? Then Han Fei found a combat skill, which was written by a girl. She said that the emotional knife was the most fatal. When it was domineering, it was invincible. When it was sad, it was repressive. When it was cheerful, it was fearless. Emotions were ever-changing, so was the knife intent. This is interesting. Chapter 557, The Most Miserable Sparring Partner in History. Hu Jinan and Ling Yu finally walked 20 kilometers with 4 big stones on their backs. At this moment, the two were hiding on the top of a mountain and whispering. Ling Yuan said with certainty, "I have a feeling that our senior brothers and senior sisters are going to be miserable in the coming days." Hu Jinan wondered, why? Senior brother Han Fei seems to have no problem carrying 4 stones. It seemed that he even went to the president for a fight just now. However, he must have been beaten badly. Ling Yuan sneered. Are you stupid? They are all going to the unknown place. Don't you know what kind of a place that is? Teachers train them hard for their good. Si Jinin still didn't believe it. But senior brothers and senior sisters are very strong. Although teachers haven't told us, I guess they must have done many big things in the level 3 fishery. Ling Yuan whispered, "Put your ear closer." Si Jinin obediently listened. Huh? Si Jinin looked at Ling Yu in shock. Really? Have I ever lied to you? So, they must have many enemies. If they just go to the unknown place unprepared, our teachers and president will definitely be very worried. So during this period of time, they will definitely train them as hard as they can, just like what they did to us before. What are you two whispering about? At this time, they suddenly saw Han Fei standing on a large stone tens of meters above, chewing dried fish and looking at them. Both of them were shocked. Why didn't they notice Han Fei even when he got behind them? Chu Jinan quickly said, "Senior brother, we have moved the stones back." Ling Yuan asked carefully, "Senior brother, you didn't hear anything just now, did you?" Han Fei smiled creepily. "I heard everything." Ling Yuan and Chu Jinan looked at each other at a loss. Han Fei didn't explain anything, and his expression suddenly became serious. Q Jinin, as a manipulator, you have no vigilance at all. I snuck up beside you, but you had no reaction at all. Yes, that's my fault. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction and said to Ling Yuan, "And you, Ling Yuan, don't listen to those stupid rumors outside." "Yes, senior brother." Han Fei jumped off the stone and snapped a small branch in his hand, saying, "Well, you guys have been slacking off. Look, you can't go on like this. Now I will reduce my strength to that of an advanced great fishing master. Let's have a fight." Ling Yuan tilted her head. "Can we use our contractual spiritual beasts?" Nine Tails was so fierce. If contractual spiritual beasts could be used, she would not join in. Han Fei shook his head. "I won't need them, and I'll just use this little branch to fight you." Ku Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. Although they were very quiet in the school, they were actually notoriously ferocious in the Blue Sea arena, just like their senior brothers and senior sisters were. If they wanted to be stronger, they must not be afraid of fighting. Therefore, when they heard that Han Fei wouldn't use his contractual spiritual beasts, they both readily agreed. After all, they were all in the realm of an advanced great fishing master now. However, Ling Yu still asked, "Senior brother, although your realm is that of an advanced great fishing master, your physique is still a dangling fisher's. How can we defeat you?" Han Fei laughed. "Defeat me? Well, let's fight for an hour first." Ling Yuan, 1. Kurjinin, Kurjinin. Ling Yuan and Q Jinan were still wondering what he was doing, and then they saw that the branch in Han Fei's hand was suddenly filled with spiritual energy as if it had become a sharp, long knife. Ling Yuan shouted, "Nan, attack!" Q Jinan's reaction speed was very quick, and the sea god grass suddenly erupted, covering all the nearby stones within a radius of tens of meters, and countless seaweed intended to entangle Han Fei's body. Swish! With a wave of Han Fei's hand, the sea god grass on the ground was chopped open, and the branch in his hand was flashing with a cold light. Copy. The mass of sea god grass quickly turned into a human form, and it seemed to change into Han Fei's appearance. What a weird combat skill. However, Han Fei seemed more excited. He brandished the branch in his hand, and the grass man also did so and moved exactly the same as him. Fortunately, he couldn't simulate Han Fei's power. So, with only 3 slashes, the grass man was split into 3 pieces by Han Fei. At this moment, in Ling Yuan's armor box, the 7 swords shot out, darting at Han Fei from all directions. Han Fei put one hand behind his back and waved the branch with the other, still looking melancholy. However, none of the 7 swords could fall on Han Fei. Han Fei frowned. "That's not right. My emotions are not passing on to the branch at all." Han Fei suddenly grinned and yelled, "Hey, junior brother and junior sister, use all your strength to attack me, otherwise I won't be merciful." Clang, clang, clang. Ling Yuan threw out 2 more slashes, and the hilts of the swords were connected, rotating like a wheel, darting straight towards Han Fei. This was the most typical fighting style of tactics-type armorists. Han Fei thrust the branch in his hand forward, which was shining with spiritual energy, and unstoppable knife intent instantly filled the branch. Bam! The 2 swords flew across. Ling Yuan was astonished. Why was that simple stabbing so powerful? 7 swords in one. Swish! A powerful sword force stabbed at Han Fei, and at such a fast speed, the sword light suddenly emerged. On the swords, there seemed to be lingering sword intent. Han Fei screamed in excitement, "Great, take my blow!" The next moment, the 7 swords exploded, and Ling Yu was sent flying dozens of meters away, her eyes full of shock. 1 hour later, Ling Yuan lay on the ground. Stop it, senior brother." Q Jinan sat on the ground. "Senior brother, why is your branch so powerful? It feels stronger than a magic-level weapon." Han Fei didn't seem to hear what the 2 of them said. Instead, he looked at the branch in his hands and murmured, No, emotions don't work. I naturally blended my emotions in. Domineering, indomitable, fierce, and confident. This is something that the 2 of them haven't understood yet. How could they resist this?" Han Fei suddenly raised his head, tapped his fingers, and poured 2 spiritual energy threads into their bodies. "Come on, now I'm going to fight you with the strength of an intermediate great fishing master." At dinner, Le Renquang was preparing dinner, and Luo Xiaobai and Xia Xiaoshan were helping beside him. Then they saw Kujinan and Ling Yuan rushing to the kitchen like crazy, and Kujinan still shouting, "Senior brother, it's time for dinner. Let's have dinner first, okay?" Ling Yuan followed, "Senior brother, let's take a break. Don't repeatedly use those movements." Han Fei chased the two of them. "Don't go. Now let me fight you with the strength of a junior great fishing master. Trust me." Xia Xiaoshan wondered. What happened to them? When did they get so intimate? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. "I don't know. It seems that Han Fei made Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan carry stones." Le Renquang was puzzled. "Wasn't Han Fei reading books with me in the library in the afternoon?" The next day, when Han Fei went to Old Bai, he was slapped away by Old Bai again. "No, too disorganized. You add too many things into your knife intent. You have to understand what suits you best. Think about how you feel when you fight with others." As a result, Q Jinan and Ling Yu became even more miserable. The two were battered by Han Fei with a branch the whole day. On the third day, when Han Fei went to Old Bai again, he laughed out loud. "When I'm fighting people, I've only got one feeling. It feels so good." Then Han Fei was sent flying again. Old Bai said, "Shut the fuck up. Take it seriously. Think of the road. What kind of road do you want to split with the knife in your hand?" As a result, Han Fei caught up with Q Jinan and Ling Yuan. From time to time, weird sword light swept across, cutting out a path, and all the obstacles along the way were hit away by him. Q Jinan almost burst into tears. "Senior brother, I am a manipulator, not a soul warrior. Can you ask Senior brother Yu to fight you?" Han Fei scoffed. "Shut up. I found that you don't have many fighting methods. You can't go on like this. Let me teach you." Ling Yuan begged, "Senior brother, I found that you've already acquired the knife intent. Although you have lowered your strength, you are still way stronger than us. You're bullying us." "Nonsense. The level 3 fishery is very dangerous. If you can't even block this bit of knife intent, how can you go to the level 3 fishery? Come, as long as you can take this attack. As you can see, I'm using a branch, not a real knife." Ling Yuan, Chapter 558, A Face. Slapping Show 1. Ling Yuan and Q Jinan were not freed until half a month later. In the past half month, they didn't even go to the arena but were beaten up by Han Fei at school from morning to night. They cried, begged, and asked for help, but no one cared about them. Today, Han Fei and the other four were taken out of the school by Old Bai, and Q Jinan and Ling Yuan were finally liberated. When the two had breakfast, they almost cried with joy. Only when the two sides were evenly matched it could be called a fight. But when there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, it should be called abuse. They felt that they had been abused for half a month. Under that kind of mental torture, even the usually obedient Q Jinan was about to collapse. Q Jinan even said boldly that someday he must beat the hell out of Han Fei. Not to mention whether his words could be fulfilled or not, after the last half month he was no longer that gentle, simple-minded Q Jinan. He didn't have another choice. If he didn't fight back, he would be battered harder, so he tried to fight back. However, although he tried his best to fight back, he was still battered hard in the end, which made him very sad. After breakfast, Q Jinan said to Ling Yuan, "I want to go to the arena." Ling Yuan nodded earnestly. "I want to go there too. I think I need to vent out. I have been putting up with it for half a month." Q Jinan nodded in agreement. "Me too." This was the martial arts field in the center of Blue Sea Town. The building was tall and the site was large. Rows of thick stone pillars were as high as tens of meters, but there were pits everywhere in the ground like an old battlefield. As a martial arts field in a town, its role was not to allow ordinary people to exercise, but to be specifically used for large-scale events, including the selection of talented fishers, assessment of the managers of the floating islands, and competitions among schools, etc. This time, the 4 academies all gathered here. The presidents of the other 3 major academies brought teams of nearly dozens of people each. These people were mainly those who went to the Fiery Mountain last time, so they knew each other. Han Fei exclaimed, "Huh, did they add some people?" Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Some people seem to be a little old." Wan Renyu explained, "During a year, the people who participated in the Flame Mountain trial had only 200 left, so they promoted some people from the top students in the schools. But the lowest qualification requirement is being a dangling fisher. So some senior students joined in." Xia Xiaoshan jumped in, "Our school has no grade." Wen Renyu said, "You have a total of 7 people. Why do you need to be divided into different grades?" At this moment, many people were looking at the Thug Legend students. Especially Han Fei, he attracted the attention of many people. That was because Han Fei caused such a great uproar in the level 3 fishery. Most of the people who could come here today were dangling fishers, and only a few great fishing masters were among them. These great fishing masters were not here to go to the unknown place. They were simply brought over to gain some experience. He, Xiao Yu, Xiao Wushuang, and their party were among them. Standing on the edge at the moment, they had no chance to fight in the arena. Han Fei felt a scorching, murderous gaze on him from the crowd. No one knew how miserable Li Hanyi had been in the level 3 fishery. Most of the people stayed on the dragon boats or went to explore secret realms in teams. But Li Han was different. He was very confident with his talent and fighting experiences. But obviously, luck really varied from person to person. For many times, Li Han thought that he was going to be killed, but then got a narrow escape. For example, after Han Fei came out of the steppes into the sea, everyone went to chase Han Fei and forgot about him, which gave him a chance to escape. but he really hated Han Fei. If it weren't for this bastard, he might have gained greater opportunities. Xuanhuan poked Han Fei with her finger and said in a low voice, "I think we should have killed him when we had the chance." Han Fei grinned. "It's okay. He can't be a threat to us." The presidents of the three major academies, plus Old Bai and the mayor, were standing in the middle discussing something. Wu Junwei asked, "Haven't we agreed that all the students in the Thug Academy will be qualified for the next round directly? Why do you still come here?" Old Bai said proudly, "Our school doesn't want to muddle through." Shu Tianji looked around. "Bai Konye, do you think this is interesting? Do you want Han Fei and the others to participate in this competition?" Old Bai said with piercing eyes, "I've limited their strength, okay? They are not allowed to use spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, spiritual weapons, or secret methods. What else do you want?" Chu Meng Shui was shocked. "Really?" Wu Junwei snorted. "Bai Kongye, you and I know that they don't need to participate. If your Thug Academy wants to make a name, you can fight at the 36 Town Exchange competition. They don't need to participate in this competition today, okay?" Old Bai sneered. "If the Thug Academy can't even regain our footing in the Blue Sea Town, how can we participate in the following competitions?" The four presidents were in a stalemate, and the mayor tried to mediate the dispute. "Well, let's take a step back. The three academies will compete according to the original plan, and the Thug Academy won't participate but will be ranked as the top 5. Old Bai protested, "That's no good. If we don't even participate, how can we be ranked as the top?" The mayor smiled. "Mr. Bai, listen to me. Although the Thug Academy does not participate, the people in the three major academies can still challenge them." Chu Meng Shui added, "They can't use their spiritual beasts or contractual spiritual beasts, as well as their spiritual weapons or secret methods." Old Bai said contemptuously, "No problem, but at least 2 people in each of your schools should go challenge them, or else why did we bother to come here today?" Wu Junwei and Shu Tianji glanced at each other, acquiescing the proposal. In fact, they also wanted to see how far Han Fei and the other 4 had gone. The rumors from the level 3 fishery were too exaggerated. These 5 children killed a hanging fisher guarding a dragon boat? How could it be, after a moment? Old Bai came back and sighed. "I have tried my best, but these people are as timid as mice, refusing that we participate," Lu Renquang said cheerfully. "It's great to be in the top 5 without having to fight." Old Bai snorted. "Nonsense, it's best to win on your own strength," Han Fei asked. "Hadn't they already made a ranking since we returned from the Fiery Mountain?" Old Bai said. "That's different. This time there will be audiences coming to watch." "There will be audiences?" Everyone looked at each other. "So Old Bai, you just want to show off our strength, right?" Old Bai said reluctantly. "Forget it. Later, when the competition starts, we will sit at the nearest place and wait for them to challenge us." "Everyone? One?" Han Fei suggested. "President, I think we'd better go back, and then I can use this time to comprehend the knife intent." Zhang Xuanyu also nodded. "President, isn't it a bit improper for us to sit and watch them fight?" Luo Xiaobai agreed. "Well, President, can I go back to cultivate?" Old Bai turned his head and glanced at them. "Who dares to go? You will fight on behalf of the Blue Sea Town. I'll see who dares to go." Everyone, after about half an hour, many Blue Sea Town residents poured into the martial arts ground one after another. Everyone was attracted by the in-town qualifiers of the 36 Town Exchange competition. When the whole martial arts field was full of people, the game officially started. The fighting matches would be decided by drawing lots, but it had nothing to do with Han Fei and the others. Old Bai and Wenren Yu sat on the judge's bench. As forced by Old Bai, Han Fei and the other 4 each took a stone and sat right under the judge's bench on the martial arts field. They sat so close to the arena that as long as they moved their feet, they could enter the arena. Many people were surprised. Are those people from the Thug Academy? Why are they sitting so close to the arena? Someone wondered. It's been a long time since I've heard about the Thug Legend team. Isn't it said that they are in the level 3 fishery? What are they doing there? Someone shouted. "Hey, Han Fei, what are you doing on the martial arts field?" Someone laughed. "Are you so desperate to join in?" At this time, the mayor suddenly coughed. "Well, everyone, be quiet." Before the game, after a comprehensive assessment by the 4 academies and me, Han Fei, Xia Xiaoshan, Luo Xiaobai, Lu Renquang, and Zhang Xuanyu from the Thug Academy, the top 5 in this competition, will represent the Blue Sea Town to join the next round competition. At the same time, before the mayor finished speaking, there was uproar off the field. Why? But the game hasn't started yet. Why are they already ranked as the top 5? The top 10 seats have been occupied by half. What's the point of the game? We don't admit these top 5. Yes, me neither. There were yells and shouts off the field, and they insisted on the Thug Legend team to join the war. The mayor shouted, "Everyone quiet, listen to me. Anyone from the other 3 academies can challenge any one of the top 5 students at any time. The winner will be listed in the top 5. There is no limit to the number of challenges, and the Thug Legend team will not be allowed to use their spiritual beats, contractual spiritual beast, secret methods, or spiritual weapons, etc. Also, they cannot reject any challenge. Chapter 559, A Face, Slapping Show. 2. The audience present was stunned. What kind of competition was this? People from the 3 other academies could challenge the Thug Legend team at any time, and the latter was restricted from using their spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts? Someone was surprised. How strong is this Thug Legend team? The rules of the game are simply ridiculous. Some people wondered, could it be that their current strength is already strong enough for them to sweep the younger generation in the Blue Sea Town? Some people nodded. There must be a reason for it. Perhaps they are really so strong. There were a few people who returned from the level 3 fishery. They just gave a wry smile. If you knew what they had done in the level 3 fishery, you might be scared to death. Someone secretly sighed. How could the top 5 of the level 3 fishery wanted list be comparable to the students of the 3 academies? However, some people suspected that if they were not allowed to use their spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts, their strength would be greatly compromised. For example, 2 intermediate dangling fishers, one's strength was close to an advanced or even peak-level dangling fisher after fusing with his spiritual beast, while the other couldn't use anything, and then there would be a big distance between the two. There was a lot of noise in the martial arts field, but as the game started, the sound gradually faded. At least, no one had chosen to challenge the Thug Academy team for the time being. The 5 of them were so bored that they almost fell asleep. Han Fei sat next to Renquang, and they kept chewing on dried fish, potato chips, and other snacks. Crunch, crunch, Luo Xiaobai's face was black. You two, pay attention to your manners, Han Fei said carelessly. Manners? Why should I care? Xiaoxiaochan was holding a dagger in one hand and spinning it around so fast that only the hilt of the dagger could be seen. Zhang Xuanyu sat on the stone cross-legged, holding several books in his hands and reading. Recently, he seemed to be greatly inspired by Xiaozhan and had integrated his 9 layered waves in the Furious Sea into one, but he still needed to make more improvements. In the martial arts field, the battle did not go on very fast, especially when armorists were involved. The fights could be very slow. At this moment, Li Hanyi had already defeated many people. In the level 3 fishery, perhaps he was not weak, but in the Blue Sea Town he was still the shining star. And he had learned a lot of offensive combat skills now, not just defensive ones, so he fought very fiercely. At this time, Li Hanye had solved his 9th opponent. Suddenly, Li Hanye shouted, Han Fei, I want to challenge you. The people in the entire martial arts field were refreshed. Someone shouted, Great! The 5 little bastards have been sitting there and eating dried fish for 2 hours. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, someone finally challenged them. I am looking forward to the fight. Don't flinch. They can't use spiritual beasts or contractual spiritual beasts. Don't be afraid. Beat them. There was a reason for Li Hanyi to challenge Han Fei. He certainly knew that Han Fei was strong, or to be exact, very strong. When Han Fei pretended to be Fan Datong, he was only an intermediate dangling fisher, and he didn't use contractual spiritual beasts or spiritual beasts, but he used secret methods. This time, neither secret methods nor spiritual weapons could be used. Although Han Fei was an advanced dangling fisher now, he thought he could give it a try. Han Fei jumped up from the stone. He almost fell asleep. Seeing Li Hanyi picking him, he was overjoyed. Now he finally had something to do. Li Hanye didn't know that Han Fei was very keen on fighting recently. If he knew the Thug Academy very well and learned that Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan had been battered by Han Fei with a branch for almost half a month, perhaps he wouldn't have challenged Han Fei. Han Fei leaped forward and jumped into the arena. He took out a small branch and said, Hey, I have been tolerating you for a long time. With such a narrow heart, how can you achieve anything great? Li Hanye? Li, Asen, the audience? Li Hanye yelled angrily, Han Fei, what are you talking about? You shameless hustler? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Then a high-quality battlesuit appeared on Li Hanye. Immediately after that, he opened his armor box and a high-quality spiritual weapon appeared in front of him. The 2 high-quality spiritual weapons were all Li Hanye had gained in the level 3 fishery. He could have gained more, but because of Han Fei, he was robbed countless times. In the end, he almost lost all the money that he had to make money by fishing to go back to the Blue Sea Town. In the martial arts field, Li Hanyi's preparations were much more than that. A phantom of a large conch emerged and fused with him. It was his spiritual beast, a mountain-carrying conch. Besides, he also found a shell that Han Fei had never seen as his contractual spiritual beast. This shell looked very sharp, was glittered with gold, and seemed to be an offensive kind of shell. Han Fei shook the branch in his hand and filled it with spiritual energy, and the branch suddenly shone with knife light. On the judge's bench, Tu Mengshui glanced at Old Bai. Knife intent? Wu Junwei frowned slightly and said, Li Hanyi is good at defense. Even if he finds an offensive contractual spiritual beast, it should also have the offensive ability. It'll be hard for Han Fei to defeat him with a branch, unless he has comprehended the true knife intent. Shu Tianji coughed. Old Bai, isn't this going too far? Old Bai sneered. What do you know about knife intent? Knife intent varies on different people. Who told you that Han Fei has grasped knife intent? Chu Mengshui was shocked. How could it be? If he hasn't comprehended knife intent, how can he win? Outside the martial arts field, many people couldn't help rubbing their heads. Someone was surprised. Isn't this a bit unfair? Li Hanyi is armed to the teeth, but what is Han Fei holding in his hand? A branch? Someone frowned. How can he win with a branch? No matter how strong Han Fei is, he can't break the mountain-carrying conch with a branch. While the audience was still talking to each other about it, Li Hanyi had already launched an attack. A spiritual energy arrow shot at Han Fei through the air, which was so powerful that it was comparable to an attack of an advanced dangling fisher. Li Hanyi asked, Han Fei, if you don't use anything, how can you win? Han Fei held the branch in his hand and flicked it at the moment when the small spiritual energy arrow fell. A shining knife light immediately shot out and shattered the spiritual energy arrow. Li Hanyi hurriedly shot dozens of spiritual energy arrows in a row, but still couldn't withstand Han Fei's casual fling of the branch. Huzio Zero, mountain-carrying armor shield. As the ground protruded, a large stone shield emerged from the ground and wrapped Li Hanyi. The sword in his hand was surrounded by broken stones on the ground, getting bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a huge 10-meter-long sword. Boom, crack. The stone wall shattered, and the last trace of the impact of Han Fei's attack fell on the crystal shield and couldn't move forward further. At this moment, the giant sword had already stabbed directly towards Han Fei. The audience was dumbfounded. Many people wondered if the thing in Han Fei's hand was really a branch. How could a branch have such a domineering knife light? At this moment, when the giant sword took shape, its power was almost comparable to Lu Renkuang's bloodthirsty broadsword, and its power had surpassed the full blow of an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher. Han Fei didn't neglect the power of this sword. It seemed that Li Hanyi really hated him. The cost of this blow was not small. If this blow failed, Li Hanyi would likely have backlash. What did it matter to him if he got hurt? Han Fei backhand whipped with the branch like juggling, and the audience couldn't even feel if Han Fei exerted any force or not. However, such a casual attack caused the giant sword to be subject to powerful bombarding. Crack, 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 crack. The stone giant sword broke inch by inch and couldn't move further, which stunned Li Hanyi. Li Hanyi shouted in shock, "Impossible! You are also an advanced dangling fisher. How can it be?" On the judge's bench, except for Old Bai, even the mayor was dumbfounded. Suddenly, the mayor said, He? Old Bai grinned and said, This kid tries to grasp knife intent, only to accidentally fuse a little invincible fighting intent into his attack. He's really stupid. I'm so disappointed in him, everyone, the three?" Presidents' faces instantly turned black. They just wanted to punch Old Bai in the face. What did he mean? He was just showing off. What was the art of invincibility? They had only heard a little about it, but no one had seen it. Now you tell me this kid had grasped the art of invincibility? The mayor was also a bit displeased. I'm already a hidden fisher, but have never seen the art of invincibility, but now a student has grasped it. That's really shameful. Crack. As the shield armor shattered, Li Hanyi had already fallen flat on his back. Han Fei frowned and flicked the small branch in his hand again. No. Why is it the more I practice, the less knife intent there is? No, I have to go back to try on Qujinin and Lingyuan, Chapter 560, the latest research finding. The whole martial arts field was silent, and many people's eyes almost popped out, their faces full of shock. Someone asked, "Bro, have we been deceived? Why do I think that the knife light Han Fei shot out was still in the realm of an advanced dangling fisher?" The person who was asked answered in a puzzled state, "You are not mistaken. My judgment is the same as yours, and the knife light itself does not seem to be quite strong." Some people said, "This is strange. If his combat power is not improved, why could he defeat Li Hanyi's mountain-carrying conch?" Too many people were shocked, including Li Hanyi himself, who also looked in awe. When Li Hanyi was dragged to the rest area, Shang Zuozuo and the others had already surrounded him. Did Han Fei cheat? Lin Shengmu frowned as he performed treatment on Li Hanyi. He didn't cheat. It seems that the knife light was not just a knife light, but there was something else strange in it. Shang Zuozuo shrugged. "I think so. But seeing the fight, I somehow want to challenge him too." Zhang Yue agreed. "It's not just you. I also feel this way. Then should I challenge him? I think maybe it will inspire me." Everyone was stunned. "Are you sure? Can you withstand Han Fei's attacks?" He, Xiao Yu, and the others who had been watching outside the field were also dumbfounded. Xiao Shuang took a breath. "Last time, when we were in the deep-sea jungle, Han Fei seemed to be using a punch. I felt that the punch almost suffocated me, and it was extremely terrifying. But now he just used a branch." Wang Baiyu added, "I always feel as though something is wrong. It's too easy for him. Have you noticed that when Han Fei attacked, his spiritual energy did not escape at all? Is this normal?" Shang Nan scratched his head. "It's unreasonable. Even our teacher can't make such a knife light." Xiao Yu scoffed. "Your teacher is much weaker than Han Fei now." This was the truth. The teachers of the three major academies were not necessarily all-powerful people. So far, there were still a large number of great fishing master teachers teaching freshmen in these schools. Even the teachers for senior students, only a few were advanced, dangling fishers, let alone peak-level dangling fishers. Just imagine, who would still be a teacher if you were already a peak-level dangling fisher? Why didn't they turn to pursue the road of cultivation, which was better than being a teacher, right? Then, strange things happened. The ranking competition was actually easy, and the participants just came out to make a show, showing the people of the Blue Sea town how excellent the students in their school were. It was just because of this that Old Bai ordered them to join the competition. but now everyone's attention was put on Han Fei. Xuanhuan was the second fisher who challenged Han Fei. However, she was defeated only after 3 rounds. After returning to the rest area, the first words Xuanhuan said were that there was a mysterious momentum in his knife light, but I don't know how he blended it in. Kong Yunfei also challenged Han Fei and was defeated after 3 rounds. Surrounded by people, Kong Yunfei only said, "Domineering, his attack is too domineering." Hearing it, everyone was dumbfounded. How could that seemingly mediocre knife light be called domineering? Then, except for the Thug Legend team, almost all the people ranking in the top 10 challenged Han Fei. Some people got inspiration from the fight. For example, Qin Wuyin said, Han Fei's knife light has a special kind of sharpness, which is very mystic. Someone didn't sense anything, but when being asked about his feelings, he bragged, "I see, there is a strong killing intent in his knife." Thus, the man was beaten up by the crowd. Even the other 4 of the Thug Legend team and the presidents of the other academies didn't understand it very well, not to mention them. This kind of thing was too mysterious. The competition was over soon. Under public gaze, Old Bai triumphantly led the Thug Legend team back to school, and behind them, everyone looked at Han Fei with surprise and shock. But Old Bai didn't explain it at all, enjoying people's attention and admiration. So, along the way, President Bai, can you lower the admission standard a little bit next year for the Thug Academy? President Bai, I have money, and my son Zhang Teng can become a hidden fisher in the future. Can he go to the Thug Academy? President Bai, does your school accept auditors? I would like to pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls. President Bai, Mr. Bai ignored these people and walked out of the martial arts field arrogantly. After going out, Zhang Xuanyu said, "President, so you just came here to show off, right?" Renquang nodded hard. "It must be, but why didn't those people choose to challenge us?" Old Bai said meaningfully. "The main reason is that they were attracted by Han Fei's knife light. Han Fei, do you know what kind of knife light you have created?" Han Fei was stunned. He seemed to not quite understand himself. Therefore, Han Fei bragged, "The main reason is that I got a very important finding. We only use spiritual energy in battle, which was too monotonous, so I blended in my immortal spirit, domineering momentum, noble character, invincible faith, and unyielding will. Bam." Everyone saw Han Fei draw a perfect arc in the sky as he flew away. Old Bai said with a black face, "This little bastard, he is full of crap. It seems that he just found it by chance." He said to Han Fei, who ran back, "Although you seem to have reached a very special state in knife technique, there is a big problem in it. Your knife will not grow as your strength grows. Unless your invincible fighting intent is strengthened again, this kind of knife intent will be fixed, and it will be very limited. As your realm improves, it is easy to be overtaken." Han Fei said indifferently, "Now it's good enough." Old Bai snorted. "You have to be strong all the time to be considered as already having comprehended this knife technique." When Old Bai saw this knife light for the first time 2 days ago, he was shocked because he discovered a knife technique that didn't require one's realm at all. Although Han Fei was full of crap, he was right about one thing. He somehow had blended an invincible belief into his knife. Normally, the belief was just pure spiritual will, but this kind of power actually restrained the knife intent. Not only did it restrict the knife intent, it even prevented the spiritual energy from escaping, forming something mystic with the knife light. Even Old Bai didn't understand it himself. Based on what he saw, he was more willing to believe that this was something Han Fei accidentally created. Therefore, when Han Fei showed him this knife light, Old Bai reminded Han Fei to apply it to the million knife art. But so far, Han Fei had not succeeded. In Han Fei's words, he needed Xuanhuan and Ling Yuan's help. 10 days later, there were still 3 days before Han Fei and the others went to another town to participate in the exchange competition. After 3 days, they would go to a place called the Wind Thunder Town. At this time, in the back mountain, Zhang Xuanyu roared excitedly, "Come on, Ling Yuan, flash, use the sword rain, beat him, beat him." Renquang was beside him. While stuffing dried fish in his mouth, he shouted, "Junior brother, quickly change to grass. Come on, entangle him, don't loosen it." Jia Xiaoshuan also yelled out, "Ling Yuan, activate a spiritual energy protective cover. Use the shield as a weapon. Hit him with the shield." At the moment, in the forest battlefield in the back mountain, Ling Yuan and Qujin were fighting against Han Fei. This time, under the strong request of everyone, Han Fei had to reduce his strength to that of a junior great fishing master. Therefore, facing the joint suppression of 2 advanced great fishing masters, although Han Fei's knife was very powerful, his response was not fast enough. At his feet, it had become a sea of seagrass. Han Fei simply didn't hide, and now all the seagrass was entangled on his body, and the small branch in his hands was all bound by the seagrass. Ling Yuan had almost thrown all her swords and knives out, holding a huge sword in her hand, trying to strike Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, Fei Fei, you are finally going to lose." Han Fei said angrily, "Go away. I still have a trump card." Xia Xiaoshan didn't believe him. "I think you don't have any more trump cards. Do you think Nan and Ling Yuan are ordinary advanced great fishing masters?" Han Fei was very annoyed at the moment. He had been besieged like this for almost half an hour. In the past, he abused Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, but this time he would be abused by his junior brother and junior sister. Because his speed was too slow, he had been suppressed the whole time. Even though he threw out a knife light, he found that it couldn't cut anyone anymore but could only protect him. No, my speed is too slow. What should I do? Speed up? Suddenly, he came up with an idea. Yes, the void-breaking technique. A light flashed on the knife in his hand, and he cut off the sea god grass and brandished the branch in his hand with a swish. Ling Yuan shouted, "Senior brother, give up. Your trick is useless." However, at this moment, she saw a flash of cold light in front of her eyes, and Han Fei's knife light had suddenly reached her. Ku Jinan was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Xuanhuan suddenly exclaimed, "Shadowless blade." Han Fei, did you secretly learn my shadowless blade? Chapter 561, Talent. When Han Fei's knife light cut through the air, everyone knew he was going to win again. Xuanhuan dragged Zhang Xuanyu and Lei Renquang. Don't even think about slipping away. Admit defeat and give me money. Yes, under the pressure of Zhang Xuanyu and Lei Renquang, Han Fei reduced his strength to that of a junior great fishing master. Then the two bet Xuanhuan for 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Zhang Xuanyu clapped his thigh and sighed. "Nan, why didn't you hold Han Fei?" Lei Renquang said with a sad face. "Ling Yuan, your armor skills are not good enough. Your attack is too weak. You should whip him, whip him." Ku Jinan was almost crying. "I had tried my best, okay? The sea god grass almost drowned Han Fei. But his knife light was so powerful. I'm not to blame." Ling Yuan sank to the ground. I quit. Senior brother, you're bullying us. And you stole Sister Xiao Chan's shadowless blade. Luo Xiaobai said, "No, it's not the shadowless blade, it's the 1,000-mile fishing technique." Of course, Luo Xiaobai did not join in their bet. To be honest, she was very satisfied with Ku Jinan's performance. He had given full play to the power of the sea god grass, integrating entanglement, attack, duplication, and paralysis, which greatly restricted Han Fei's actions. If it weren't for Han Fei using that weird technique, they would have won this time. Everyone was surprised. 1,000-mile fishing technique? Zhang Xuanyu said in astonishment. What is that? Although I haven't mastered it yet, the 1,000-mile fishing technique used by dangling fishers seems to be able to break through only one space point, right? Lei Renquang nodded hard. Yes, how could he use that technique on his big knife light? Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei with piercing eyes. Is it really not the shadowless blade? Han Fei lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand in front of Han Fei's eyes and asked, Fei, what's wrong with you? Han Fei suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, old bye. Then with a swish, Han Fei rushed to the school gate. Everyone was startled by his movement. Let's go and have a look. Old Bai was eating strawberries. When he heard Han Fei yell, he sneered, his face full of disdain. Wenren Yu and Xiaozhan were alarmed and flew up to the sky, looking at the door. Han Fei rushed all the way to Old Bai. When he was still several hundred meters away, he suddenly roared and blasted out the sacrificing punch. The huge flame fist disappeared instantly, but in the next second, the fist mark appeared in front of Old Bai. Old Bai quickly blocked the fist mark, and the chair under his butt had been crushed. But his reaction speed was extremely fast, and the moment he touched the fist mark, a defensive array had already appeared, which only took him milliseconds to set. Crushing Han Fei's fist, Old Bai said with a black face, "Are you crazy? You broke my chair. Make me a new one, the kind that can rock." Han Fei said carelessly, President, what do you think of the latest technique I have come up with? Isn't it very powerful?" With that said, Han Fei grabbed a twig and swung it several times, and as a result, a series of knife lights appeared 100 meters away. Xuanhuan flashed over, and when the knife lights came out, she exclaimed, "Sure enough, it's not the shadowless blade, but it's not like the 1,000-mile fishing technique either." Xu Jinan and Ling Yuan followed, only feeling that this senior brother was a monster. If he used this trick in the beginning, even if he reduced his strength by 2 realms more, they would still be unable to beat him. At this moment, the two only felt that their lives were full of frustration. In the arena, they were the fearsome twin stars from the Thug Academy, but in the school, they were like poor little animals being abused. Han Fei was very excited about his epiphany. Just now, he suddenly wondered why couldn't he use the knife light and fist mark like a fishing hook. So, he tried it with the void-breaking technique. The results were surprisingly good. It could make up for the sacrificing fist's shortcoming in speed and restored the 70% of its power, which was really gratifying. Xiaozhan fell from the sky and looked at Han Fei for a while. When he walked to the place where Han Fei's knife lights had just swept through, he gave a slight cry of surprise. Wenren Yu was a little surprised too. "Have you thoroughly mastered the 1,000-mile fishing technique?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, but it's not that far. It was probably 10 miles before, but it should be a bit longer now." Old Bai snorted slightly. "It's less than 30 miles from the bull conch pit. Try fishing for 1 bull conch here." Han Fei didn't know why, but since Old Bai had said so, he took out his fishing rod and tried it. However, as Han Fei swung his fishing rod, the hook fell 20 miles away and failed to catch the hexagon starfish. At this moment, the hexagon starfish was enjoying the massage of bull conches, not realizing at all that someone was trying to fish for him. Xiaozhan scoffed. "Buh, starred." Old Bai shrugged. Alas, forget it. So were you simply lucky just now? Han Fei wondered. Huh. Lucky? I'm just not very proficient now. When I become more proficient, I will definitely be able to do it. Old Bai shook his head and said, I thought you had mastered the 1,000-mile fishing technique, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You just tore that point apart. Everyone? It is not new because the combat skill or ability you have learned is called air-breaking strike. Normally, all hidden fishers can do it. Han Fei's eyes lit up. That's enough. I can do something only hidden fishers can do. Isn't that great? Old Bai said lightly. This combat skill itself is not unique, but I wonder why you can cut such a big opening in space. This is the key. If the opening is too small, this combat skill is basically useless. Lu Renkuang scratched his belly. What does it mean? Wenren Yu explained. That is to say, the 1,000-mile fishing technique actually involves a little bit of space power. It can make tiny things like fish hooks and fishing lines break through space, so they can appear thousands of miles away. But think about it, if you replace the fish hook with a fist, can you still break through space? You can't, because the opening is so small that you can't put it in. With that said, Wenren Yu glanced at Han Fei. Han Fei managed to stuff his fist in just now, but this will inevitably affect the distance. This is why the president asked Han Fei to fish for the hexagon starfish in the conch pit. Han Fei failed. This shows that the longer the distance, the weaker his use of this ability. Xiao Zhan said indifferently, it doesn't matter. This combat technique is suitable for close combat. Han Fei, try punching the sky. Let me see how far your fist mark can go. Han Fei seemed to understand a little bit. Miss Wenren meant that the bigger the opening, the shorter the distance was. But although the distance was short, it was enough for close combat. What were the advantages of the 1,000-mile fishing technique? It was that it could cross 1,000 miles in a flash. If this was used in close combat, it was equivalent to increasing 1's speed of attacking. Han Fei threw out a fist mark again, but it was just a golden fist mark out of the art of invincibility. Han Fei used this punch to the extreme, which appeared 800 meters away. Xiao Zhan said with joy, niece. It can go quite far still. Han Fei, well done. As soon as Xiao Zhan said so, a dagger suddenly appeared in front of him, which really startled him. Puff. Immediately afterward, another dagger appeared 2,000 meters away. Xiaoshan kept brandishing the dagger in her hand. In the end, under everyone's stunned gaze, the dagger fell as far as about 2,400 meters. Wow, Xiao Zhan, Wenren Yu, and Old Bai all took a breath. Wenren Yu immediately said with excitement, Xiaoshan, how did you do it? Xiaoshan brandished her dagger and said, just like what you said just now. I feel it a bit like my shadowless blade, so I tried to blend it with the 1,000-mile fishing technique. It's pretty simple. Xiaoshan was also very excited, thinking that Han Fei's idea was good. Old Bai put his hands behind his back. I'm going to the field to dig up some vegetables for dinner. Xiao Zhan was silent for a while. I'm going to catch a bull conch for dinner. They have almost become that starfish's servants. Xiaoshan wondered. Miss Wenren, am I not good enough? Wenren Yu was surprised. No, you are more talented than Han Fei. However, the ones most suitable for this combat skill are probably Han Fei and Lu Renkuang. Lu Renkuang's body stiffened and he thought, what does it matter to me? I haven't learned the 1,000-mile fishing technique. How can I be compared with these two monsters? Han Fei was full of curiosity. He used the void-breaking technique, but how did Xiaoshan manage to do it? And her attack could reach more than 2,000 meters away. This was simply amazing. Wenren Yu just said lightly, don't pursue these skills too much. Don't forget your original intentions. Han Fei, did you just plan to practice knives in the beginning? Han Fei shook his head. He planned to study arrays, but he forgot. As a result, Master Hexagon had been living in comfort in the bull conch pit for almost a month. However, you don't have time to study anything else now. Take a 2-day break and prepare to go to the Wind Thunder Town for a vacation. Join in a competition, everyone, Chapter 562 98 Pearls, in exchange for a spiritual weapon. There were 36 towns under the 1,000-star city. Among them, the status of the Wind Thunder Town was just like the status of the Heavenly Heart Village in the Blue Sea Town. It ranked the top among all the towns and was the strongest in overall strength. Aside from anything else, its strength could be seen from one thing alone, which was teleportation arrays. The Wind Thunder Town had teleportation arrays to other 35 towns, but other towns only had teleportation arrays to the level 3 fishery and the Wind Thunder Town. Even in a more developed town, there were generally no more than 5 teleportation arrays. Xiao Zhan was speaking to Han Fei and the other 4. Xiao Zhan said, this time, our opponent is actually only the Wind Thunder Town, provided that you try not to use secret methods and ultra-quality spiritual weapons. If they agree, don't use your spiritual beasts or contractual spiritual beasts either. Old Bai coughed. But don't lose the face of the Thug Academy. If necessary, you can use them. It's up to you. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, Xiaoshan said. Are the other towns weak? Xiao Zhan said. Of course not. There may be powerful characters in every town, but this is just relative. For example, Li Hanye, that kid is not bad in the town, but in the 1,000-star city, he is very weak. In fact, even in the cloud-soaring town, the weakest of 36 towns also has heavenly talents. Hearing the name of this town, Han Fei frowned. Lin Miao Miao was from the cloud-soaring town. He thought that the cloud-soaring town should be very strong. After all, Lin Miao Miao seemed to have been there for a long time when he arrived at the level 3 fishery. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Teacher, is the cloud-soaring town really the weakest of all towns?" Xiaozhan nodded. Yes, the cloud-soaring town has been declining in the past 100 years. The main reason is that the cloud-soaring town hasn't selected a mayor for decades, which made it impossible for the cloud-soaring town to compete with other towns. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Why don't they select one?" Old Bai slapped Zhang Xuanyu's head. "Do you think anyone can be the mayor? Firstly, the mayor must be a hidden fisher. Secondly, he must be born in the town. Thirdly, all those who can be mayors come back from the unknown place. And of course, his strength can't be too strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to be a mayor," Han Fei said in amazement. "Isn't it said that very few people can come back from the unknown place?" Old Bai glanced at him. "Do you think that all the people who go there die? Some people do die there. The cloud-soaring town only had a new mayor a few decades ago, but he seemed to be disabled." Lorenquang couldn't help but say, "President, we can't look down on the disabled." Smack, Old Bai angrily said. "Do I need you to teach me this?" There were still not many people on the teleportation island, but many people were seeing them off outside the island. Among them, most people hoped that those who went to the competition could win. As long as they won, the Blue Sea town would have more resources in the coming year and its ranking would be higher. Only a small number of people were reluctant to see them leave. These people were mostly the parents of students from the 3 major academies. They were not that concerned about the results of the competition. What they worried about was that after this competition, within half a year, their children would go to a place they didn't even know. The unknown place was a secret for most people. No matter how developed the intelligence in the Blue Sea town was, ordinary people had no right to know anything about the unknown place. Even the children of the big clans in the Thousand Star City actually didn't know anything about the unknown place before they went there. When the Thug Legend team arrived, shouts erupted from the crowd. "Han Fei, come on! Defeat them. Xia Xiao, bring your violence out. The rise of the Thug Academy is just one step away. Brother you must make a name in the 36-town competition this time. Goddess Luo, don't fall for a handsome guy in the other towns." As representatives of the town, the Thug Legend team would fight for the benefits of the town, so no one would be stingy with their appreciation and encouragement. However, someone ruined the atmosphere. Han Fei said to the crowd, "Does anyone want to sponsor us? We can bring you featured products when we come back, starting with 1,000 mid-quality pearls. If you'd like to sponsor us, you can go to the Fish Dragons to pay the money." Old Bai and the others were taken aback. "Excuse me?" The people seeing them off were speechless. "No fucking way, bro." However, immediately someone shouted, "When you bring the featured products back, we will go buy them." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "When I bring them back, are you sure you can still get them? Trust me, your investment will be worth the money. 1,000 mid-quality pearls. Okay, I can give you a discount. 998 will be enough. Only 998 mid-quality pearls. So hurry up and sign up if you need it." However, in the crowd, large numbers of people rolled their eyes at Han Fei. Someone taunted, "He must be crazy. I don't even have 998 mid-quality pearls." Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei, maybe the price is a bit high. This is not the level 3 fishery." Han Fei was stunned. "Really? I thought that people were very rich now." Han Fei shouted again. "Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. Actually, not 998, not 8888, but 9988. As long as you pay 98, you can take featured products home. You won't lose anything. Sign up now and you may get a mysterious gift. 100 low-quality spiritual weapons will be given out at random. For every 100,000 people who sign up, an additional 100 low-quality spiritual weapons will be given. What are you still waiting for?" "Wow," someone exclaimed. "Really?" Some people didn't believe him. "How is it possible for you to give out spiritual weapons for free?" Han Fei patted his chest and said, "You have my word. Where are the members of the Fish Dragons?" A dozen or so people immediately popped out of the crowd. "Yes, leader, we are here. Leader, I'm always at your service. Leader, please command us." Han Fei said, "Remember to keep accounts. Remember to promote. You won't let me down, will you?" "Yes, leader. Leader, you can rest assured." Seeing this, someone said, 98 mid-quality pearls doesn't seem too much. Maybe I can have a try." Someone nodded. "Yes, it seems like a good deal. I can afford 98 mid-quality pearls. I wonder what he will bring back. By the way, is he going to travel?" "Bro, come, sign my name up first." This man thought that being the first person to register, maybe he could get a low-quality spiritual weapon. No one thought Han Fei was cheating them all. After all, the Fish Dragons were a new rising power in the Blue Sea town. They made tons of money every day. The Fish Dragons could absolutely afford 100 low-quality spiritual weapons. The members of the Fish Dragons were immediately overwhelmed by the crowd. "Brother, come on, sign me up. Hey, I came first. Get in line. I was here already. I should be the first to register." Old Bai and the others were dumbfounded. Lorenquang tugged at Han Fei's sleeve. "Can this work? In the Blue Sea town, 100 low-quality spiritual weapons are definitely not cheap. They will cost hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls." Xia Xiaoshan grinned. "I have a lot of them here, much more than 100. Almost 1,000. Old Bai stroked his beard. It seems to be feasible. Renquang asked, 98 mid-quality pearls in exchange for a spiritual weapon? Isn't it better to sell them? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. Have you seen anyone in the town spend hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls to buy spiritual weapons? Our purpose is to exchange those rubbish low-quality spiritual artifacts for money. Oh, Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. You are a real snake. Old Bai smacked his lips and thought to himself, if this kid were a full-time businessman, he would be very successful. Han Fei asked, President, since you and the teachers are so strong, won't you easily make a fortune if you randomly get something to sell? Why is our school so poor? Xiaozhan smiled. You'll find out in the future. Everyone, in front of the teleportation array, there were as many as 500 people. The heavenly talents of the Blue Sea Town were all here. In this exchange contest, the mayor and the 4 presidents would jointly lead the team, and the mayor shouted, Let's go. The 500 people lined up and stepped into the teleportation array in order. Han Fei poked Xiaozhan and asked, Teacher, why doesn't Miss Wenren, Qiu Jinan, and Ling Yuan go with us? The other 3 academies almost brought all their excellent students with them. A smile appeared on the corner of Xiaozhan's mouth. They will go there someday, but not now. These 2 days, they'll have their own business to do. Let's go. It's time to show you off as the strongest in town. Chapter 563, Han Fei, the Airhead. When Han Fei and the others arrived in the Wind Thunder Town, they appeared on a huge indoor teleportation square densely packed with people. Under their feet was a carved bluestone fish sketch on the floor. The clothing styles of these people were only slightly different. It seemed that there was no special exotic charm. When Han Fei and the others appeared, they only attracted some people's attention, but they didn't look surprised. Especially when the Thug Legend team showed up, they didn't arouse any curiosity because there was only one peak-level dangling fisher among them, Luo Xiaobai. Not all the students who came to participate in the exchange competition had gone to the level 3 fishery, so many people had not actually seen Han Fei. At this moment, Old Bai and the 3 major presidents occupied an area of several hundred meters in the square, and the 3 major presidents were beckoning the students who had walked out of the teleportation array to follow the team. The Thug Legend team didn't follow the others though. They leisurely interspersed through the crowd and came to Old Bai. The square was abuzz with people. The receptionists, wearing plain gauze, were all peak-level dangling fishers, and they were all young. Obviously, the Wind Thunder Town was well prepared to entertain the other towns. These peak-level dangling fishers demonstrated the strength of the town. These young people, each with a smile, looked very hospitable. Someone shouted, Fiery Dragon Town, is the mayor of the Fiery Dragon Town here? Everyone from the Red Moon Town, please follow me. Everyone from the Million Gold Town, please gather up quickly. Dear presidents of the Divine Billow Town, please restrain your students. Triumph Town, Sea Source Town, all kinds of noise rang incessantly. Soon, a peak-level dangling fisher came to the team of the Blue Sea Town. Welcome, Master Mayor of the Blue Sea Town. The mayor nodded slightly. Where are we going to live? The receptionist straightened his back and folded his fists, saying, Master Mayor, the team of the Blue Sea Town will live on the 8th island of the Wind Thunder Town in the Heart Tree City Inn. If everyone is here, please follow me. The mayor nodded. Okay, let's go. The teens were led away in all directions. Those students were full of curiosity and couldn't wait to have a look at the top of the 36 towns, the Wind Thunder Town. Old Bai and Xiaozhan naturally walked with the 3 presidents. Han Fei and the other 4 followed closely behind, and they were not in a long line like the other students of the 3 major academies. Xiaoshan couldn't help but curiously asked, Are there 8 islands in this town? The peak-level dangling fisher smiled and said, Our Wind Thunder Town consists of 9 floating islands. We are now on the central island. The other 8 islands are also quite distinctive. The tree core city you are going to is completely covered by forest. The island has a vast area of 196 square kilometers, with high mountains and flowing water above it, and underground caves below. It can be said to be the liveliest place here. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Are the other 8 islands also this big? The peak-level dangling fisher smiled. No, the 8th island ranks 8th and is the smallest one. The area of the first island is almost twice that of the 8th island. Wow, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Isn't this too damn big? Even if this is the first town, its area is too vast, much larger than that of the Blue Sea Town. Han Fei once suspected that even the Thousand-Star City was about the same size as the Blue Sea Town, but now it seemed that he was really ignorant. Han Fei asked, Mayor, why doesn't our Blue Sea Town have a few floating islands? The mayor staggered. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think I am the sea god? The mayor looked back at Han Fei. Well, when you become more capable in the future, you can catch an island and merge it with our town, and then we will also be very big. Han Fei grinned. Why should I bother? I am not the mayor. Old Bai said leisurely. You ignorant brats. Is this big? It doesn't even span thousands of kilometers. The peak-level dangling fisher who led the way secretly smiled. Yeah, keep bragging. Thousands of kilometers? Your Blue Sea Town is even not as big as our one town, Luo Xiaobai said. It's really not that big. If it expanded 10 times, it would be narrowly qualified to become a city. The mayor and the three presidents all looked at Luo Xiaobai. Little girl, have you ever been to the city? Do you know how big the city is? As they chatted, they walked out of the palace-like indoor teleportation square. After going out, they saw three huge mountains towering into the clouds at first glance. The mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist, and their tops couldn't be seen at all. Someone from the three major academies exclaimed, "What high mountains! Wow, the mountains reach the sky. It's spectacular." The presidents of the three major academies turned their heads and stared at the students as if saying, "Shut up, you're losing face." The peak level. Dangling Fisher's face was reddened and he was full of pride. He was very satisfied with the reactions of these students. Only Le Renquang muttered, "What's the big deal about these mountains? Our school has two big mountains too, and we climb them every day." Xiaoshan whispered. "Exactly." Xiaozhan's face was a little red. "The mountains in our school are less than 2,000 meters high. These mountains are as high as 8,000 meters. The peak-level Dangling Fisher asked curiously, "Does your town also have mountains?" Han Fei patted the man on the shoulder and said, "You are too ignorant. You don't even know that we have two sacred mountains in the Blue Sea town? Boy, you have to study geography. The guide, right?" Everyone looked at Han Fei, including the mayor. He thought to himself, "Since when does our town have two sacred mountains?" Han Fei began to brag. "According to legend, in ancient times, there was a god who came to our Blue Sea town unintentionally. He marveled at the beauty of the town, praising that the river in the Blue Sea town was as pure as a colored glaze. He landed in the Blue Sea town and rested in the plantation in our town, drank morning dew when he was thirsty, and ate spiritual fruits when he was hungry. When he looked up, he saw that clouds and mist were faintly forming peaks, so he exclaimed, 'There should be mountains in this town.' So, two golden-armored immortals 1,000 meters tall came to the town with two huge mountains on their backs, which were called Taiye and Wangwu. Some students from the three major academies directly sank to the ground. Holy shit, I've never seen anyone who is better at bragging than him in my life." Li Hanyi looked away. Xiang Zuozuo secretly spat. Only Xiao Yu at the rear of the team asked stupidly, "Is there such a legend in our town?" Xiao Wuxuang hurriedly put up a finger. "Hush!" Xiao Zhan and Old Bai were stunned. "Gosh, is he talking about those two small hills in our school?" The three presidents moved slightly aside, ashamed to walk with the delinquentes of the Thug Academy. The mayor opened his mouth and quickened his pace subconsciously. As for the peak-level Dangling Fisher of the Wind Thunder Town, he looked dazed at the moment. He didn't know Han Fei was fibbing at all. Looking at the pride on Han Fei's face, how could it be fake? Zhang Xuanyu quickly echoed, Fei, what does our teacher usually tell us? When going out, keep a low profile." Le Renquang quickly added, "Yes, in case others covet our belongings." Xia Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai held hands and each took out two pieces of jewelry. Xia Xiaoshan asked, "Xiaobai, what do you think of my bell?" Luo Xiaobai grinned. "Exquisite." The peak-level Dangling Fisher asked, "Is it really that amazing?" Han Fei hurriedly coughed. "Ahem, you didn't hear anything. I didn't say anything. The biggest problem with me is that I can't control my mouth. I'm too honest, alas brother, promise me you won't tell others, okay?" The peak-level Dangling Fisher nodded. He couldn't help but wonder, are there any legends about the three mountains in our town? Well, let me check the information myself after sending them to the inn. Old Bai interrupted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up, follow the team." Okay. The peak-level Dangling Fisher came back from his thoughts and quickly apologized. "Sorry everyone, please come with me. Your inn is 1,000 meters away. Let's fly over in a fishing boat." Brother, can you take a fishing boat within the town? Chapter 56:4, A Bird Appeared. The students from the other towns had taken out their fishing boats and were rapidly flying to the sky at this moment. For a time, the sky was covered with fishing boats. However, there were thousands of fishing boats patrolling back and forth in the high altitudes. In Han Fei's perception, there seemed to be a threat from above, a strong master above the realm of a Dangling Fisher. When everyone walked out of the teleportation hall and looked back, the building looked like a huge oval pie, a bit like the bird's nest. But no matter what kind of a building, as long as it was big enough, it was enough to fool people. Xiao Zhan said, "There is a seal within a kilometer here." The peak-level Dangling Fisher hurriedly said, "Yes, our Wind Thunder Town has a large daily traffic flow, so we set a seal to prevent some dangerous people from coming in." The mayor and the presidents turned around and said, "You go on your own, we have something to discuss. Remember, don't cause trouble." When they were all gone, the peak-level Dangling Fisher said, "Everyone, you can take out your fishing boats and take off. Please follow me and try to slow down the fishing boat." Le Renquang muttered, "Why slow down? Let's be quick. Does the Tree-Core City have any delicious food?" The peak-level Dangling Fisher answered, "It's because we can't drive too fast in the town. Otherwise, the sky would be full of beams of light, which would be very inconvenient for the patrolling personnel." Now, the students were led by the teachers from the respective academies. The Thug Academy had a total of 6 people, so they only needed 1 fishing boat. When the Ghost Speed Divine boat was taken out, the peak-level Dangling Fisher was stupefied. He exclaimed, "A Ghost Speed Divine boat? With the exclamation of the peak-level dangling fisher, many people followed the sound. Some people looked indifferent, some were surprised, and some were shocked. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Hanfei, that's Hanfei. What? Where is he? Where is Hanfei? My god! That's Xuanhuan. Damn, the Thug Academy. All the 5 students from the Thug Academy are there." Did they come back from the level 3 fishery? There were too many people here, so at first no one paid attention to Hanfei and the other 4. However, at the moment when the Ghost Speed Divine Boat appeared, the first thought of many people was that wasn't the Ghost Speed Divine Boat exclusive for the children of the big clans in the Thousand Star City. Many people had been to the level 3 fishery, and only a few had ever heard of the Ghost Speed Divine Boat. However, there were only a dozen Ghost Speed Divine Boats in the level 3 fishery. From this, it could be seen how much impact a Ghost Speed Divine Boat would have on these people. The people from the other 3 academies in the Blue Sea Town were a bit jealous. They already knew about this. This time, many people just took this trip as a vacation. After all, with the Thug Legend team here, they wouldn't have any chance. Behind, He Xiaoyu tugged at the sleeve of Zheng Yue, who was among the top 10, and asked, "What is a Ghost Speed Divine Boat? Is it powerful? Why is everyone so surprised?" Zheng Yue took a look at the Ghost Speed Divine Boat and sighed. This is the best fishing boat in the level 3 fishery, and it can travel up to 50,000 miles a day. When you go to the level 3 fishery in the future, you will know. How much? Xiao Wuxuang looked stunned. This fishing boat can travel 50,000 miles a day? Are you kidding me? Xiao Yu smiled and looked at the back of Hanfei on the Ghost Speed Divine Boat, feeling a lot of pressure. She thought, Hanfei is getting stronger now. What should I do? In the sky. Everyone was amazed at the prosperity of this town. In their field of vision, there were huge buildings, such as towers 100 meters high, water storage towers with a diameter of 1,000 meters, large outdoor arenas, and spiritual beast breeding gardens. The spread of the Wind Thunder Town was almost 10 times larger than that of the Blue Sea Town. Because the fishing boat's flying height was limited to less than 500 meters, everyone could only vaguely see 8 floating islands around the central island. Some were higher than the central island and some lower. Suddenly, Hanfei saw a large bird that stretched its head and flew over their heads. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Nama Peace Loon Introduction. A large bird living on the cliff. Its wings can be up to 3 meters wide. Its speed is extremely fast, and it travels between the ocean and the cliffs every day. Its wings can break gold and stone, and its beak is as sharp as a spear. It can hunt ordinary marine creatures below level 30. Level 33 Sea Quality Regular, Regular Sea Quality Regular, 1912 points, E-Effect Inedible O Collectible, None Absorbable O Collectible. A loon. Hanfei was stunned. He never thought that he would see a bird in the Wind Thunder Town. But if there were birds in the Wind Thunder Town, why not in the Blue Sea Town? Sure enough, when many people saw the Peace Loon in the sky, they all exclaimed, "Look, what kind of creature is that? It can fly. My sea god, is this a legendary creature? The pattern on it is so beautiful. Is it a spiritual beast?" The peak-level dangling fisher who led the crowd secretly smiled and said in his heart, "How comforting to see your shocked and envious looks." Xiao also grabbed Hanfei's arm and shouted, Look, what kind of monster is that? It seems weaker than us, but it can fly." Renquang was shocked. "Wow, this creature is so amazing. I wonder if it's delicious." Puff, the fishing boat of the guide swayed. "Who the hell are these people? You fucking marveled at the bird for a long time and then asked if it was delicious?" Hanfei said with a dark face. "Shut up, you ignorance. That is an ordinary bird." "Huh?" The man on the fishing boat in front turned his head with a jerk. "How do you know that it is a bird?" Xiao also looked at Hanfei in a puzzle. "Yes, how do you know that?" Xiaozhan also looked at Hanfei curiously. How could he know about birds? Hanfei said, "Someone once told me about this kind of creature. According to the bird's flying posture, it will straighten its head and make it lower than its body, which makes it look a bit hunched. Therefore, this bird must be a loon. Of course, this is too esoteric for you. But as for birds, even if they are only level 1 and have no combat power, they can still fly. It's just like we humans have arms, fish have fins, and trees have branches and trunks. This is just a difference in species. What's so surprising?" Immediately, many girls from the other 3 academies controlled their fishing boats to surround Hanfei. "Hanfei, tell me, why is there no such creature in the Blue Sea Town? Hanfei, tell me, what is this loon capable of? Hanfei, who told you this? Why didn't our teachers tell us?" Hanfei was full of disdain. Sure enough, knowledge was power. He had never thought that a bird could attract such amazement. At this time, Hanfei felt a sharp killing intent, and Xiao waved her dagger. "If you don't want to fall from the sky, walk away." A girl immediately said, Xiao, it's none of your business. We are not here for you." Xiao stretched out her dagger. "Are you leaving or not?" Threatened by Xiao, these girls left reluctantly. The boys from the other 3 academies were all speechless. "Come on, these guys are from the Thug Academy. When did you get to know them so well?" After those people left, Zhang Xuanyu, Renquang, and Xiao all caught Hanfei. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Fei, tell me, what is that bird?" Xiao added, "What is a loon?" Even Luo Xiaobai asked, "I know this creature. In fact, there are many such creatures in the Thousand-Star City, but I don't know their origin and skills. Xiao was shocked. Xiaobai, do you also know these creatures? Hanfei smiled and said, this is a creature that should live in a cold area. It can dive, swim, and hunt. However, this kind of bird is very stupid. Its sound is unpleasant and it sways when it walks. But as far as I know, loons don't live in a place like this. They should live near the water. Then Hanfei shouted, hey brother, where did you get these loons? The peak-level dangling fisher in front just shook his head slightly. Well, sorry, I can't say it, Xiaozhan sneered. What's so mysterious about it? This bird comes from the unknown place, but the one you just saw is too weak. It is very likely that someone brought them back from the unknown place. Only after several, even dozens of reproductions can this kind of bird become so weak. There was no hanging fisher among the teachers of the other 3 academies, and they had never been to the unknown place, so they could only shut up and listen to Xiaozhan quietly. The boy in front of him smiled. Senior, you are great. While everyone was still marveling at seeing a bird, Hanfei was lost in thought. Do birds exist in the unknown place? Also, according to Xiaozhan, the birds in the unknown place seem to be quite strong. So Hanfei secretly asked Xiaozhan, Teacher, the Thousand-Star City has existed for so long, and by rights, birds should have been scattered all over the floating islands. But why can't we see any of them in our town? Xiaozhan looked at Hanfei with a faint smile. Tell me first how you got to know about birds. Hanfei raised his head and was wondering how to make up a lie when Xiaozhan said to him via voice transmission, if someone told you, then you should have already asked him the question you asked me. If not, how did you find out? Hanfei rolled his eyes and replied, Old Zhang told me. Once he got drunk and told me about the birds. When I asked him again, he didn't answer me. Chapter 565, Tree Core City Inn. Xiaozhan didn't ask, and Hanfei didn't tell, so the thing was over just like that. However, Hanfei felt that there were more mysteries to the fact that birds didn't appear on regular floating islands. It was like nobody ever used a fishing net in the town. Did they never think of creating that? They certainly did. How could there be no nets in a place where people lived on fishing? Hanfei knew that there were nets in this world after seeing the Spirit Forbidden Net, but it remained unknown why nets didn't exist on the normal floating islands. When the boat passed by the central islands, everybody saw a vast forest where the trees were exceptionally tall and thick. Some of them were even dozens of meters tall. The closer a tree was to the center, the taller it would be. Hanfei saw a super tree almost 100 meters tall at the very center, which was surrounded by other trees like the moon around stars. Between the 2 floating islands were very thick chains. People were walking on them and looking at the sky now and then. When the boat flew above the forest, Hanfei sensed that those trees had been hollowed, and people were living in them. Also, Hanfei discovered, to his amazement, that many of those trees had horizontally growing branches that turned into roads people could walk on. However, while Hanfei and the others sensed the forest with their mind, a boat flew close from the sky. Someone looked at Hanfei and his companions. Honorable guests from the Blue Sea Town, please don't pry into the ordinary people's life with your mind. They can't detect you, but we can. Xiaozhan nodded. Okay, let's cancel our senses. The peak-level dangling fisher ahead was stunned. They could sense it from an altitude of more than 500 meters? Also, there was another distance of dozens of meters between the tree crowns and the living area. Could Hanfei and the others sense the residents? The people from the other academies were all shocked. What? A perception range of more than 500 meters? Some people's eyes widened as they whispered to each other. Someone said, do you think it's true? My perception range is only 5 meters and theirs is 500? Someone was appalled. 500 meters? Is that their upper limit? How can their perception range be so huge? Even the grand fishing masters who were here to attend the training sessions were at a loss. Perception? What perception? The regular students of the 3 academies didn't know what perception was yet. Under normal circumstances, their teacher wouldn't teach them that until they became peak grand fishing masters or dangling fishers. It would only be interpreted and inculcated into them by the time those students were to set off to the level 3 fishery. In fact, their teachers wouldn't really teach them that, because the level 3 fishery wasn't a place where one's senses could be trained. But Hanfei and his companions were different. They ran into a rock-holding turtle when they were still beginner grand fishing masters, and grasped perception abilities when they were intermediate dangling fishers. After absorbing abundant amounts of soul crystals in the level 3 fishery, their perception range was astonishingly large. The peak-level dangling fisher who led the way thought to himself, Thug Academy? Those 5 people seem really strong. They have only 1 peak-level dangling fisher, but their perception ranges are all greater than mine? Also, it's significantly greater, as my perception range is only 300 meters. The boat landed in the Tree Core City at the center of the 8th island. The team of 500 people was rather crowded. Behind them, the students from other towns were flying close too. They didn't realize exactly how tall the tree was until they landed. Luo Xiaobai gave an answer very quickly. It's 990 meters tall and 150 meters wide. It's almost entirely hollowed. The peak-level dangling fisher smiled, as this couldn't be kept a secret from a distinguished manipulator. He didn't say anything but simply extended his hand courteously. This is the best inn in the Tree Core City. Normally speaking, it's for the merchants of the Wind Thunder Town or the people from other towns, but the mayor has decided that the Tree Core City Inn will be exclusively reserved for the contestants of the upcoming match. Han Fei and the others secretly complimented the mayor's generosity. The man continued, "Ladies and gentlemen from the Blue Sea Town, because the Blue Sea Town ranks high among the 36 towns, we've arranged the top 200 meters for you to stay in. Of course, only the students who are above Dangling Fishers can stay here. The Grand Fishing Masters can go sightseeing there, but I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the regular tree houses around." Naturally, Xiaozhan was fine with that. Seeing that no presidents were around, he said, matter-of-factly, "The Thug Academy will take the best place." The teachers from the other academies were quite bummed, but there was nothing they could do as Xiaozhan's level was much higher than theirs. Also, Han Fei and his companions were the top 5 of the Blue Sea Town. They were justified to stay on the top. Han Fei grinned. "Let's go to the top." There were stairs in the treehouse, but nobody was willing to climb 900 meters of stairs. So, although people from the Blue Sea Town seemed to have been given the best rooms, it was a test on them too. At this moment, many residents of the Tree Core City were observing them. It was absolutely impossible to climb the stairs. Xiaozhan found it simple. He didn't even activate his wings, but simply stepped onto the air and flew to the heights. Everybody, including the peak-level dangling fisher, gasped. "A hidden fisher?" someone said in amazement. As expected of a major town that ranks 12th, the contestants of the Blue Sea Town are led by a hidden fisher. He's strong enough to be a mayor, right? Next, Luo Xiaobai pointed her finger and 5 vines descended from the top of the tree. Han Fei and the others grabbed the vines, and the vines automatically retracted and took them up like elevators. The peak-level dangling fisher was rather disappointed that he didn't witness other people's abilities, but he could tell that the manipulator was very strong to summon vines without causing any spiritual waves. Behind them, some people jumped upward. After all, there were plenty of branches, and it wasn't disgraceful to jump on them. Some other manipulators took elevators upward like Luo Xiaobai did, but their manipulation range wasn't as big as hers and could only reach the middle of the tree. Some went up with wind manipulation techniques, some asked other people to throw themselves up, and some controlled their weapons to transport them. The peak-level dangling fisher adopted the same approach as Luo Xiaobai did. He seemed to have a manipulator partner up above, so he didn't reveal his strength at all. On the top, Luo Xiaobai and the others were already in the room, which was fully furnished with natural ornaments. There were fish grass patterns on the door, and the windows were hollowed out. The bed was even round, like that in a themed suite. They claimed the second layer of space from the top. The problem was that the place was too huge for the 5 of them. How could there only be 5 rooms in a space of 18,000 square meters? Even a presidential suite wouldn't be that big. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Bro, this place is too huge. If we can't occupy it, can we invite other people to stay with us?" The peak-level dangling fisher said with a smile, "You can certainly do that if you're up for it." "You're free to make arrangements during the match," Xiaozhan asked. "But you just said that the Grand Fishing Masters couldn't stay here, didn't you?" The man smiled. "It's only meant to reserve more living space for you so that you can have the best experience. But if you're willing to give some of the space to your Grand Fishing Master students, you can certainly do that." Suddenly, the man realized that the other people from the Blue Sea Town all went to the floor below. He was stunned. "Guys, you aren't with them?" Han Fei smiled. "Of course not. We're not from the same academy, and we certainly don't stay together." The man was shocked. "Wait, there are only 5 people in your academy?" He was completely dazed. "Are you kidding me? Other academies sent hundreds of students here, but you only have 5? Han Fei, however, laid his arm on the man's shoulder and said, "Bro, don't bother how we're going to stay here and tell me all about your local specialties. I want cheap things, preferably 1 mid-quality pearl for each." "Well, about that, why don't you go shopping? There are plenty of stores on the ground. If you can't find them, we've arranged 20 tour guides who can show you around." Lu Renquang immediately said, "Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Han Fei, let's go down and take a tour." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Let's go. I'm dying to go down. We live in tree houses all the time." "It's boring." Luo Xiaobai nodded too. "This place looks nice. I want to take a look around too." Han Fei grinned and patted the man's shoulder. "Bro, see you soon. We'll take a tour first. You can welcome the others." Then, Han Fei and his companions jumped off from the tree like fish diving into the sea in delight. The peak-level dangling fisher was quite amused, as these people did not seem to have the demeanor of top experts. Before Han Fei and the others landed, they had found that many people seemed to be quarreling at the bottom of the tree. Someone roared, "Are you accusing us of seizing the cloud-soaring town's room? You don't have enough people to hog the floor anyway. What's wrong with making use of the additional space? Also, the cloud-soaring town ranks last among the 36 towns. You aren't supposed to be here in the first place." A woman in her 20s, trying to hold back her fury, argued, "It's the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town's arrangement. Are you questioning his authority?" Chapter 566, Serving Justice with a Punch. The teacher from the cloud-soaring town seemed rather weak. Although she was an advanced dangling fisher, the teacher on her opposite side was a peak-level dangling fisher. Also, there were no more than 100 dangling fishers from the cloud-soaring town, but almost 300 grand fishing masters. Han Fei already realized what was going on. Since the cloud-soaring town had been weak, they sent a lot of grand fishing masters for them to learn from other people by observing the match. While Han Fei was still flying, he suddenly pushed Le Renquang aside. Le Renquang, down below, the two parties were still fighting when they suddenly raised their head. The peak-level dangling fisher hurried to get out of the way as he didn't want to be killed by the crash. Bam! Le Renquang landed and asked innocently, "Fei, why did you push me? Did I?" Le Renquang was lost for words. "Do you really not know whether you pushed me or not?" Before Le Renquang said anything, the teacher simply roared, "Which town is this student from? Did you not see the people down below?" Han Fei laid his hand on Le Renquang's shoulder and glanced at the teacher before he asked a tour guide of Wind Thunder Town, "Which town is he from? Why is he so rude?" The tour guide was briefly stunned, wondering if it was intentional. However, as tour guides, they would love to see conflicts between towns if it was possible. It would be even better if they were involved in a fight. The tour guides could stop them when they must. It would be easier to tell how powerful these towns were in this way. Another reason was that the cloud-soaring town was too weak and ranked last, and the people of the Wind Thunder Town despised them at the bottom of their hearts. Before the tour guide said anything, the teacher had already snapped, "I'm a teacher from the First Academy of the Fiery Dragon Town. Where's your teacher? I'd like to speak to him and ask him why his student can be so arrogant." Pucci, Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh out. He's truly bold. Although he didn't know why Han Fei was intervening, Zhang Xuanyu had to support his brother. He smiled and said, "You think you can confront our teacher as a peak-level dangling fisher? You wouldn't even dare say anything to him." Han Fei said with a smile, "Cease, cease. Do you hear that? I couldn't have put it better." Le Renquang also said straightly, "You are too weak to meet him." On the cloud-soaring town side, they didn't know what to say about Han Fei's intervention. At first, the female teacher even thought that Han Fei only got involved by accident. But the students from the cloud-soaring town all felt great. "Humph, the ranking of the Fiery Dragon Town isn't much higher. Why are you so cocky?" "That's right. You're too mean to occupy our rooms. It's outrageous that you ask grand fishing masters to stay on the same floor with the dangling fishers. Is the Wind Thunder Town not going to take care of this?" The tour guide from the Wind Thunder Town said, "Of course we'll take care of it, but since you have some empty rooms, we can't totally reject the Fiery Dragon Town's request. We've already sent someone to ask." The tour guide spoke sincerely and gently. Nobody could be angry with him for what he said. The tour guide said, "Ms. Lingling, would you rather wait for a moment?" The tour guide on the Fiery Dragon Town side also said, "Mr. Xuanhuan, let's not make things ugly. You're all guests here. Why don't you wait for a moment?" Han Fei frowned. "What's the point of waiting?" A mayor couldn't unsay what he had already said. The space that he promised the cloud-soaring town wouldn't be assigned to other people at all. Those tour guides were simply dawdling. Did they want to start a fight? Han Fei smiled and said, "Hey, it seems that the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town isn't authoritative enough." Luo Xiaobai furrowed her brows. By logic, the Fiery Dragon Town shouldn't take the Cloud-Soaring Town's rooms. Xuanhuan from Fiery Dragon Town sneered. "We'll see about that, but I'm more interested in you than the rooms right now." "Which town are you from?" Han Fei scoffed. "The Blue Sea Town." "What do you think?" Immediately, a student from Fiery Dragon Town sneered. "The Blue Sea Town only ranks 12th, and you're so arrogant? The Fiery Dragon Town ranks 18th, but we're stronger than you, aren't we?" "That's right, only one of you is a peak-level dangling fisher, and the other 4 are all advanced dangling fishers. Are you really from a major town ranking 12th? Someone laughed. "Chances are that they'll drop to the 22nd place after the match." Ha ha ha, students were the harshest of all. They were in the most immature phase of life, and usually they would consider everybody who wasn't on their side an enemy when they defended their interests and reputation. Xia Xiaochen was exactly one of those bad-tempered students. She had even stabbed Han Fei a lot. Why would she make those people exceptions? Xia Xiaoshan appeared among the students on her opposite side after a blink and stabbed 2 of them. Then she flashed back before anybody realized what happened. Xuanhuan was greatly shocked. "Asshole, you are disrespectful and disobedient. You dare to attack the students of the Fiery Dragon Town." As he talked, Xuanhuan had already snatched Xiaoshan despite the persuasion of the tour guide of Wind Thunder Town. Bam! A golden fist flashed and blew Xuanhuan dozens of meters away. Xuanhuan was greatly shocked after he regained balance. Did the young man do this a moment ago? Was an advanced dangling fisher capable of doing this? The tour guides of the Wind Thunder Town, who were about to mitigate the situation, all shut up and looked at Han Fei with great interest. The punch was so fast just now that they saw that the leading teacher of the Fiery Dragon Town was blown away after one flash. Was that really something an advanced dangling fisher could do? Han Fei sneered. "Now, do you think the Blue Sea Town is worthy?" Before the team of the Fiery Dragon Town, a few other teachers stepped out. Someone scolded him. "Boy, how dare you!" Someone roared furiously. "The Blue Sea Town is truly arrogant." Ling Ling from Cloud Soaring Town slightly changed her expression as she was shocked by Han Fei's capabilities, but then she spoke telepathically. The people of the Fiery Dragon Town are all passionate about fighting. Be careful. Han Fei smiled and tilted his head, looking at the people from Fiery Dragon Town. A teacher should be like a teacher. You think you're justified to bully a friendly town? Xuanhuan rose and waved his arm before he gazed at Han Fei coldly. As the leading teacher, he represented the honor of his town now that the mayor and the president were here. Now that he had lost his honor, this whole thing couldn't end easily anymore. He had a fight with the Cloud Soaring Town earlier because of honor too. Immediately, the man bellowed and unleashed the shadow of a long-necked turtle. Spiritual Turtle Water Shocking Punch. Han Fei was instantly amused. He found those who cried out the techniques that they thought to be awesome very hilarious. He felt that the people from the Fiery Dragon Town were truly reckless. Han Fei instantly took out a twig and swung it randomly, and it instantly hit the enormous fist. Check out my turtle-suppressing demon-taming saber. Shan and the others? Renquang even tilted his head and looked at Han Fei. What's that? Pucci. The fist was cut open by Han Fei's stick move, which pressed on unstoppably. At this moment, Xuanhuan finally realized how strong Han Fei was. Appalled, he hurriedly protected himself with a turtle shield. Clang! Xuanhuan's butt hit the ground. He wasn't exactly hurt, but one of his hands had turned numb and was shivering. Hiss! The several hundred students who watched the fight were all astounded by Han Fei's toughness. Many students from the Fiery Dragon Town were dumbfounded. Was he really a student from the Blue Sea Town? Wasn't he too strong? Many people on the Cloud Soaring Town side were dazed too. That man was a peak-level dangling fisher, yet he could resist one attack from a student of the Blue Sea Town. Wasn't it frightening? A lot of them seemed envious, wishing that they could be as strong as him. Ling Ling's eyes constricted. Was the Blue Sea Town so powerful at this moment? But it didn't seem right. He would count as an expert even in the Wind Thunder Town with his strength. The two tour guides from the Wind Thunder Town looked at each other in surprise. They had thought that the students from the Blue Sea Town were only mediocre, but Han Fei was an eye-opener. What kind of monster was he to crush someone above his level with one attack? At this moment, the tour guide for the Blue Sea Town seemed to have noticed the fight down below and was going down from the tree. He almost fell off after seeing the scene. He's so strong. What's going on? The tour guide for the Blue Sea Town asked the other tour guides coldly. It's an honor to meet you, senior brother Pan Yi. Pan Yi's expression slightly changed after receiving their telepathic message. He turned around and said to Ling Ling, Sorry guys, my junior brothers have just graduated from school and don't know what to do in certain situations. Please forgive them. Ling Ling finally looked better. She smiled and said, We must thank the students from the Blue Sea Town for their help, or this thing would have become huge. Pan Yi nodded and looked at Xuanhuan. Mr. Shui, the mayor has already decided the guests' living standards. Please abide by the rules, or none of us will be happy with too much tension. Xuanhuan glared at Han Fei and then shouted at the students from the Fiery Dragon Town. Let's go. Chapter 567, I Want a Million Pieces. After everybody from the Fiery Dragon Town entered the inn, Ling Ling walked up to Han Fei. Thank you for your help. Han Fei grinned. No need to thank me. I'm just a warm-hearted man who serves justice with my fist when it's needed. Well, Ling Ling's lips curled as she found that this man seemed to have a thick skin. Immediately, the students of the Cloud Soaring Town came close, and a girl asked, Sir, what's your name? Sir, why did you help us? Are you interested in any girls from the Cloud Soaring Town? Sir, Cloud Soaring Town is famous for its gorgeous girls. Sir, Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did his waist hurt so much? Han Fei merely chuckled and said, Don't ask me why. Just call me Lei Feng. As he talked, he grimaced and said, Well, there's something else I need to do. I have to go. Bye-bye. Han Fei slipped off and looked back while he ran. Shan, let's just talk nicely. Covering his head, Zhang Xuanyu leaned closer to Luo Xiaobai. How I envy them. Luo Xiaobai shook him off. Get lost. Renquang chased them and shouted, Fei, wait for me. Do you think we should have some of the local specialties first? I've already seen some restaurants. The Tree Core City was called the Tree Core City because it already lived inside trees. In between the altitude of 10 and 30 meters, there were stores that sold a myriad of items. Within 10 kilometers from the central tree Han Fei stayed in, all kinds of special products could be found. Dumplings, fish balls, seafood, clothes, weapons, fishing poles, daily necessities, and all the other resources that one might need were available. Renquang's target was food. He entered one of the tree houses and returned with dozens of skewers of fish balls and shrimp dumplings. Therefore, Han Fei and the others became complete tourists who simply ate, drank, and roamed. Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, Han Fei, why do we need so much money? Han Fei smiled and remembered that even the spiritual stones had turned into currency in the unknown place. He immediately said, Because we'll need a lot of money. I really hate it that Uncle Faceless robbed us of 5 billion pearls, or we wouldn't be in such need of money, Shan said. If I sell the 1,000 low-quality spiritual weapons I have, they will be worth 100 million in total. The other miscellaneous items probably amount to 100 million too. That'll be 200 million in total. Zhang Xiaoyu wasn't convinced. I don't think the ordinary people of the Blue Sea Town can take in that much, can they? Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "That's right, they certainly can't. A lottery with a 0.1% chance of winning a low-quality spiritual weapon can only attract some people, but that will still be money," Xuanhuan asked. "Fei, don't you still have a lot of money? I don't have much left. I only have no more than 500 million. I'm almost going bankrupt." Everybody was lost for words. "You have 500 million, yet you tell us you're going bankrupt? What do you think bankrupt means?" All of a sudden, Han Fei saw a rather delicate treehouse with carefully carved accessories written on it. Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Let's go. There are our specialties." Back in the Blue Sea town, Han Fei had seen plenty of people wearing fishbone necklaces, but there were no carefully carved accessories anywhere except in Linglong Tower. At this moment, the five of them stood inside the store and were amazed by the novel items they had never seen before. Xia Xiaoshan's eyes instantly shone. Wow, Luo Xiaobai was delighted too. Even a cold goddess like her couldn't resist the temptation of jewelry, and all kinds of jewelry could be found in this place. The main categories included armbands, rings, earrings, necklaces, belts, pendants, ornaments, etc. Based on what they were made of, they could also be subdivided into the bone ones, the metal ones, the plant ones, etc. Also, some of them were for men, and others were for women. Before the clerk arrived, Xia Xiaoshan and Luo Xiaobai had already started murmuring and picking the goods. They compared the accessories and put them on. Not just the girls, even Zhang Xuanyu had started choosing items too. Loren Kuang was the only one who still held his fishballs while he looked at Han Fei. "They don't seem very cheap." Han Fei grinned and said, "But they can't be expensive either." The hostess of the store, who was almost 30 years old, walked close gracefully. "Hey, are you honorable guests from other towns?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Hostess, how much are the accessories in your store?" The hostess smiled and said, "Young man, I can't give you a price unless you've picked an item. However, all the accessories in my place are affordable. You can't find a more affordable accessory store in the whole Tree-Core city than mine." After that, the hostess joined Xia Xiaoshan and Luo Xiaobai. In her opinion, men had absolutely no purchase power in an accessory store. But as for women, they would not leave empty-handed after they came in. After no more than 2 minutes, the three women were all giggling. Even Luo Xiaobai never stopped smiling despite her usual coldness. The hostess kept praising them. "Hey, my beautiful girls, if you put on these earrings, you can easily eclipse the angels. Hey girl, with this neck ring, you will look absolutely intimidating in an arena. Your enemy will be too frightened to move. Girl, this pair of rings is unique in the Tree-Core city. You can give one of them to the boy you like. Also, look at this deep blue necklace that's dotted with azure gems from the sea. You'll be so stunning after you put it on that guys won't be able to withdraw their gaze from you. Come on, girl, I'll put it on for you. Don't take it off." Han Fei, Loren Kuang, Zhang Xuanyu turned around and shouted, "Fei, Fei, take a look. What do you think of my bracelets?" Han Fei turned around and took a look, only to see that Zhang Xuanyu was wearing 30 bone and leather bracelets. He roared furiously, "Damn it. Put those items back. Zhang Xuanyu, Ren," Han Fei shouted. "Xia Xiaoshan, Luo Xiaobai, put those things down." The hostess certainly could not hold back. She immediately roared, "Boy, not that I'm criticizing you, but you can't talk to girls like that if you ever want to find a girlfriend. A girl needs to release her beauty and be complimented for it. Look at you, are you still single? Let me get a few items for you. I guarantee that a girl will fall in love with you the moment you walk out of this door." Han Fei, Han Fei. Han Fei gloomily stopped the hostess that was walking to him and bellowed, "Stop talking, I want everything in your place." The hostess briefly paused, but then she came back to herself. "Boy, you're too young to brag that." Han Fei sneered and picked up a random bracelet. "Look at this. Isn't it made of the bones from green turtles?" He grabbed another necklace. "This is a gem excavated from the mines in the general fishery, right? This bracelet is made of the shell of an armored turtle, right? How many such bracelets can you make out of one armored turtle? These hairpins are made of the stings of purple-tail scorpions, right? How much are they worth? And this pendant, it's made of the water spirit wood, isn't it? It's just the most commonly seen wood at the bottom of the sea in the level 1 fishery." The hostess said quickly, "It's very rare, very rare." Han Fei waved his hand. "All in all, everything I've seen so far is made of the items from the general, level 1, and level 2 fisheries. How expensive do you think they can be?" He pointed at a belt and asked, "Is this worth 200 mid-quality pearls?" The hostess said quickly, "It's craftsmanship." "Boy, I'm selling craftsmanship here. Look at my accessories in this place and see how beautiful they are." Han Fei tilted his head and said, "Just cut the crap. I'll only ask you one thing. What discount will you give me if I buy all of your goods?" Suddenly, a blue sea wandering dragon knife appeared in Han Fei's hand, and the ultra-quality battlesuit emerged on his body. He held the water-dividing seal in his left hand. Han Fei smiled casually. "I have plenty of money, but I would rather not waste it. Hostess, I'm talking about serious business with you. This may be the only chance in your entire life to get rich." Hiss. The hostess was slightly shocked at the ultra-quality spiritual equipment. She didn't know that this man was so rich. She immediately smiled and said, "Boy, I've sensed that you are a magnificent and generous man since you came in. 70% discount. I'll sell them to you with a 70% discount." Huang was greatly shocked. Where was the 70% discount from? Isn't that too much? The hostess grinned her teeth and said, a 70% discount is my final offer. I have tens of thousands of accessories on the 3 floors of my store. I won't earn much if I sell them for a 70% discount. However, Han Fei simply raised his head and asked, what discount will you give me if I ask for 1,000,000 pieces? The hostess, chapter 568, what date? At this moment, the hostess thought that the young man was messing with her, as nobody would be crazy enough to buy 1,000,000 pieces of accessories at once. Was he going to feed on those accessories? However, Han Fei simply waved his hand and threw out 10 huge cases that contained almost 20 million mid-quality pearls. He simply said, look, I have plenty of money. The problem is whether or not you have enough accessories. After a 3-second stun, the hostess said quickly, yes, I do. I can give you however many accessories you want. Truth be told, boy, we have a lot in storage. I should be able to transport 1,000,000 to you from the warehouses soon. Even if I can't, I can deliver them to you in a couple of days. However, Han Fei didn't comment on that, but simply looked at the hostess with a smile. What's your discount now? The hostess was already sweating. She didn't expect to meet such a character out of the blue. She said quickly, I can give you a 85% discount. The price will be half of what I offered. However, Han Fei simply said to Xuanhuan, take the money and let's check other stores. Xuanhuan grinned, knowing that Han Fei was playing tricks again. She waved her hand and collected the cases. Seeing that, the hostess panicked and said quickly, I'll give you a 90% discount. Sir, that will be a very low price. You can't get a better offer anywhere else. However, Han Fei turned around and looked at the hostess. What if I purchase 1,000,000 accessories from you every year? The hostess gasped and gave in. Sir, how much do you want? Han Fei curled his lips. A 95% discount. The hostess, at this moment, Han Fei knew that the hostess was quickly calculating the revenues. However, in his opinion, while those accessories had great craftsmanship, their materials weren't very expensive. Due to the underdevelopment of the Blue Sea Town, it didn't have so many materials and people who were engaged in the accessory industry. However, the Wind Thunder Town was simply too huge and had too large a population. Even the villages within its territory must be very rich. So it was easy for the accessory industry to develop. Of course, there were also accessories in the Blue Sea Town, but they were in demand and had a high price, so their sales weren't high. But the case would be different if he got goods with a 95% discount. He would be making a fortune if he were to sell them for twice as much the cost. Besides, he could make much more profits. As long as some 10,000 people took part in the lottery with 98 mid-quality pearls, he would be earning the cost back. Access LC. After being silent for almost a minute, the hostess suddenly said, Sir, you're from another town, and you want to sell the accessories in your place, right? You can get a 95% discount, but you have to purchase 2,000,000 accessories the first time and pay 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls as advance payment. Han Fei's lips curled again. Not a problem. However, we don't have so much cash with us. Can we use spiritual weapons as advance payment? The hostess was briefly stunned before she said, That's okay, but regular low-quality spiritual weapons aren't expensive in the Wind Thunder Town. Each of them is only worth 50,000 mid-quality pearls at best. Hearing that, Han Fei shook his head and said, Let's use mid-quality pearls then. Xuanhuan, give her the money. Xuanhuan instantly threw out a bunch of boxes that were full of mid-quality pearls. Xuanhuan simply said, That's 1,000,000. You can count them. The hostess grinned hard. For a business person like her, they wanted to make a living without having to take risks in the fisheries. There was no way that she would miss a bulk procurement like this one. Immediately, the hostess closed the store and said to Han Fei, Give me 5 or 8 days at most, and you'll have the 2,000,000 accessories. Han Fei grinned and said, Don't rip me off with the cheap products. I'm very rich and I can easily find another supplier. If you rip me off once, you can't make money from me again. In that case, you will lose millions per year, won't you? The hostess nodded quickly. That's right. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the products. Also, I'll have the best accessories tailor-made for the 2 girls. Han Fei grinned. No need for that. I'm not interested in these lousy accessories. Hiss! Han Fei instantly gasped as Xuanhuan had stepped on his foot and said telepathically, I'm interested. I'm interested. Luo Xiaobai clutched Han Fei's clothes too. So am I. Han Fei immediately chuckled. How can those accessories compare to my works? Hearing that, Luo Xiaobai let go of him and said to Han Fei, I want 5, no, 10 sets. Xuanhuan simply said to Han Fei too, I want 10 sets too. You said that you would make them for me. Han Fei was lost for words. It's the quality, not the quantity, that matters. Would you stop being so greedy? 2 sets of finest accessories for each of you. Okay, it's settled. Zhang Xuanyu was hurt. Fei, what about me? Why, you'll have to pay for your materials. They bickered and walked out of the store without specifying when they would take the goods or what goods they really wanted. They didn't even ask for a third party to witness the deal, as if they weren't scared that the hostess would go back on the deal. The host became quite grave. This was a really big client. She couldn't have secured such a great deal if her store weren't established somewhere near the central tree. As for Han Fei and the others, they didn't care about the money at all. What if they were tricked? They didn't complain when Uncle Faceless robbed them of 5 billion. Why would they care about a deal worth 10 million? They wandered a couple of kilometers ahead, and Renquang bought lots of food on the way. They didn't see anything particularly attractive. Shan heaved a sigh. We've only spent 1 million. That's too little. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. More than that, this deal will probably cost almost 20 million. You've lost 1/10 of your belongings. Shan's eyes widened with anticipation. But we'll make the money back after we return to the Blue Sea Town, Renquang said. Spending money is too difficult. It's much easier with Uncle Faceless. Han Fei said furiously. I'm pissed every time his name is mentioned. As a senior uncle, he didn't leave any money to us at all. He's really petty, too petty. He must have a reason that he would rather not talk about. Didn't our teacher mention that? Han Fei smiled and said, what kind of reason could have cost so much money? The mid-quality pearls are absolutely useless except that they're used as currency. Faceless uncle wanted money only because he wanted to buy stuff, which is the only thing that the mid-quality pearls can do. What could he buy? Resources, of course. But why did he want to buy the resources? Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, for training. His personal training? Did he really need the regular resources for his own training? Luo Xiaobai suggested. There were thousands of men on his ship. I suspect that they were not from the towns but were raised by Uncle Faceless himself. Han Fei nodded. I think so too, but I don't understand why he raised so many people. Also, could 1,000 people use so much money? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. I don't know, but it's clear that Uncle Faceless is short of money. According to the president, you can't buy spirit awakening fluid with money. Han Fei was lost for words. That's the gift for our first meeting. Was he not embarrassed when he didn't give us any gifts as a senior? The more he talked about it, the more grave Han Fei became. Even Uncle Faceless, who was tough enough to fight against the law enforcers, was still so in dire need of money. What about the less significant people like him? Money was undoubtedly very important, and he had to make more money before he went to the unknown place. All of a sudden, Han Fei stopped in a stun. Xiaochan turned around. What's up? Han Fei suddenly raised his head. Did we pass by a huge arena on our way here? Xuanhuan nodded and said, yes, that arena is big enough to accommodate 100,000 people, or even 100,000 if they're crowded. Luo Xiaobai added, if things go as planned, we'll be having contests in that arena tomorrow. Han Fei didn't care where the contests would be held. He simply chuckled and said, do you miss the days when we fought in the Blue Sea Arena? Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, I know what you're thinking, but it will expose our capabilities. We'll be identified after only several rounds. Han Fei grinned and said, that's not a problem. We have the 1,000 transformation technique. Renquang thought for a moment. That won't work. You can transform yourself, but you can't transform your spiritual beast or contractual spiritual beasts, can you? Han Fei frowned and said, that's true. Everybody simply roamed aimlessly. After all, the preliminary contests wouldn't be held until tomorrow. Shan asked telepathically, are you dying to make money right now? Han Fei was stunned. Am I? Yes, you are. Han Fei murmured, our living expenses are already so high in the level 3 fishery, and they will only get higher in the unknown place. If we don't make more money now, we'll have to beg old Bai for money later. Han Fei suddenly said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, well, you can keep on sightseeing. Shan and I will go on a date. Xiaonan? Just go. Remember to come back for dinner. Luo Xiaobai was speechless. Han Fei quickly dragged Xiaoshan away. While running, Xiaoshan snorted and asked, where do you want to go for our date? What date? We're going to the arena. Ah, don't stab me. Chapter 69, Octopus Freak. The arena in the Wind Thunder Town was really huge. According to Han Fei's perception, it covered 500,000 square meters, twice the size of the bird nest. So, Zhang Xuanyu had made an underestimation. At least 200,000 or even 250,000 people could be accommodated here. The demands for arenas were mostly similar, however different they looked. There had to be an auditorium, a field for games, and a canopy up above. The Wind Thunder Arena was almost 150 meters high. Its gate was in the shape of a gigantic fish's mouth. Each of the teeth in the mouth could be 5 meters long. The eyes of the fish were red and threatening. However, none of the audience members were too scared to come in. Not just Han Fei, the people from other towns were coming too. At this moment, Han Fei and Xiaoshan had turned into two different people. Xiaoshan transformed from a pretty girl with ponytails into a cute girl with a mushroom hairstyle, which was designed by Han Fei. Xiaoshan complained about it for a long time. Han Fei, on the other hand, became an astonishing barbarian with dreadlocks. Xiaoshan despised him for a long time. Their appearances had changed so greatly that nobody else could identify them. Xiaoshan suddenly asked, do you really have a third contractual spiritual beast? Han Fei nodded. Nobody stipulates that a person can only have two contractual spiritual beasts, right? Shan frowned. That's not right. I know that a person can have more than two contractual spiritual beasts, but all dangling fishers only have two. Han Fei said with a smile. You have two naturally endowed spiritual beasts, don't you? Shan puffed her cheeks and said, You have two of them too, all right? Stop making fun of me. While they were talking, 5 people descended from the sky in a hurry. Brother Tong, are we really going to participate? Wouldn't our capabilities be exposed? That's right, Brother Tong. Everybody knows that the contest will be held here, so the Wind Thunder Town must have left many spies here to investigate students from other places. The person that other people called Brother Tong chuckled. Why would we participate? We're only here to gamble. Ah, Brother Tong, you mean gamble for money? Of course. How can we expose ourselves at such a critical moment? Nobody is easy to deal with in the Wind Thunder Town. However, I've just learned that we can place bets during the games. One of his classmates said, Wait, Brother Tong, what if we lose the bet? Also, do we really need the money? Brother Tong, you're famous for your richness, the man smiled. I can't be called rich at all. You think several million mid-quality pearls means wealth, you fools? We're going to the life-blighting unknown place in half a year. In order to survive, what power will you need? The students he asked were all rather confused. It can't be money, can it? Some of them said. I think it should be ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Brother Tong's face immediately turned green. You're truly idiots. It's money. Money is the source of power. What can you buy without money? How can you get ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Through robbery? What's wrong with your head? Han Fei was instantly shocked by their conversation. He had unexpectedly run into someone who thought exactly the same as he did. However, he was quite surprised to see the man's face, as it looked quite familiar. Who was this man? Shoot, Han Fei remembered him. Back in the level 3 fishery, on his way from the sea grassland to the undersea city, he robbed a peak-level dangling fisher of his boat. At that time, the dangling fisher threatened him with self-explosion. This man was exactly that dangling fisher from back then. Shan titled her head and looked at Han Fei. Do you know him? Han Fei grinned. Oh, I know him very well. As they talked, Han Fei jumped and stood in their way before they climbed up the stairs. Zhang Tong and the others were all stunned. They grimaced at Han Fei's dreadlocks, wondering why anyone's hair could look so hideous. Han Fei scratched his hair and said, What are you looking at? You have no aesthetic at all. Dreadlocks are an art, do you understand, bumpkins? Immediately, those people burst into a fury. Hey, who are you calling bumpkins? Zhang Tong said with an unfriendly tone. An advanced dangling fisher? Bro, aren't you a little bit cocky? Han Fei curled his finger at Zhang Tong. Forget whether I'm cocky or not. Let's have a word. Zhang Tong frowned and asked, Why would I have a word with a total stranger? Han Fei asked. Then are you interested in money? Zhang Tong immediately changed his attitude and said to his classmates, Junior brothers, wait for me for a moment. Not far away, Zhang Tong asked, Brother, what's the meaning of this? Han Fei smiled. Exactly what it looks like. I overheard that you came here to make a fortune, and I'm here for the same purpose. I have an idea that is guaranteed to be profitable. Are you interested? Zhang Tong narrowed his eyes. Brother, which town are you from? Han Fei grinned. I'm Cao Dakyu from the Fiery Dragon Town. What about you? Zhang Tong's lips twitched. What kind of name was that? Could you at least try to make it sound real? He narrowed his eyes. You're using a fake name. Why should I tell you mine? Han Fei smiled and said, Because I'll learn your real name anyway when the match begins. Zhang Tong chuckled. Then, what about you? Why do you use a fake name? Because I won't participate in the match. Zhang Tong was confused. You won't? Why do you not participate when you're a dangling fisher, unless you are a local of the Wind Thunder Town? No. Why would I come to you for cooperation if I were a local? I could have found anybody. Zhang Tong was stunned. What kind of logic was that? Zhang Tong thought for a moment. Tell me how you can make money first. Han Fei grinned. That's easy. I'll fight in the arena. I guarantee that I'll win. You'll need to raise the stakes as high as possible. Zhang Tong was dazed. You guarantee that you'll win? As an advanced dangling fisher? Han Fei was impatient. If you could tell one's capabilities by their level, I wouldn't be here making money in such a way. Zhang Tong considered for a moment. But I'm told that the arena will be the banker here. I can't raise the stakes. Of course you can't be a banker, but you can fool other people into placing bets. He smiled casually. Since you knew you could make a fortune here, you must have been prepared, right? Have you already arranged anyone? Han Fei thought that he must have connections, or he wouldn't be so confident in gambling. Shan was not very good at racketeering. It was possible that she might stab someone when she got furious, which was a risk. As it happened, Zhang Tong had come here. He would make a better partner for Han Fei. Are you sure that you'll win? Han Fei grinned. You'll instigate the people to bet that I'll lose, while we'll actually bet that I'll win. Easy. Zhang Tong shot back quickly. How much will you bet on yourself? Han Fei smiled. Not too much. Let's start with $1 million. Huh. Zhang Tong immediately gasped. Brother, you are truly generous. Han Fei didn't seem to consider it a big deal. That's nothing. Are you in or not? Zhang Tong's lips curled. Okay, but you'll have to lend me $1 million first if you want me to trust you. Naturally, Han Fei wasn't afraid of that. Why should he hesitate when he still had hundreds of millions? Immediately, Han Fei gave Zhang Tong a sea-swallowing seashell. There's 1 million inside. Ask her for more if it isn't enough. Han Fei glanced at Shan and smiled. What's your name, Zhang Tong? Han Fei snapped his fingers and waved 2 of them before Zhang Tong's eyes. Zhang Tong, I'll beat you to death if you dare to rip me off. Han Fei casually left, and Zhang Tong was rather stunned. Why did he feel that someone had said that to him before? Something seemed to be off. Zhang Tong glanced at the sea-swallowing seashell in his hand, which contained authentic mid-quality pearls. Would a fraud really give him so much money? Let's do it. Han Fei wasn't afraid that Zhang Tong would slip away with the money, as Little White had remembered his smell, and Shan had witnessed everything. It was naturally Shan's responsibility to keep an eye on Zhang Tong. The Wind Thunder Arena was quite magnificent inside. It was more than 100 meters tall, with all kinds of fish as decorations on the dome. On the left side was the entrance to the inner field. On the right side was the registration center, and the front was the betting area. Han Fei hopped and turned right, making a lot of people surprised. They all wondered how a man with such a devil-may-care attitude could become a dangling fisher. Han Fei slapped his giant hand on the counter. I want to sign up. The staff was stunned. Sir, what would you like to sign up for? Han Fei didn't expect that. What can I sign up for? The staff replied. We have 4 categories in total. Individual competition, group competition, individual vs contractual spiritual beasts, and team vs contractual spiritual beasts. Han Fei was dazed. You can fight contractual spiritual beasts in the Wind Thunder Arena? The staff smiled. They aren't really contractual spiritual beasts because they are not contracted yet. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What do you think the odds are if I were to fight exotic contractual spiritual beasts of my level? The staff were briefly astounded. Sir, your life may be at risk. You'll have to sign an agreement in order to fight exotic creatures. Han Fei asked. How many contractual spiritual beasts do you have? There are more than 30 that are the same as or above your level. Huh. You have so many? The staff smiled and said, So, what do you want to sign up for? Ha 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 ha, the staff asked. Do you need a nickname for yourself? Han Fei's lips slightly curled up. Octopus Weirdo, Chapter 570, King of 100 Men. Supposedly, one would have to wait in line after they signed up for the games, but Han Fei's application was very unique. Immediately, the staff talked to their superiors and told him that he could enter the field after the next 2 games. Holding a tiny badge, Han Fei walked to the betting area. Pa! Han Fei slapped the badge on the counter and said, I'd like to bet. Before Han Fei continued, one of the clerks had quickly interrupted him. Sir, to prevent other people from hearing you, please speak telepathically for confidentiality. After a brief stun, Han Fei said, Okay, I'll bet 1 million on myself. The clerk slightly shook his head. Sir, we only accept 500,000 mid-quality pearls at most for 1 bet. 500,000 was not nearly enough. Han Fei was instantly lost for words. There was a cap? It seemed that the Wind Thunder Arena was very shrewd and prepared for frauds like him. If the cap was 500,000, there would be nothing they were scared of because their loss wouldn't be too huge. Also, Han Fei suspected that if he played the trick of the weak beating the strong too often, the arena would also bet that he would win in order to balance the odds. In that case, the audience would be the only people who really suffered a loss. Han Fei realized that arenas were really profitable and wondered if he should start an arena of his own. Han Fei made the payment. He didn't expect that the arena would have so many strict rules that even placing the bet must be kept confidential. Then, what could the 1 million that he gave Zhang Tong do? If the man could fool other people into betting on his failure, should he have cooperated with the man at all? It would be good if the man had other backup moves. If he didn't, this attempt probably wouldn't be worth it. After that, Han Fei saw that Zhang Tong winked at him. He was immediately reassured, knowing that the guy probably had other moves prepared. Since Zhang Tong had no problems, his fancy way of application should be able to play its role now. Han Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh. It was time to resort to his acting skills again. On the other hand, Zhang Tong and his pals were considering how to place bets too. They had no idea about the Wind Thunder Arena's strict rules on betting either. But Zhang Tong simply winked at Han Fei casually and said to his classmates, Junior brothers, bring more men to me. Huh? Zhang Tong said. Everybody will be given 1,000 mid-quality pearls if they come. Senior brother, rest assured. I'll be right back. Next, Zhang Tong spoke to a clerk at the main hall of the arena. What's the price for the most luxurious private room in your place? The clerk responded. Sir, I'm afraid it's not very cheap. Each private room costs 5,000 mid-quality pearls. But of course, it comes with special services. Zhang Tong asked, What about the private rooms in a lower tier? Those would be 2,000 mid-quality pearls for each private room. Zhang Tong rolled his eyes. Oh? It seems that there aren't many rich guys in the Wind Thunder Town. The price gap is rather huge. The clerk said courteously, Sir, the main reason is that there are only 200 top private rooms. There are actually many magnates in this place. Zhang Tong said, I'd like a 2,000 pearl private room. At once, sir. Senior brother, you reserved a private room for 2,000 mid-quality pearls? That's not how we should spend our money, Zhang Tong scoffed. You can only make money from the rich people and publicity from the poor guys. There's still a lot you need to learn. But there's a cap to the stakes, senior brother. That's why I called for more people. As he spoke, Zhang Tong leaned closer to Xia Xiaoshan, who was also reserving a private room right in front of the waiter, and gave her a hint. Lady, Cao Depeng will surely lose. Xiao Xiaoshan shook her head. That's impossible. Cao Depeng is one of the best guys from the fiery Dragon Town. I have a top secret. Do you want to hear it? Zhang Tong and Xiao Xiaoshan walked to the private room. A waiter was right before them leading the way, but Zhang Tong simply revealed the so-called top secret openly. In such an arena casino, everybody was eavesdropping. They might not believe the things they heard for the first time or second time, but they would be convinced sooner or later as they heard it again and again. Zhang Tong's trick was unbelievably simple. It was just like the deals in the stock market. When someone overheard a casual conversation, they might be tricked and trigger an astonishing chain reaction. Of course, Zhang Tong didn't really count on this method, which depended on luck. He had other approaches. Xiao Xiaoshan asked telepathically, "Will $1 million be enough for you?" Zhang Tong slightly shook his head. Not really. Xiao Xiaoshan secretly tossed a sea-swallowing seashell to him. What about this? Examining the sea-swallowing seashell Xiao Xiaoshan gave her, Zhang Tong immediately gasped. Damn it, she has given me 5 million so easily? It's more than all my belongings. Is this for real? Xiao Xiaoshan glanced at Zhang Tong and said, I can take it back as easily as I give it to you. Don't be obsessed with the little money. Zhang Tong grimaced, impressed by the two arrogant, advanced, dangling fishers. However, Zhang Tong really loved making friends with such magnates. Who could possibly give away 6 million mid-quality pearls so easily? About an hour later, the two games in the field were over. Then, the host was roaring and shrieking in madness. There were two hosts, and the male one roared. May I have your attention, please? The Wind Thunder Arena has received the craziest challenge of the year. An advanced dangling fisher has specifically asked to challenge Ming Kun, the king of the 100 men in the Wind Thunder Arena. The arena almost imploded with everybody's exclamations. Who? Did the host just say that an advanced dangling fisher would challenge Ming Kun? Is he crazy? Wouldn't it be suicide if he challenges Ming Kun? An advanced dangling fisher? I can't believe it. He's a sure loser. How long has it been since anyone challenged Ming Kun? Ming Kun has a winning streak of 100 games. Is this guy an idiot to confront him? In two different private rooms, Xia Xiaoshan and Zhang Tong almost asked the waiters simultaneously, Who's Ming Kun? The waiters replied, Ming Kun is the king of 100 men in the Wind Thunder Arena. He's supposed to fight one game each day. He has won 107 consecutive games, and many people have failed to defeat him. It has been 32 days since anybody challenged him. Zhang Tong's reaction was, Oh? What are the odds? The host will announce it to the audience soon. Xia Xiaoshan's reaction was, What's his specialty? You have to pay for the Wind Thunder Arena's intelligence, Xia Xiaoshan threw a case out. Take however much money you need. The waiter immediately replied, Ming Kun is a peak-level dangling fisher. His naturally endowed spiritual beast is a green-tide tortoise known for its invulnerability. His contractual spiritual beast is a mad bloodworm that can double his combat ability. His second contractual spiritual beast is a three-eyed mantis shrimp that grants unparalleled speed. But as for himself, he is a body cultivator. His fists are extremely tough and can rumble like thunder when he punches. The host roared from the field, This is the 33rd day of Ming Kun's break. He has sent applications to the Wind Thunder Arena many times, but nobody dared to fight him until today, and his challenger is an advanced, dangling fisher. Dear audience, let's remember his name. Octopus Weirdo. Who's Octopus Weirdo? Who is he? I've never heard him before. Where did this clown come from? He's a sure loser. Nobody with such a fancy nickname could be capable of fighting. The female host said, Our octopus weirdo comes from the distant fiery dragon town and claims to be invincible in the fiery dragon arena. Nobody can resist his iron fists within a distance of 100 meters, the male host continued. That's right. Our octopus weirdo is very unusual. He also said that he would give everybody a surprise if he wins. You, Tusk, surprise. Doesn't the fiery dragon town rank 18th or 20th? Would he stop bragging about himself? The male host continued. Now, let's give it up for octopus weirdo. Then, Xiaoshan and Zhang Tong saw that Han Fei hopped out of the passage of contestants. As if to show his crazy nature, Han Fei even rolled up one of his sleeves. After announcing his entrance, Han Fei waved at the auditorium. There were plenty of people in the Wind Thunder Arena on this day, mostly because the Wind Thunder Arena would be closed for the students of the 36 towns to compete. So, many people had come for a last day of fun. You, go back to your fiery dragon town. Octopus Weirdo, stop being an embarrassment. Octopus Weirdo, I'll bet 1 mid-quality pearl on you and 100 on Ming Kun. The female host said in a shivering voice, Dear audience, the odds for this game will be announced. Ming Kun, 1 lin 2-2, Octopus Weirdo, 1 lin min 2. Octopus Weirdo, 1 lin min. Dear audience, you will have 15 minutes to place your bet. Please give some credit to our Octopus Weirdo. Maybe he will be the one who will perform a miracle. What can he perform? I don't believe in miracles. Tisk, you can't get a miracle so easily. Are you kidding me? We have to bet on Ming Kun. You should never bet on the losing side, no matter how rich you are. Chapter 571, Golden Invisible Explosive Fist. The Wind Thunder Arena was in a flurry. A lot of clerks were selling notes to the audience and collecting money. As long as the audience won, they could exchange the notes for mid-quality pearls. It was easy and straightforward. I'll bet 1,000 on Ming Kun. I'll bet 2,000 on Ming Kun. I'll bet 100 on Octopus Weirdo. I'll bet 100 on Octopus Weirdo, but 1,000 on Ming Kun. For a moment, the arena was filled with ruckus. Only the most prudent audience would bet on both Ming Kun and Han Fei, because by placing 1,000 on Ming Kun, they would win 200 if he won, and by placing 100 on Han Fei, they would win 900 if Han Fei won. Even if Han Fei failed, they could still win 100. Therefore, those who placed bets in such a way wouldn't suffer losses no matter who won. Of course, the big shots in the private rooms were different. Someone said, "Where is this idiot from? He thinks he can defeat Ming Kun. I bet 500,000 on Ming Kun. I bet 200,000 on Ming Kun. I bet 300,000 on Ming Kun." At Xiaoshan's place, she simply threw 500,000 out. "I bet 500,000 on Octopus Weirdo." The waiter was quite stunned to hear that. "Miss, are you sure you'll bet 500,000 on Octopus Weirdo?" The waiter felt that something was wrong with her head, or she wouldn't have bet 500,000 on Octopus Weirdo. Xiaoshan simply smiled and said, "This Octopus Weirdo looks interesting. I'll just bet on him for fun." In the neighboring room, Zhang Tong murmured, "Could I be wrong?" He decided to prepare a plan B. After hearing Ming Kun's capabilities, he couldn't think of a way that Cao Dakyu could win. So, he said, "I bet 500,000 on Ming Kun." The waiter's eyes glittered. He didn't expect anyone from the second-tier private rooms could be so generous. He smiled and said, "No problem, sir." Then, Zhang Tong spoke to everybody telepathically. "Ask the others to bet the 5 million on Octopus Weirdo." But Zhang Tong didn't use his money. He was going to watch the battle first. If Han Fei was stronger than he imagined, there were still actions he could take. At the same time, Zhang Tong was wagering on both sides. If Cao Dakyu won, he would be earning 49,500,000. And if Ming Kun won, he would tell Cao Dakyu that he placed all his bets on him and keep his own 600,000 to himself. It was quite lucky for Han Fei, because few students would fight in the Wind Thunder Arena on their first day in the Wind Thunder Town when they weren't familiar with the environment yet. Also, as it happened, there were plenty of audience members on this day. More coincidentally, Han Fei selected an opponent that nobody thought he could defeat. Everybody booed Han Fei when he showed up. At this moment, the host roared, "Now, let's welcome our King of 100 Men, the Rumbling Hands, and the Battle Maniac, Ming Kun, Hu 000, Ming Kun, Ming Kun." Ming Kun, the female host continued. "Dear audience, raise your hands and let's cheer for Ming Kun and Octopus Weirdo. Is Ming Kun going to secure his 138th consecutive victory, or will Octopus Weirdo break Ming Kun's winning streak? We'll see." On the field, Ming Kun didn't take anything but walked straight to the center of the field. Han Fei was still smiling and hopping. He did a great job acting like a young man who had no respect for anything. Ming Kun looked brawny and more than 28 years old, but Han Fei had read his profile and knew that he had just reached 17. Ming Kun's muscles were tough and bulging. Spiritual energy was raging around his hands even though he was still. After a quick glance, Han Fei knew that the man was not weak at all. He had thought that the top experts would be concentrated in the Thousand-Star City, but he seemed to be wrong. Many experts were in the Thousand-Star City, but not all of them. At the center of the arena, Ming Kun waved his head, making his neck click. "Advanced Dangling Fisher, what emboldens you to challenge me?" Han Fei smiled casually. "Money. I'll make a fortune if I defeat you." Ming Kun grinned. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." "I don't think so. I've already won since the moment you appeared in this arena." Ming Kun scoffed. "I won't show you any mercy even though you are only an advanced Dangling Fisher. Everybody has to pay for their choices." Han Fei shot back. "But I'll go easy on you. That's the least I can do for making money through you." Ming Kun, humph, so much for trash talk. At this moment, the male host's voice echoed. "Wow, tension is brewing between them. It seems that they can't wait any longer. I hereby announce that the game will begin. Ho, ho!" Ming Kun, kill him with one slap. Ming Kun finished the battle within one breath. "Octopus Weirdo, you'd better lie down and give up." Boom, thunder rumbled. Ming Kun took action. The moment he took action, astounding thunder burst out, and Ming Kun's hands were surrounded by electric arcs. In the blink of an eye, his hands with glittering electric arcs had already reached Han Fei's face. Han Fei was still wearing a smile, but a golden light flashed on his fist. Boom. In the next moment, out of everybody's expectation, Ming Kun and Han Fei were both blown backwards. Ming Kun backed almost 8 steps in a row, leaving deep footprints after each step. Han Fei's case was almost the same. Instantly, someone exclaimed, "Shoot! An advanced Dangling Fisher has staved off Ming Kun's rumbling fist." Seriously? This Octopus Weirdo is so strong? I would have placed more bets on him if I had seen this coming. The host's eyes beamed. Wow, our octopus weirdo deserves his fame, as expected of the invincible man from the fiery dragon arena. On the field, Ming Kun frowned. A moment ago, he only used 50% of his strength, but that was still more than what a regular peak-level dangling fisher could handle. No wonder this boy dared to challenge him. The boy really had abilities that were as good as a peak-level dangling fisher's. Han Fei, on the other hand, was confused. Was the king of 100 men in the Wind Thunder Town so weak? How could he act if he was so weak? What if he accidentally killed the man? Come again. When Ming Kun attacked again, his speed and his strength were almost doubled, and his hands were really as intimidating as lightning. Han Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't know that this man was holding himself back just now. Boom, 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 bam, bam! Electric arcs and golden light raged in the field, and soil and stones were splashing. They attacked very fast. After only several seconds, they had almost 100 clashes. Then, both of them were blown backwards again. Ming Kun and Han Fei were evenly matched again. Han Fei's hands were vaguely shivering, as expected of the king of 100 men in the Wind Thunder arena. My fists are shivering beyond my control. Shiver, Han Fei tried to shiver his hands. However, Ming Kun's eyes were filled with zeal. Have you become an advanced dangling fisher through nothing but body tempering too? Han Fei turned his head. Did you think I was kidding when I said that I was an indomitable warrior? The audience had already gone crazy. They were all roaring madly. Blood frenzy, blood frenzy, blood frenzy. Ming Kun, take him down already. We've all bet that you'll win. Airwaves spread out under Ming Kun's feet, and a stream of energy was absorbed into his fists from the earth. His eyes turned bloodshot as he fused with the mad bloodworm. Not just the mad bloodworm, Ming Kun was also enshrouded by the image of a mantis shrimp. A third eye appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. Han Fei grinned. Goodness. You truly are not weak. Han Fei was right. This Ming Kun was more than twice as strong. The mad bloodworm was a rampant contractual spiritual beast in the first place, and Han Fei couldn't be more familiar with the mantis shrimp. His fists were so fast when the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was fused with him that he couldn't even see them clearly himself. However, how could the three-eyed mantis shrimp possibly compare to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp? Han Fei roared, "Come on, I'll show you my golden invisible explosive fist." Pooh, Shan was having juice, only to vomit it out by Han Fei's hilarious roar. What golden invisible explosive fist? At this moment, she finally realized that Han Fei was really not talented when it came to giving names. If they ever had a child, she must make sure that Han Fei wouldn't name it. Suddenly, Shan blushed. She wondered why she thought about their child. The hostess roared, "It's coming, it's coming. Ming Kun is about to go on a rampage. Will his battle frenzy ignite the Wind Thunder Town again? Will he cross the Wind Thunder arena like a lightning bolt? Let's see how Octopus Weirdo will deal with this." Han Fei simply raised his eyes and said casually, "Attach." Chapter 57-2, Provoking the Whole Audience. Han Fei had never fought with Little Fatty in front of so many people before. Although 9 death soul-splitting octopus sounded rather awe-inspiring, it didn't look intimidating at all when it was attached to Han Fei as 2 light bulbs over Han Fei's shoulder. Nothing else was strange. It was just the same as the attachment of any regular octopus as a contractual spiritual beast. If Han Fei were to attach to the 9-tailed mantis shrimp at this moment, the tentacles of the octopus would be replaced by the 9-star chains. Shan was dumbfounded to see the giant octopus. Was it Han Fei's 3rd contractual spiritual beast, a huge octopus? Many people in the auditorium saw it clearly too. Unfortunately, they couldn't tell whether it was a naturally endowed spiritual beast or a contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei quickly made the image of the octopus disappear, leaving nothing but the 2 eyes over his shoulder. At this moment, Han Fei could see everything around him. It should be an excellent ability together with his multiple limbs. Boom! A thunder burst out, and Ming Kun disappeared. An electric arc instantly fell upon Han Fei. But Han Fei couldn't be defeated so easily. Confidence and ferocity were what mattered most with the art of invincibility. When the electric arc hit Han Fei, it turned into a giant hand. Han Fei roared and punched out almost as fast as the lightning. Bam! 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 In the field, Han Fei never had a perfect opportunity while Ming Kun performed the mantis shrimp's ultimate tricks. This 3-eyed mantis shrimp didn't seem weak at all, and its tentacles were extremely fast. Han Fei soon realized that he couldn't keep up with its speed anymore without activating the Majestic Mystic spell. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to be losing during their consecutive clashes. He hadn't yet used the Majestic Mystic spell. He had to be beaten up for a while so that the audience would be hopeful. That was where acting skills were useful. Bam! Han Fei was flung backwards. His clothes were blood-stained, and he was vomiting blood too. "Great, Ming Kun is invincible. That's how you should fight. Octopus Weirdo, you can't win," the male host shouted excitedly. "Are we going to have a victor? In fact, Octopus Weirdo of the Fiery Dragon Town is really strong. He's the only one so far who has weathered through head-on clashes with Ming Kun in the arena." The female host added, "Is there still a chance for a comeback?" So far, we've only seen Octopus Weirdo using his naturally endowed spiritual beast. Then, where are his contractual spiritual beasts? Does he have secret techniques? Han Fei struggled back to his feet. As expected of the king of 100 men in the Wind Thunder arena, Ming Kun was breathing heavily. Although he had hit Han Fei many times, he was quite surprised that Han Fei was only lightly wounded from all his attacks. Ming Kun's eyes were full of passion. You're very strong. You probably would win if your opponent were someone else, but unfortunately, your opponent is me, who just carried out 70% of my capabilities. Han Fei grinned. Oh, only 70%? I thought that you carried out 120%. Speaking of which, did you not have lunch? Huh? The guy frowned. Han Fei moved his head and said, You definitely didn't have any food for lunch, or you wouldn't be so weak. Ming Kun burst into a fury. Come again. Hula. 100 electric arcs were glittering. Hundreds of threatening fists were coming within 10 meters from Han Fei. Hey, check this out. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Yes, Han Fei had changed its name and roared it out again. Bam, bam, bam. 100 golden fists spread out in all directions. Han Fei seemed mad at this moment, and nobody could see his fists clearly. However, fierce as he might have been, he still couldn't defeat Ming Kun's rumbling fist. According to the host, Han Fei was on a rampage, probably through a secret technique, but it was not good enough. Han Fei was about to fail due to the significant level gap. 10 seconds passed. Someone roared, Look, Han Fei is vomiting blood. He's about to fail. 20 seconds passed. Someone shouted, Haha, he can't persist anymore. He's going to fail. 30 seconds passed. Someone said excitedly, Look, Octopus Weirdo is vomiting blood again. 50 seconds passed. Damn it, it's still not done yet? Ming Kun, go for it and kill him. Is this man still able to persist? 100 seconds passed. Ming Kun was appalled. He had almost run out of his energy, and he could only resist the attacks with the blue-tide turtle. Dust was spreading out as the golden fists hit the blue-tide turtle. 200 seconds later, both of them were heavily wounded, and Ming Kun's blue-tide armor was broken. Many audience members were so shocked that they stood up. In their eyes, Ming Kun probably couldn't fight anymore, but Octopus Weirdo was even poorer. He could hardly stand on his feet anymore. The host was roaring crazily. Heavenly talent. Octopus Weirdo must be an unparalleled heavenly talent from the fiery Dragon Town, or he couldn't have endured so long. Outside of the field, many people were recording and communicating. Someone asked, Is this person in the delegation from the fiery Dragon Town? Someone was confused. I'll have someone look into it right now. In the private room, Zhang Tong gasped hard. Isn't this man too sturdy? You seemed to be collapsing 200 seconds earlier. How can you still be standing at this moment? Xiaoshan rolled her eyes now and then. She estimated that Han Fei probably didn't even have a bruise, and she wondered where the blood was from. What Xiaoshan didn't know was that the 9-death soul-splitting octopus could deviate 90% of the attacks and 50% of the attacks for Han Fei after it was attached. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Ming Kun to wound Han Fei. Ming Kun panicked and thought to himself, That's impossible. How can I possibly be beaten by an advanced dangling fisher? That's absolutely impossible. After that, Ming Kun suddenly roared, Take my final blow, echoing thunder. Seeing that Ming Kun was performing his ultimate move, Han Fei roared right after him. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Check out my final attack, Big Fish. Well, something punch. Poo, sue, cough, cough. Many people were lost for words. You had forgotten the name of your own technique? That's outrageous. Whatever the technique was, both of them were thrown away from the smoke that was caused by their clash. Someone was lost for words. Is it a tie? Damn it, did anyone bet on a tie? I'm screwed. What a huge loss. How can this Octopus Weirdo be so strong? Is there such a tough person from the fiery Dragon Town? Damn it, we've been tricked by the arena. All the audience were exclaiming and yelling, and Xiaoshan pretended to be surprised too. He won? The waitress who served Xiaoshan was dumbfounded too. If this Octopus Weirdo got back to his feet, the lady before her eyes would be winning 5 million with only 500,000 invested. Zhang Tong was so excited that he roared, Get back on your feet. Get back on your feet now. Zhang Tong almost went crazy. He would be winning 50 million after the victory. His heart could hardly take it. Cough, cough. In the field, Han Fei suddenly extended his hand and struggled to get back to his feet. The audience cried out to Ming Kun crazily, but the guy had no reaction at all. Han Fei secretly attacked. The man had been hit by his own attacks and slapped by Little Fatty 9 times in a row. It would be a miracle if he could stand up again. The host was so shocked that he didn't come back to himself until a long time later. If Ming Kun can't stand up in 3 seconds, his winning streak will be ended. Asked 3, 2, 1, aho, let's congratulate Octopus Weirdo of the fiery Dragon Town. This victory is epic and mind-blowing. A glittering new star is on the rise. He has told us that there are always stronger people out there. Clatter, shit, An assortment of items were thrown into the field. Han Fei even saw a bra among them. Money, my money, everybody was wailing. But some of them were trembling in excitement too. I'm going to be rich, I only placed the bet randomly, but I'm a big winner now. The people in the private rooms, on the other hand, might be regretful but not nearly as desperate. Someone even asked, who exactly is this octopus weirdo? Check him out and find out his battle record. Zhang Tong wept. He literally wept. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. All his belongings, considering the battle suits and the spiritual weapons, were worth no more than 10 million, but he had won 50 million easily. Unfortunately, he could only get 20% of the money. When Han Fei left earlier, he raised 2 fingers. Zhang Tong didn't think much of it back then, but now that he recalled it, he realized that Han Fei was probably implying that he would get 20%. However, even 20% of the money still meant 10 million mid-quality pearls. Zhang Tong was rather stunned. What am I thinking? Is 10 million not enough? That's 10 million. While Zhang Tong was stunned, Han Fei got back to his feet and looked at the auditorium in disbelief. Today, I'll accept challenges from everybody on the same level as or higher than mine in this field. The heavenly talents of the Wind Thunder Town are just so-so. I can crush 10 of them with one hand. Shoot, Zhang Tong was dumbfounded. Did you get a brain injury from the hitting just now? Then, Han Fei said again, I'm going to bet 500,000 on myself. Anybody joining me? If nobody does, I'll ask again after a break. Chapter 5073, Keep Fighting. The Wind Thunder Arena was imploding with noise from the audience members who were blushing and yelling. Son of a bachash from the fiery Dragon Town, just stay there if you've got balls. Fuck you, octopus weirdo. Nobody forced you to say anything. Don't you slip off. I'm going to sign up and beat him up. I'll go with you. You can't. I'm in my best state, and he must be exhausted from the battle. I can take him down with one hand. In the crowd, Han Fei had no idea how many people came to the Wind Thunder Arena. Many students had arrived after confirming their dormitories. Originally, those students were here just to familiarize themselves with the environment. They didn't expect such a battle. Several people were looking at each other in bewilderment in the crowd. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Isn't that Han Fei? Definitely. Renquang nodded. Absolutely. I can't think of a second person who has golden fists and that way of taunting. Luo Xiaobai suggested, let's go and bet 500,000 on him. On the other hand, Xiao Wushuang remarked with complicated feelings, is this the capabilities of a top dangling fisher? I can't even resist one attack from him. Shangnan laughed. Of course you can't. You can't even resist his fart, He Xiaoyu suddenly said. Don't you feel that the man is a little bit like Han Fei? Xiao Wushuang simply denied it. That's impossible. My sources told me that Han Fei's second contractual spiritual beast has wings, and this guy's was an octopus monster. How can he be Han Fei? They look different too, He Xiaoyu suggested. I'm told that there are powerful disguising skills that can transform you into someone else. Shangnan shook his head. That's impossible. Such skills are very expensive. Besides, they must be very high level to trick other people, or the experts would recognize them easily after a quick scan. Pondering for a moment, He Xiaoyu said, I want to bet on this octopus weirdo. Shangnan was lost for words. Are you crazy? Look, this octopus weirdo must have had brain injuries in the battle just now. Did you not hear that he provoked all the heavenly talents of the Wind Thunder Town? He can barely stand on his feet anymore and is trying to get some rest. But how can he recover from such a battle easily? Xiao Wushuang also said. That's right. Besides, we've all seen Han Fei's fists. He could have easily blown that person to smithereens with one punch, and the battle shouldn't have been so hard. This man can't be Han Fei. Xiaoyu shook her head. I just feel that he's strong. I'm going to bet on him and make some money. Apart from Xiaoyu and her companions, someone from the fiery Dragon Town came too. However, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. Wait, when did this octopus weirdo emerge in the fiery Dragon Town? He's even an advanced dangling fisher? Why have we never heard of him? Not good. Did he pretend to be from the fiery Dragon Town? As it turned out, everybody around them fell quiet after they said that. Good. Small fries of the fiery Dragon Town, you dare to come to the auditorium? Brothers, beat them up. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding. That octopus weirdo isn't from the fiery Dragon Town. Hee. Are you implying that the Wind Thunder Arena made a mistake? Don't listen to their nonsense. Just beat them. The second match came faster than anticipated. The moment he received the message, the male host roared out, Dear audience, the splendid show will continue. You have no idea who's coming. Faced with Octopus Weirdo's challenge, Jing Changfeng, our best dangling fisher in the past, is here. The male host was more than infuriated by the arrogance of the fiery Dragon Town too. The Wind Thunder Town would have given the winner the honor he deserved, but he blatantly provoked everybody. That was too outrageous. The host was determined to have him beaten up on this day. The hall of the Wind Thunder Arena had been fully crowded by the people who were signing up for matches. Yet, there were few people at the notes exchange counter. Mostly, it was because the majority had bet on Ming Kun, and few bet on Han Fei. Supposedly, there were always people who wanted to beat the odds, but the people who really had the courage and the money to do that weren't many. Although the Wind Thunder Arena lost more than 80 million in the last game, it had earned 10 times more, because too many people bet on Ming Kun's winning. This time, many people were shocked by Jing Changfeng's arrival. Jing Changfeng was a terrifying warrior. He had challenged and defeated powerful peak-level dangling fishers when he was merely an advanced dangling fisher. Also, he won more than once. He didn't lose once until after a winning streak of 38. After Jing Changfeng became a peak-level dangling fisher, he only had 3 battles, which took 3 seconds in total. Then, nobody fought him anymore. Now that Jing Changfeng was taking action, many people sat down quietly. This time, the arena considered that Han Fei was too capable of a talent to have been raised by the fiery Dragon Town, so they sent someone to investigate him. However, the audience was cheering so loudly that they had to start the match before the results came back. As for the odds, Jing Changfeng was 1.5 and Han Fei was 1008. The arena tried to balance them by lowering Han Fei's odds and increasing Jing Changfeng's. In such a way, even if Han Fei won again, the arena wouldn't suffer any loss seeing how furious the audience was. In the arena, the host roared, "There's a certain someone who defeated 3 formidable enemies in 3 seconds and who routinely challenged people above his level. He is Jing Changfeng. Let's give it up for Jing Changfeng, Jing Changfeng, Changfeng, I love you, Jing Changfeng, kill this bastard." Zhang Tong was most excited in his private room. This time, he bet the 50 million he just earned as well as half of his belongings. Why only half? The truth was that he wasn't sure that Han Fei would keep winning as he promised. After all, from what he had seen, Han Fei's combat ability seemed to have plummeted. But why did Zhang Tong still bet on him? Mainly because he had this illusion that he had met this person from somewhere before. He felt weirdly familiar with him. This sense of familiarity told him that he should trust this person. It was exactly this feeling that prompted Zhang Tong to throw a badge to an unattractive man in the crowd against his rationality. Zhang Tong was not a Mr. Nobody. He had earned all his belongings by trading materials. He had about 50 subordinates in the Wind Thunder town who were responsible for purchasing and reselling accessories for him. Meantime, Zhang Tong asked another classmate to ask for the Million Gold Town's help. He had once been an exchange student in the Million Gold Town, which was a heaven of business exactly as its name suggested. He learned the tricks to make money in that town and made a lot of good friends there. Zhang Tong was shocked by himself after he paid 58 million. He wondered when he had become so resolved and generous. Was he crazy? Luo Xiaobai and her friends, on the other hand, were thinking and discussing much more clearly. Zhang Xuanyu said, "The cap is 500,000. He can't really make much money out of this. Why bother pretending?" Le Renquang suggested. "Why don't we ask our classmates from the Blue Sea Town to help?" Zhang Xuanyu retorted. "Are you an idiot? Everybody from our town has been either beaten or tricked by us. They're all hostile to us." "Would they really help us?" "They would. Go summon them right now and tell them that they'll get money." Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. "Is it really going to work? You underestimate the power of mid-quality pearls. Although we seem rich, how many people in the Blue Sea Town are as rich as Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan? You stay here then. I'll bring them here." Zhang Shangfeng was very handsome. He had charming and even sexy long hair. He was handsome in a different way from Zhang Xuanyu, who was a manly soul warrior. Jing Changfeng was an armorist and dressed in pure white like a girl. Looking at Han Fei, who was still sitting cross-legged, Jing Changfeng put on a wicked smile. "You won't be able to recover no matter how you try to rest." Han Fei opened his eyes and sneered. "Pretty boy, you are quite cocky. You think I can't fight just because I'm wounded?" Jing Changfeng pursed his lips and smiled casually. "Don't all body cultivators like to attempt a comeback when the situation seems desperate? You are an interesting dork. Do you know how many people are behind me?" Han Fei rose and laughed. "I don't care how many people are behind you. Today I'm invincible and will dominate the Wind Thunder arena." Immediately, the audience cursed from the auditorium. Someone roared, "Son of a biatch, stop being arrogant, you'll be humiliated in 3 seconds. Someone shouted at the host, "Let the game begin." "What are you waiting for? I'm hoping to get my money back." Someone had secretly bet on Han Fei and wondered if their gamble would work out. They only hoped that Han Fei would prove worthy. After all, he could possibly beat Jing Changfeng now that he had defeated Ming Kun. Seeing that Jing Changfeng and Han Fei were done talking, the host instantly roared, "Now, let's see whether Jing Changfeng's Ghost God Chain is more powerful than Octopus Weirdo's Sea-Shocking Fists. Let the game begin." Chapter 574, Storm of Chains. Jing Changfeng laid down his weapon box, but what was unleashed from the box was not sabers, swords, or shields. From the box extended countless chains that sprang out like Luo Xiaobai's vines. They were everywhere. Those chains were soaring crazily, some stabbing into the ground and some hanging high above. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was surrounded by those chains from every perspective. Bam, bam, the floor exploded, and a great many chains broke out of the soil and clutched Han Fei. "Take 100 punches from me first." The golden fists surged like energy bullets, but something shocking happened. Was it an array? Jing Changfeng smiled and said, "It's useless. I don't think you can possibly get out of my Ghost God array after you've come in." Han Fei had noticed that his fists actually hit the Ghost God array, but this array seemed able to deflect the attacks, so he probably couldn't break it unless he fully carried out the art of invincibility. However, how could Han Fei possibly expose the real power of the art of invincibility in this place? He simply dashed among the chains so fast and agilely that many people were shocked. Among them, the most shocked of all was He Xiaoyu, who was sitting with xuanhuan and the others. He Xiaoyu couldn't be more familiar with such a movement technique. Who could it possibly be if not Han Fei? She regretted betting only 3,000 mid-quality pearls a moment earlier. It was already a huge amount to her. Even though she had traveled in the level 2 fishery for a long time, she had no more than 50,000 pearls in total, not enough to buy a low-quality spiritual weapon. If she had recognized Han Fei a while back, she would have bet all the 50,000 mid-quality pearls she had with her. In the auditorium, Lurenquang was holding his chain with his hand, so he does have a third contractual spiritual beast. Why does he have a third contractual spiritual beast? Luo Xiaobai said. Maybe because his body is special? Lurenquang heaved a sigh. Why do I not have a special body? Also, this octopus doesn't look weak at all. Little Fatty's image appeared on the field with intimidating eyes before its sucking discs attracted the chains. Its terrifying force was transmitted to Jing Changfeng through the chains, making his expression change again and again. How is it possible? How can a contractual spiritual beast shake the ghost god chains? Ca bam. The tentacles of the octopus were fully stretched out and began to pull the ghost god chains. Although more and more ghost god chains were tying them up, they failed to freeze the tentacles. Instead, they were all attracted to the terrifying sucking discs. Han Fei grinned and said, "Hey, pretty boy, do you want me to teach you how to swing?" As Little Fatty waved its tentacles, infinite tentacles were straightened and began to spin. After all, Han Fei was safe inside the ghost god chains while they even dragged Jing Changfeng's weapon box away like a raging tornado. Shocked, Jing Changfeng roared, "Soul explosion!" A terrible blast spread on the chains and made them clatter. The host shouted, "It's a soul explosion! A body cultivator can't possibly resist such a dreadful soul explosion. Octopus Weirdo is about to. How is this possible?" Jing Changfeng was astounded too. The storm of chains didn't stop at all but became twice as fast. In the blink of an eye, the storm of chains expanded to a radius of hundreds of meters as it surged towards Jing Changfeng. While swinging the chains at the center, Han Fei thought that he must thank Little Fatty's special feature. The 9-death soul-splitting octopus had a high spiritual power and could ignore all mental attacks from creatures within 10 levels higher than itself. Otherwise, his head would have bled when he suffered the horrifying spiritual blast. But as it happened, he wasn't even slowed down, much less shedding any blood. God-clutching, intense blade auras appeared among the chains and attempted to cut apart Han Fei's spiritual beast like sharp chainsaws. But Jing Changfeng became desperate again. He couldn't move the chains that were attracted to the tentacles at all. Even the blade auras weren't at his disposal. Many people were dumbfounded in the auditorium. Jing Changfeng, why are you not doing anything? Jing Changfeng, do something. Don't just watch. Hey, did you bet that you would lose? Jing Changfeng, I'll file a complaint against you. I will. What's the matter with you? Are you offering weapons to your opponent? The field was filled with curses for a moment. Many people described Jing Changfeng as a phony and said that he wasn't nearly as good as Ming Kun. At least, Ming Kun didn't fall until he heavily wounded Han Fei. Yet, while Jing Changfeng surrounded Octopus Weirdo with chains at first, his opponent had disappeared since then, and he had been running all the time while his weapons became his enemies. What was that about? Eventually, Jing Changfeng gritted his teeth. He had to resort to his ultimate trick. Bam, bam, bam. The floor split up again, and a mass of vines emerged from underground. Han Fei was surprised. You are also a manipulator? After realizing that Jing Changfeng was a manipulator, Han Fei simply controlled the tentacles and darted the ghost god chains at him one by one. Seeing that the chains were back, Jing Changfeng naturally had to reclaim them, but there were too many chains for him to see things clearly. He merely sensed that Han Fei took out a chain of his own that was attached to a wall. Han Fei finally showed up, and the audience exclaimed, "He's out, but why is he covered in blood? Did Jing Changfeng's god-clutching actually work? But what's he holding? He's like a lunatic. Not good, not good, not good, not good. It seems very powerful. Jing Changfeng, keep it up, go." Han Fei had got the chain from the prison in the undersea city. Back then, he couldn't cut the chain at all and had to uproot the wall that it was connected to in order to take it away. At this moment, he spun the 10-meter-long chain quickly before him. He didn't even know how heavy the chain was exactly. Han Fei released his hand, and the chain as well as the wall was instantly hurled to Jing Changfeng. Jing Changfeng lifted the ghost god chains, trying to resist it. But after a smack, the array that had been established was broken through, and Jing Changfeng was hit by the dark rock in his abdomen and chest. He was flung away with blood splashing out of his mouth. Those who never experienced it had no idea how heavy the chain was. Jing Changfeng, who was a handsome man a moment earlier, was bent like a shrimp at this moment. He felt that his intestines were being squeezed out. After Jing Changfeng rolled hundreds of meters on the floor, he simply passed out. Han Fei grabbed the chain under his feet and pulled it hard. When the black stone fell on the ground, there seemed to be an earthquake. He raised his eyes and looked at the audience. An armorist should focus on his own specialties instead of those fancy tricks, which are absolutely useless in front of absolute strength. Is he really a heavenly talent of the Wind Thunder Town? You think he's invincible? Damn you, you bloody octopus, what did you say? Say that again if you've got balls. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Jing Chongfeng is a useless bastard. He's not nearly as good as Ming Kun. Clang, Jiangtong's hip hit the floor. He was too shocked to think clearly. An income of almost 500 million. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. Ever seen so many other audience members were dumbfounded too, and even crying about their newfound money. Why would they trust that an armorist and manipulator could defeat a maniac in body tempering? Suddenly, someone said, "Wait, is this octopus weirdo really an advanced dangling fisher?" "I think he's better than that," someone roared. "I doubt it." Someone was lost for words. Why? Are you too blind to identify an advanced dangling fisher? Many people were dazed after the battle. After the huge loss of money, the Wind Thunder Arena took action in the emergency too. Someone roared, "Who let this guy in? He isn't from the Fiery Dragon Town at all. Ban him right now." A middle-aged bearded man was yelling at the staff. Although the arena didn't lose any money in the 2 matches and even made some money, it spent almost 600 million in the second game alone. What did that mean? It meant that if Hanfei's odds were still so high, the Wind Thunder Arena might go bankrupt after just another game. One of the clerks said, "But this octopus weirdo is going to fight the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. Will we ban him from the match?" "Of course. Wait a moment, what's he going to fight?" The clerk swallowed and said, "He selected the ghost-eyed giant crocodile when he picked his opponent." Stunned, the bearded man asked, "You're talking about the ghost-eyed giant crocodile that has been locked at the bottom of the arena for 8 years? The clerk nodded. "Why, yes, boss, do we still ban him?" The bearded man simply waved his hand. "Release the thunder smoke later." Chapter 575, 5 Ghost-Eyed Giant Crocodile Xuanhuan returned to the Wind Thunder Arena magnificently with more than 80 girls. Why were they all girls? Mostly because guys didn't like Xuanhuan and girls liked him very much. Nobody was willing to hang around with him except girls. Before they arrived here, Xuanhuan had given money to each of them. He also reminded them, "Don't ask or say anything. Just bet on a guy named Octopus Weirdo. After he wins, each of you will share 20% of the profit." Before Zhang Xuanyu and the girls came in, they had seen lightning flashing in the sky and white smoke swirling like vortexes. "Brother Yu, what's that?" Zhang Xuanyu didn't have the vaguest clue. However, since people were flooding to the Wind Thunder Arena from all directions, he knew that something huge must have happened. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Everybody, disperse. Remember to place as much money on him as possible. You won't lose anything." After that, Zhang Xuanyu quickly squeezed through the crowd. In the crowd, someone shouted, excuse me, stop squeezing, I'm being squeezed away from the crowd." What exactly is going on in the Wind Thunder Arena today? Who's fighting whom? Why has the Thunder Smoke been released? Who remembers when the last time the Thunder Smoke was released? 3 years ago? Someone roared, "Don't bother who's fighting whom, just go forward." Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. He had been out for only one brief moment. What had possibly happened? Why was this place so crowded? Outside, many people looked at the Wind Thunder Arena. Someone was rendered speechless. What a bunch of idiots. They must have organized this huge match because the arena will be occupied for a while. Someone greeted him, "Old Wang, do you want to take a look at the arena?" "No, it's too crowded now that the Thunder Smoke is released. I don't want to be killed by the stampede." According to the news in the major academies, an unbelievably tough expert from the Fiery Dragon Town broke Ming Kun's winning streak of 137 victories and took down the renowned Jing Chongfeng. Someone wasn't interested. "We'll know the results very soon anyway. I don't want to go to the arena after the Thunder Smoke. It's too crowded." Some teachers yelled, "All the girls should stay on campus. You can't go there." In their experience, the Wind Thunder Arena must be fully crowded at this moment, and girls could easily be harassed in the crowd. As for Zhang Xuanyu, he was only responsible for bringing reinforcements. Harassment wasn't really his concern. At this moment, the regular areas in the hall, on the corridor, and in the field were all jam-packed with people. The girls of the Blue Sea Town were smart enough to reserve a few private rooms on the top floor. Luckily, they didn't have to stay in the crowd. Someone asked, "Senior sister, is the person in the field Octopus Weirdo?" "Seems so, but I don't think we know him." "Why would Zhang Xuanyu bet on him?" Someone said, "He certainly knows Zhang Xuanyu and his gang," or "Why would I have been given 500,000 mid-quality pearls each?" Goodness, is everybody in the Thug Academy so rich? Someone was lost for words. I know that they own the Fish Dragons gang, but is it really such a profitable business? The whole Wind Thunder Arena was covered in noisy discussions. The host was roaring, "May I have your attention, dear audience? Today will be remembered by future generations as the day when someone challenged the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. Yes, the dreadful creature locked below the ground of the Wind Thunder Arena. For 8 years, nobody has dared to challenge it, until today, Octopus Weirdo shows up." "What? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile? Shoot. Are they serious? Damn it, is this man crazy? Does he not care about his life at all?" Someone asked. "What's the ghost-eyed giant crocodile?" Some said with mixed feelings, It's the most intimidating beast in the Wind Thunder arena. The owner of this arena captured it from unknown waters 8 years ago. It's said that the beast's eyes can petrify you. Someone interjected, not just that. It's said that the ghost-eye giant crocodile is so strong that even a hanging fisher cannot resist one wave of its tail. Someone added, also, rumor has it that the ghost-eye giant crocodile is covered by scales that even high-quality spiritual weapons cannot penetrate. Even ultra-quality weapons can't really hurt it. Many people were bragging about the ghost-eye giant crocodile with other people. They were all offering their comments and describing the ghost-eye giant crocodile as if it were unbeatable. Han Fei pretended to be gravely wounded at this moment and was still resting. Now and then, he even vomited blood, which made many newcomers surprised. Someone was lost for words. Is he really going to fight the ghost-eye giant crocodile? Can he really do that? Someone said. This man has already defeated Ming Kun and Jing Changfeng. I admit that he is a heavenly talent, but even a heavenly talent can't defeat the ghost-eye giant crocodile, right? Someone nodded. Certainly not. Even Ming Kun and Jing Changfeng wouldn't have dared to challenge the ghost-eye giant crocodile whose tail can crack a mountain. In this vast arena, there were a bunch of people who were in plain clothes and came with their friends. They were propagating how powerful the ghost-eye giant crocodile was and belittling Han Fei's combat ability with their best. In his private room, Zhang Tong murmured, I've done enough for you. I deserve to take 20% of profits. Nobody except me could have helped you. But you have to win. If you lose, Zhang Tong couldn't even imagine what would happen if Han Fei lost. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand the tragic loss and would simply jump off from the floating island the Wind Thunder Town was on. On the field, Han Fei was spreading out his senses, not to his surroundings, but to the underground. But he was rather surprised that he could only sense one barrier and couldn't tell what was behind it. He had intended to fool more people into fighting himself and swindle them out of their money. However, nobody challenged him even though he appeared heavily wounded. They were truly cowards. Han Fei had no idea that they would have challenged him if the arena hadn't banned them from doing so. He would have been kicked out of the arena if he hadn't unwittingly picked the ghost-eye giant crocodile as his target. Han Fei said to Little Fatty in his heart, Little Fatty, do you think you can defeat the ghost-eye giant crocodile? Yes. Little Fatty gave Han Fei a simple answer and didn't intend to talk further. Han Fei was lost for words. This was definitely not a dutiful contractual spiritual beast, and it would have been in for some beating if it had another master. In fact, Han Fei only picked the ghost-eye giant crocodile because he decided to reveal Little Fatty. While Little Fatty was cold and unfriendly, it was definitely a powerful contractual spiritual beast. It was not as multifunctional as the nine-tailed mantis shrimp or as fast as Little Gold, but it was extremely strong and could ignore mental attacks within 10 levels of itself. Also, its sucking discs could absorb the enemy's spiritual energy and vitality. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't scared of the ghost-eye giant crocodile at all. However, the ghost-eye giant crocodile seemed to possess an ability that could petrify people. Han Fei had to consider if he could resist it with a spiritual energy protective cover, an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, or the water manipulate technique. Or if he didn't have a choice, he could always surround himself with shields. When worst came to worst, Han Fei planned to use Little Fatty as a shield. After all, the beast wasn't afraid of death, and the petrifying ability couldn't possibly turn it into a rock. Little Fatty had enormous mental power and could be revived 9 times. Unless the enemy was a hidden fisher, even a peak-level dangling fisher couldn't possibly kill it. After all, deflecting 90% of attacks was truly a remarkable feature. Duang, duang, in the arena, a gate that had long been sealed was opened. The earth was shaking when the gate was only half opened. Crack, crack, crack. When the giant gate was opened, everybody saw a prehistoric, brutal crocodile that was almost 50 meters long. Even Han Fei couldn't help but rise to his feet after seeing it. At this moment, the ghost-eye giant crocodile's eyes had been veiled, but its dozens of fangs were all exposed. The fangs on the 2 sides, in particular, were meters long. The ghost-eye giant crocodile's limbs were very powerful, with fingernails meters long on it that left marks on the floor as it crawled. Hiss! Everybody gasped. This creature looked extremely dreadful. Han Fei looked no bigger than an ant before it. How could he fight the beast? Someone was lost for words. How can you possibly defeat this beast? Zhang Tong nearly collapsed in his private room. How did you choose your opponent? Why were you so bold? Around the arena, hundreds of people were setting up arrays. Very soon, a light shield was raised, covering the arena. Hiding behind the desk, the host roared, Goodness, the ghost-eye giant crocodile has arrived. Have you felt the fright that comes from the bottom of your heart? Please wait a moment while our staff strengthens the defenses in case anybody is accidentally hurt. In Han Fei's eyes, data popped up. Chapter 576, Gamble data popped up in Han Fei's eyes. On name a ghost-eye giant crocodile introduction. This is a mutated creature that carries primeval powers. It's bad-tempered and enjoys loneliness. Its petrifying eyes can turn any creature 10 levels below itself into rock. When infuriated, it can spit out destructive wind. L level 49. All quality legendary aspiritual energy, 7,705 points. All effect. It can build up your body if it's eaten over a long period of time. Ace collectible. Petrifying eyes. Absorbable. All note. It possesses a power of at least 5 million kilograms at this moment. It's an adult and very smart. Han Fei gasped hard when he saw the data. He cursed the arena for tricking him. When he picked the opponent, it was clearly described as a level 47 exotic creature. Yet, it turned out to be a level 49 legendary creature? Then should he bother fighting at all? Little Fatty was only level 38. However awesome it was, could it crush a level 49 legendary creature? It was 11 levels higher than Little Fatty and too strong for Little Fatty to resist. Besides, what was the power of 5 million kilograms about? Even 1/10 of it would mean 500,000 kilograms. He could only deflect half of that even if he was fused with Little Fatty. Wouldn't he be easily slapped into a pulp of meat by the creature? Han Fei swallowed. How would it feel when one was hit by 2,500 tons? He would probably be reduced into atoms. Even though he was to use the majestic mystic spell and the sacrificing punch, he couldn't possibly deal a force of 1,000,000 kilograms. Even so, Han Fei could fight peak-level hanging fishers when he was in his best state, and peak-level dangling fishers would just be pieces of cake for this beast. Hanging Fisher estimated that this ghost-eyed giant crocodile could kill 5 peak-level hanging fishers with one swing of its tail. The host roared excitedly. Do you see it? This is the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, a level 49 exotic creature that possesses tremendous strength. It's as strong as any peak-level dangling fisher. However, our octopus weirdo is going to challenge this beast as an advanced dangling fisher. He's truly brave. I hereby announce that the odds are Ghost-Eye Giant Crocodile 1-1-1 Octopus Weirdo 1-5. However, hardly had the host finished his announcement when someone roared furiously, "What's wrong with you? 1-5. How could you possibly say that?" The host had received the message that almost 600 million had been bet on Octopus Weirdo before he released the odds. Clearly, someone was intentionally betting on Octopus Weirdo, which meant that they were very confident in Octopus Weirdo. Naturally, the arena had to lower both the odds for the Ghost-Eye Giant Crocodile and Octopus Weirdo, but someone threw things at the host right after that. Most of the things were from Zhongtong's direction. "That's unfair. We protest. How can it be 1-5? It should be at least 1-10. Yes, 11-10. Asshole, do you think there's any chance that Octopus Weirdo can win?" The host wasn't bothered at all. He simply continued, "Please trust the Wind Thunder Arena. We've always been objective, unbiased, and rigorous. Our analysts have analyzed Octopus Weirdo and found that he is as good as a hanging fisher in his peak state. So, our odds are fine." Shashashan coldly glanced back. She was wondering if she could kill the waiter behind him, impersonate him, and then kill the host at the edge of the arena. Luo Shabai frowned and considered how she could stop the challenge. Renquang said in a shivering voice, "Who can possibly win this? I have no doubt that Han Fei is good, but the problem is that this ghost-eyed giant crocodile is too unimaginably strong." Wait, a roar burst out of the field. Han Fei pointed a finger at the host ferociously. The host asked, "Octopus Weirdo, what do you want to say? The game is about to start." "You'll have to compensate if you admit defeat," Han Fei roared. "I suspect that the Wind Thunder Arena is cheating, and that this ghost-eyed giant crocodile is not an exotic creature, but a legendary one. Also, I believe that this ghost-eyed giant crocodile is level 49 rather than level 47. Everybody whispered and discussed with each other. The host smiled and said, "Octopus Weirdo, the Wind Thunder Arena has always been fair and just. This ghost-eyed giant crocodile has been confirmed by many hidden fishers to be a level 47 exotic creature. If you want to chicken out, please don't slander the Wind Thunder Arena with such excuses," the host sneered. "You're the one who played tricks with the Wind Thunder Arena first. You think we can't take any countermeasures?" Han Fei simply said. "Then I dare the Wind Thunder Arena to a bet. What if this ghost-eyed giant crocodile isn't a level 47 creature?" The host was about to talk when a bearded man said, "Everybody, listen to me. I'm the manager of the Wind Thunder Arena, and I'm responsible for everything here. I assure you that this ghost-eyed giant crocodile is a level 47 exotic creature." Han Fei scoffed. "That's your word against mine. Let me just ask you if you're up for the bet." The bearded man smiled and said, "The Wind Thunder Arena is definitely confident to accept the bet. However, Octopus Weirdo, nobody has ever bet with the Wind Thunder Arena before. Do you have enough capital? You'll need more than 100 million for the bet." Han Fei grinned and said, "I'm going to bet 500 million with you. Are you up for it?" The bearded man's face slightly changed. Was there really something wrong with the ghost-eyed giant crocodile? However, the bearded man didn't think that Han Fei would come play such a ruse if he were so rich, so he simply asked, "Octopus Weirdo, do you have the money? If I take out the money, would the Wind Thunder Arena be accepting the bet? Today, hundreds of thousands of people are watching. Think before you say anything." The bearded man was silent for a few seconds, but then a voice echoed in his head, "Don't worry, just bet with him." The bearded man grinned and said, "Haha, since you want to bet, Octopus Weirdo, the Wind Thunder Arena will accept the bet as long as you have the money for it." Han Fei was about to talk when he seemed shocked and he swallowed. The bearded man smiled. "What's up, Octopus Weirdo? You short of cash? In the auditorium, many people were dumbfounded by the bet, but Hanfei's face changed when the Wind Thunder Arena accepted the bet. Everybody's first reaction was that Hanfei was a fraud and he was too scared to fight, but in fact, it was because Hanfei received a telepathic voice. It didn't come from anyone else or through his ears, but appeared directly in his heart. He had no idea how the ghost-eyed giant crocodile was speaking to him. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile said, "Human being, I can hide my level and bloodline. They can't find the truth unless I'm willing to, so you will surely lose. However, if you change your term of the bet into getting me out, I can give you a hand. Don't talk aloud. Seal what you want to say in your heart with your soul power. I can hear it." Hanfei was instantly shocked. Damn it, could every creature talk these days? Also, why was this big oaf so shrewd? In the way that the ghost-eyed giant crocodile instructed, Hanfei replied, "That works, but can you pretend to be defeated by me later?" "Yes, as long as you can take me out of here." Hanfei was surprised. "Are you not afraid that I'll sell you out? You can't stop me? Also, because our level gap is too huge, you can't sign a contract with me. Besides, I'll follow you after we go out. You can't stop me even if you find a hidden fisher to help you." Hanfei was intrigued. He didn't expect this big guy to be so confident. He had no idea that the ghost-eyed giant crocodile had been caged for 8 years. There was no telling when its next challenger would show up. Now that it finally had a challenger who was both weak and stupid, it had to seize the opportunity. In the next second, Hanfei looked at the bearded man and said, "I'll accept the bet, but I won't take your money. I want it." Hanfei pointed at the ghost-eyed giant crocodile and declared confidently. The bearded man sneered, "Take out your money if you have it, otherwise I can't be sure that you can pay if you lose. Do we have a deal if I take out the money?" In a certain private room, a middle-aged man scanned the ghost-eyed giant crocodile for a 7th time. He was quite sure that there was nothing wrong with the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. Immediately, the man said telepathically, "Accept it." The bearded man grinned and said, "It's not that big of a deal for us." Then, as Hanfei waved his hand, a thing that shocked the host and the bearded man happened. Hanfei looked at the audience and said, "I hereby bet with the Wind Thunder Arena. If this ghost-eyed giant crocodile is a level 47 exotic creature, I'll pay 500 million mid-quality pearls to them. But if it isn't, I'll have the ghost-eyed giant crocodile." After that, a hill of boxes that were loaded with glittering mid-quality pearls appeared in the arena. Hanfei snorted, "I have nothing but money. You really think I'm too scared to play this game?" Chapter 577, Life is All About Acting. When Hanfei presented 500 million mid-quality pearls, everybody was astounded. Clang, God, this octopus weirdo is so rich? Dear sea god, he's so freaking rich. Why are you playing games in the arena when you're rich? Something wrong with your head? Zhongtong collapsed to the ground, feeling that 10,000 iron-headed fish were raging in his heart. Was that jerk so rich as to engage in a bet of 500 million? He felt that his world had been turned upside down. While he was being so anxious about the 5 million mid-quality pearls, that man had easily taken out 500 million mid-quality pearls as stakes for a bet. How could he be so wealthy? At this moment, Zhang Tong couldn't help but where he had met this guy before. He was positive that he had met this Cao Dakyu before. Well, Cao Dakyu was apparently a fake name. He only knew Cao Chu. But Cao Chu was from a renowned family in the Thousand-Star City. He couldn't be here. Also, Cao Chu did not seem to be capable of fighting very soon. Someone dragged Hanfei's 500 million mid-quality pearls to the periphery of the field and sent a team of guards to watch it. In the private room, a middle-aged man's lips curled upward. He was sure that he would win the bet, and the battle would continue. The bearded man said, "Octopus weirdo, we have a bet. Now, you need to prove that this ghost-eyed giant crocodile isn't a level 47 exotic creature. Of course, you're free to ask your teacher from the Fiery Dragon Town to help. He isn't from the Fiery Dragon Town." Suddenly, a peak-level dangling fisher roared from the crowd. Hanfei looked back, only to find that it was none other than xuanhuan whom he had hit before. But Hanfei couldn't care less about it, as his fake identity had already been discovered. Since he had already been seen through, the disguise did not matter anymore. He simply laughed and said, "You think I'd bet with you if I didn't know what I was doing? Observe. Golden, invincible, fiery eyes. Puh." Many people were lost for words. "Why are you still so naughty when you're losing?" Someone roared at him from the auditorium. "Stop bragging and show us what you've got. That's right. Try if you think you can." "We're eyewitnesses to the bet," someone shouted. "Come on, start your performance." In the crowd, Renquang was looking around. Is he crazy? There must be experts in the Wind Thunder Arena, and the experts didn't see it? Luo Xiaobai shrugged. "I don't know. Let's wait and see." In the crowd, Zhang Xuanyu was shocked by Hanfei's action. He didn't think anybody could be more dogged than Hanfei. The 80 girls from the Blue Sea Town were completely dumbfounded, not yet recovered from the shock of the 500 million mid-quality pearls. He Xiaoyu covered her mouth and couldn't say anything. She knew exactly how destitute Hanfei was. He was so poor that he had to divide a regular sea clam into 2 parts for 2 meals. Yet, he had 500 million at this moment? How unbelievable was that? However, for some reason, He Xiaoyu believed that Hanfei would surely win now that he dared to bet, so she bet all her money on him. Nearby, xuanhuan and the others all swallowed, and xuanhuan even said, "How great would it be if I could also show off in front of hundreds of thousands of people like him?" In the field, Han Fei solemnly stretched his arms and legs and began to dance. While waving his arms and lifting his legs, Han Fei hopped and murmured, "Hum, hum, 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 all gods in the universe, reveal the real appearance of the monster right now." The audience, Sha Shao Chun, Zhang Tong, right when someone couldn't hold it anymore and was about to throw their shoes to Han Fei suddenly roared, "Ha, ya ha, fiery and golden eyes, open!" From Han Fei's eyes, two weird pillars of light that were a mixture of red and white beamed out. In fact, in the eyes of the experts, that was nothing more than an amalgamation of spiritual energy and other energy. What could it possibly do? However, in the eyes of the outsiders, it was very awe-inspiring. What could be weirder than a person whose eyes were like flashlights? When the spiritual energy fell upon the ghost-eye giant crocodile that was still shackled, nothing happened at first. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed, someone cursed aloud, "He's just a bragger, I was almost fooled by him." Whoo! After he just said that, the ghost-eye giant crocodile suddenly roared and spewed out a tremendous amount of scorching smoke, baring its fangs and wiggling its body. The chains made of unknown materials were clanging. The ghost-eye giant crocodile was obviously on a rampage. Dreadful and shocking aura burst out of the ghost-eye giant crocodile. In the sky, Xiaozhan almost fell off from the clouds. "You can do that?" Xiaozhan was speechless. Han Fei was only being pretentious. Why was the ghost-eye giant crocodile provoked by him? Immediately, Xiaozhan realized that there was something going on that he didn't quite know. From the mouth of the ghost-eye giant crocodile, a destructive gale blew out and left a huge dent on the floor. All the stones on its part were burnt to smithereens. Han Fei quickly dodged aside. He was quite shocked. "You are really serious, aren't you?" Han Fei instantly shouted. "Did you see it? You're telling me that this is the power that a level 47 creature can unleash? I'll give whoever dares to say that 100 million. The ghost-eye giant crocodile became more and more intimidating and powerful. Very soon, it unleashed all its brutality and magnificence. The destructive gain hit the barrier. Though it didn't break the barrier, dozens of people who supported it vomited blood. The audience all leaned back. Some of them were even ready to flee. Not good. It's too powerful to be blocked by the barrier. Ask Lord Hanging Fisher to suppress it. Before the Hanging Fisher arrived, a middle-aged man had flown out of the private room and laid his hands on the barrier thoughtfully. Damn it, what trick did this boy play? This goddamn ghost-eye giant crocodile pretended to be a level 47 exotic creature for 8 years. Han Fei raised his head and said, "Hey, you were a hidden fisher. Well, I won, didn't I? Although I'm not very strong, my eyes are very keen. I've sharpened my eyes for decades." Shut up. Even though it's not level 47, who can prove that it's a legendary creature? Also, aren't you a fraud to pretend to be a heavenly talent from the fiery Dragon Town? Han Fei sneered. Are we talking about our identity now? What did your Wind Thunder Arena do earlier? Also, I'm a fraud? Look at the legendary creature that's at least level 49, if not level 50, you kept it for 8 years, and you say that you don't know its real level? I would have been killed by it already had it not been for my keen eyes. Han Fei wasn't intimidated at all to speak to a hidden fisher. He even sassed the man as if he were much stronger than him. Many audience members were shocked by that. Who 0-0? The ghost-eye giant crocodile roared again and launched another destructive gale, and Han Fei simply took out an ultra-quality spiritual shield to defend himself. Bam! Han Fei was knocked away by the blow and vomited blood. Great, you're just buying more time for yourself. You won't need to pay anything if I'm dead, right? However, the hidden fisher said casually, "The Wind Thunder Arena of course honors our promise, but you personally ordered this ghost-eye giant crocodile, and you want us to suppress it for you. Also, while the Wind Thunder Arena didn't realize the ghost-eye giant crocodile's real strength, you're the one who proposed to challenge it. If you can't subdue it, you can forfeit, and everybody will get their stakes back. But you better take this ghost-eye giant crocodile away when you become more capable." Han Fei immediately roared, "You think I'll trust you? Next time I come here, it probably will have been cooked by you. Who can I complain to if you claim that it's already dead by then?" As he talked, the destructive gale blew Han Fei 3 times and damaged the ultra-quality shield. Han Fei simply roared, "Let's continue the game. I'll bet another 500,000 on myself. I can put it at ease as easily as I infuriate it." The hidden fisher hummed and then snapped his finger. Then, the ghost-eye giant crocodile was unshackled and unveiled. "I admire your courage. This ghost-eye giant crocodile will be yours as long as you can subdue it. Because of the Wind Thunder Arena's mistake in determining its level, we're willing to offer you 100 million mid-quality pearls as compensation." Han Fei secretly cursed. "You're talking as if you mean it. If I'm killed, I won't get anything in the end." Activating the majestic mystic spell, Han Fei became more and more intimidating. Also, he attached Little Fatty to itself, which allowed him to break the barrier of Hanging Fisher easily. Hiss! A lot of audience members were shocked. They didn't know that this son of BT Chiach had been hiding himself so well. Chapter 578, Sir, are you there? When Han Fei decided to continue the challenge, the host roared, "Dear audience, Octopus Weirdo is truly as expected of a hidden, unparalleled heavenly talent. He chooses a head-on clash despite the unfavorable circumstances. Now that he has seen through the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, will he be able to win?" Some audience members instantly cursed. Damn it, does he even need to fight? How can he possibly defeat a legendary creature? Shoot, I just bet 1,000 mid-quality pearls on Octopus Weirdo. Can I get them back? Son of a bitch, you could have admitted defeat. Why do you have to keep fighting? Xiaozhan observed the scene, deep in thought. He knew that Han Fei wasn't an idiot, and he was slightly surprised by the ghost-eyed giant crocodile's outrage, which seemed to be too coincidental. The girls from the Blue Sea town couldn't have looked more awful. Someone shouted, "Hey, I'm screwed. I'll suffer a huge loss. I think we just lost 40 million for Brother Yu." Zhang Tong's face almost turned green. Why did this man have to persist in the challenge when he had been given the option to quit? You decided to fight it when you knew that it was a legendary creature? It's legendary, Xia Xiaoshan frowned. The first thing that came to her mind was the hexagon starfish. She knew Han Fei so well that she wondered if Han Fei had reached a secret deal with this ghost-eyed giant crocodile. Zhang Xuanyu slapped his thigh and cursed. This reckless man must be setting other people up. Lo Renquang rolled his eyes. Xiaobai, do you think he's an idiot? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, he definitely has other moves. He, Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was so anxious that she held her fists tightly, but she had some doubts too. She remembered when Han Fei took them to the pit of the purple-tail scorpions. She had a feeling that Han Fei wouldn't fight for real. Those who were familiar with Han Fei knew a thing or two about his personality. However, nobody knew Han Fei well in the Wind Thunder Town, especially not when Han Fei had turned into Octopus Weirdo. As a result, everybody including the Hidden Fisher was not thinking how Han Fei could defeat the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, but that he might be able to appease it one way or another. Once that happened, Han Fei would still be a winner. That was why the Hidden Fisher said that Han Fei could forfeit. However, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, unshackled, spat out a destructive gale and then swung its tail at Han Fei. Han Fei ran crazily and shouted, "Heed my order now, freeze!" All of a sudden, the audience saw that the enormous ghost-eyed giant crocodile was truly frozen, with its tail kept in the swinging gesture. Fuck, what the hell is this? What's this ability? Why didn't I feel any kind of waves or energy? Han Fei squeaked. Ah, as expected of a legendary creature? You've successfully resisted my mind control? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile moved again. As if it had broken some sort of shackle, it swung its tail at Han Fei again. Han Fei shouted in a strained voice again, "Heavens and earth, give me power. Freeze now." Shua, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, was stiffened one more time, which made the audience stunned. What the hell? What technique did this man use to freeze it again? Someone was suspicious. Are they fighting in the world of souls? That's bullshit. Does the world of souls even exist? But that's what Octopus Weirdo cried out just now. Lo Renquang covered his face. I know what's going on now. Luo Xiaobai chuckled. So do I. Xiao Xiaoshan laughed so hard that she almost fell off from the window of the private room. Zhang Tong was dumbfounded. What was this about? Was this Octopus Weirdo so strong that he couldn't comprehend it all? Han Fei moved fast. He stepped on 7 masses of spiritual energy and then shouted, "The array of 7 stars conceal a god." Then Han Fei jumped to the stiffened ghost-eyed giant crocodile and shouted at it, "Don't move and don't resist." The ghost-eyed giant crocodile seemed to have broken something else. The audience and the Hidden Fisher were all puzzled. They wondered if it was any kind of unknown barriers that could directly seal the soul. Xiaozhan, on the other hand, was sitting on the top of the Wind Thunder arena. He covered his head with one hand and almost wanted to beat Han Fei up. If your trick is discovered, the Thug Academy will be humiliated by you, and the president will certainly beat you up from the west side of the Wind Thunder Arena to its east side. H1000L. The destructive gales were spurted out randomly, and the ghost-eyed giant crocodile crazily writhed. Then, its tail hit the barrier, making the audience on that side pee their pants and flee. The Hidden Fisher trembled in shock. What kind of power was that? It was as powerful as an intermediate Hidden Fisher's attack? Just a swing of the tail? Sticking to the ghost-eyed giant crocodile with little Fatty, Han Fei was almost thrown off. He was lost for words. How could anyone possibly resist a random attack of a force of 2,500 tons? Han Fei simply said, "Suck, suck, suck." Circles of spiritual energy flowed into Han Fei's body. Han Fei was really sucking it, or he couldn't fool the audience. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. That octopus can suck both spiritual energy and other energy. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile is going to lose." Many people spontaneously stood up. "No, you can't be serious. How can a level 49 legendary creature be defeated by an advanced dangling fisher?" The Hidden Fisher who protected the array was shocked too. He had noticed that the octopus was not a naturally endowed spiritual beast, but only a contractual spiritual beast. What kind of contractual spiritual beast could boast such terrifying attraction force? Also, Han Fei's secret technique of outburst alarmed him too. It increased his power by at least 3 times. A moment later, when the ghost-eyed giant crocodile's voice echoed in Han Fei's heart, its legs shivered and it collapsed on the floor. Duang, Han Fei waved at the audience. I said I would win. Dear audience, please raise your hands. I know you must have made a fortune. Thank you for trusting me. Clatter. A whirlwind of smelly shoes, socks, and pieces of wood were thrown at Han Fei. Someone yelled, "You are a shameless bastard." Someone was angry. Brat, you were acting the whole time? You could have beaten Ming Kun and Jing Changfeng easily. You are a fraud. Fraud, you're just ripping us off, Han Fei declared angrily. We're all adults here. Be responsible for what you say. I fought a long and exhausting battle before I finally won. Why am I a fraud? Just look at the blood on me. Suddenly, the hidden fisher pointed his finger at Han Fei, and all the stains of blood on Han Fei disappeared. His skin couldn't have been cleaner or smoother. Han Fei? Oh, you are a fraud. The hidden fisher couldn't be more enraged by this thief. While the arena was full of people, they had bet no more than 1.5 billion on the ghost-eyed giant crocodile and 600 million on Han Fei, so the arena would be losing 3 billion. They would lose all that they had already earned from the previous games, and at least another 500 million. Besides, they even lost this legendary creature. The hidden fisher couldn't have been more regretful. He should have called off the match just now. Why was he so greedy about the brat's 500 million mid-quality pearls? It was a perfect setup. He was losing both money and the legendary creature, which couldn't possibly be bought with money. If he were to sell a legendary creature for 5 billion, someone in the Thousand-Star City would buy it immediately. 5 billion seemed a lot, but it was actually not worth mentioning in the currency level of higher levels. The expletives were still flooding out of the audience. The hidden fisher landed and looked at Han Fei. It's fine if you want to take the ghost-eyed giant crocodile away. The tricks you played are allowed by the rules too. However, you must restore your appearance if you want to go. Who are you? Where are you from? I'll investigate it on my own. At this moment, the audience was in turmoil in the auditorium. They would have run to the field and beaten Han Fei to death if the ghost-eyed giant crocodile weren't still there. Scratching his head and thinking for a long time, Han Fei suddenly shouted at the sky, "Sir, are you there?" Gloomily, Xiaozhan let out a soft hum. He really didn't want to talk to this little jerk. But this little jerk had acquired a legendary creature and probably hundreds of millions of mid-quality pearls. So, he could tolerate the embarrassment. The dignity could always be won back in the games later. The hidden fisher suddenly turned back and saw Xiaozhan, who was sitting on the top of the arena. He was appalled as he didn't know when Xiaozhan got there. In the field, Han Fei's face changed back into what it originally was. Huh, shoot, who's this? Someone exclaimed. Han Fei, chapter 5079, a huge prophet. After Han Fei revealed his true appearance, everybody from the Blue Sea town couldn't be more shocked. Xiao Yu grinned. She had just placed all her belongings, including the money she just earned, on Han Fei. The investment of 80,000 mid-quality pearls got her 5 times more in return. Xiao Yu couldn't have even imagined the number. She had no idea that she would return with so much money when she was just here to watch the games. Xiao Wuxuang, Shang Nan, and the others, dumbfounded, all wailed regretfully. Xiao Wuxuang asked, "Xiao Yu, did you know that this octopus weirdo was Han Fei? Why didn't you tell us? Or I would have bet all my money on him." Xiao Yu snorted. "I didn't realize that until just now." Also, there was too much suspense in the third game. Even I wasn't sure that Han Fei would win. Shang Nan bashed his chest and stomped. There was a great bet before my eyes, but I didn't cherish it. I don't think I will ever have such an opportunity again. In his private room, Zhang Tong's mouth and eyes bulged. It was him? This asshole. That's why I felt that he was familiar. I didn't realize it was him. Zhang Tong was only surprised for a moment. Then he felt that he was going to pass out overjoyed. 20%? Was he going to become a billionaire? At this moment, Zhang Tong felt extremely lucky about the decision he made. He thanked his intuition, which made him trust Han Fei and fool everybody he knew into betting on Han Fei. He was absolutely sure that his greatest gain on this trip to the Wind Thunder Town wouldn't be the match, but the money that he unexpectedly earned. As for Xia Xiaoshan, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others, they didn't know what approach Han Fei adopted, but they knew that Han Fei was definitely confident in doing what he did. The girls that Zhang Xuanyu summoned all jumped to their feet excitedly. They had all become millionaires all of a sudden. Could there be anything more exciting? As for Shui Nan and the students from the Fiery Dragon Town, they were all stupefied. It was him? How is it possible? How can a student be so strong? When the heavenly talents from other towns saw Han Fei, many recognized him. Someone said, "It's him. That explains a lot. The person who ranks top of the wanted list in the level 3 fishery is definitely not a joke." Someone asked, "He is Han Fei, the man who killed Mo Qianshang, the best expert on the wanted list in the level 3 fishery?" Someone nodded. "Not just him. This man is bold enough to rob anyone." The man then stopped talking, as certain things had to be kept confidential. If he were to disseminate them, he might be caught and imprisoned. As to what kind of person Han Fei was in the level 3 fishery, those people might as well find it out on their own after they made it to the level 3 fishery. Those who participated in the match had mostly been to the level 3 fishery, but they generally didn't stay as long as Hanfei's crew. Some had only spent several months there, and some were planning to gain more money from the matches before they embarked on the voyage. No matter whether they knew Hanfei or not, Hanfei had undoubtedly become a rising star. The hidden fisher of the Wind Thunder Arena didn't say anything, but he made up his mind to add another rule to the Wind Thunder Arena, which was that the results of whoever participated in the games in disguise wouldn't be acknowledged. He admitted that he miscalculated this time, partly because the bet was open in the first place, and Hanfei didn't really cheat. He had fought all the battles merely as an advanced, dangling fisher. But nobody expected that Hanfei would be so tough as to crush Ming Kun, who had a winning streak of 138 victories and could even compare to the heavenly talents in the Thousand-Star City. At this moment, many natives of the Wind Thunder Town who secretly observed sent messages about how tough Hanfei was to their bosses. At this moment, Hanfei squatted before the ghost-eyed giant crocodile and said telepathically, "As of today, you are free. You have two choices. Firstly, you can become my contractual spiritual beast, but I'm sorry, I don't have any opening for contractual spiritual beasts anymore. Secondly, you can work as a guardian beast of the Thug Academy for 10 years. If you want to leave after that, I won't stop you." Hanfei even winked at the ghost-eyed giant crocodile as he talked. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile was rather suspicious. "I won't become anyone's spiritual beast. As for being a guardian beast like you mentioned, did you mean it?" Hanfei winked and thought to himself, "With Old Bai and Xiaozhan here, you think you can run off? It won't be half bad to work as a guardian beast. Just look at the hexagon starfish, which is enjoying its life in the muddy pond every day," he said to the beast. "Whatever you want. I'm only interested in making money. However, I do think you should visit the Thug Academy first. Not just legendary creatures. The Thug Academy even has a few mysterious creatures. None of them are worse than you." The ghost-eyed giant crocodile was stunned by this bragging human. In its entire life, it had only seen mysterious creatures once. How could there be mysterious creatures in this human being's territory? Whoo! The ghost-eyed giant crocodile accepted the fate. At this moment, its top priority was to let this man take it out of the Wind Thunder Town, or someone would probably catch it back even if it fled at this moment. Then, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile roared in a smaller and smaller sound. In the eyes of the outsiders, it had been subdued by Hanfei. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile's body shrank and soon became a giant crocodile more than 2 meters long. Even so, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile still looked ferocious. The fangs that it bore, in particular, were soul-stirring. Hanfei grinned at everybody. "Do any of you want to challenge me?" The audience burst into a fury again. "Fight? Fight my ass. We've lost all our money, and you still want to fight?" The hidden fisher snorted. "Take your money and this ghost-eyed giant crocodile and leave." Hanfei stretched his limbs and waved his hair. He was absolutely unscathed despite his ragged clothes. He didn't have to pretend to vomit blood any longer now that he had won. Hanfei swaggered out of the Wind Thunder Arena. Many people were cursing and pointing fingers at him on his way. Hanfei wasn't bothered at all. He thought to himself, "I'm a rich person. I don't need to look at those misers." As for Xiaoshan, she had come to Zhangtong right after the game and was smiling at him, giving him goosebumps all over his body. Zhangtong wasn't an idiot. After knowing that octopus weirdo was Hanfei, he easily guessed that the girl with mushroom hair was Xiaoshan. Zhangtong said, "Cough, cough, give me some time. I need to collect the money." Hanfei left in delight and flew to the Tree Core City on a boat with the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. He decided that he would not be seen again until the people forgot him and the arena was closed. Xiaozhan soon arrived after Hanfei, followed by Luo Xiaobai and the others, who had each earned more than 5 million mid-quality pearls. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile didn't feel good when it saw Xiaozhan, as this man seemed even stronger than the person in the Wind Thunder Arena. Observing the ghost-eyed giant crocodile for a long time, Xiaozhan asked, "You can talk, can't you?" The ghost-eyed giant crocodile didn't say anything, planning to keep it a secret. Hanfei, however, nudged it with his foot and said, "You can't escape Mr. Xiaozhan's eyes. Seriously, you aren't the only animal that can talk. There are more in our academy." The ghost-eyed giant crocodile roared at Hanfei and then said helplessly, "I can talk, but what we have is just a deal. I'll help you make money, and you'll help me escape." Xiaozhan held his chin and said, Not bad. Little crocodile, are you sure you don't want to be a contractual spiritual beast for one of the students in my academy? The boys and girls in my academy are all remarkable. It will be your privilege to work for them as a mere legendary creature." The big eyes of the ghost-eyed giant crocodile were filled with disdain and disbelief. Xiaozhan said, "Hanfei, let out Little Gold and the Nine-Tailed Mantis Shrimp." Hanfei grinned, and Little Gold and the Nine-Tailed Mantis Shrimp instantly came out. Little Gold nuzzled Hanfei the moment it saw him without looking at the ghost-eyed giant crocodile at all. But the curious nine-tailed mantis shrimp had already laid its 9 chains on the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, ready to hump. Hoo-oo! The ghost-eyed giant crocodile simply knocked the 9-tailed mantis shrimp away. "I'm already an adult. It would be humiliating if I got raped by a shrimp." But the ghost-eyed giant crocodile was truly shocked. It was true that both of the creatures had higher bloodline levels than itself. As they talked, Zhang Xuanyu and the others returned. He was laughing aloud. Ha ha ha, we've made a fortune, a big fortune. Chapter 580, almost banned from the game. Zhang Xuanyu, Renquang, and the others came close and poured their sea-swallowing seashells all over the ground. Renquang said with his face shivering, "Had we known that it was so easy to make money in the arena, we wouldn't have needed to sell accessories." Zhang Xuanyu cursed, "What do you know? You only have one chance to fight in the Wind Thunder arena. Did you not see the new rule that it released when we left? Selling the accessories is more profitable in the long run." Besides, it's true that we didn't know we could make money in the arena, Xiaozhan asked curiously. "How much money did you make? Why are there so many sea-swallowing seashells?" Zhang Xuanyu, however, replied, "Oh, I just split the money with the girls. We made 200 million in total, and I gave 40 million to them. Cutting the cost, we have a profit of 160 million. Xiaozhan's eyes cramped. Had those boys invested so much money? However, that many pearls wasn't exactly a large number for Xiaozhan. In his opinion, if he made up his mind to make that much money, well, it probably wouldn't be too easy. Xiaozhan asked again. "Where is Xiaozhan?" Han Fei said with a smile. "She's collecting money for me." "Huh? You cooperated with other people?" Luo Xiaobai was the first to realize what was going in. A loss of merely 100 million probably wasn't worth the hidden fisher of the Wind Thunder arena taking action himself. She wondered what Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan did. Zhang Xuanyu, however, complained that they teamed up to make money when they claimed to be on a date. Luo Xiaobai wasn't interested in money. She simply looked at the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, little gold, and the ghost-eye giant crocodile. She couldn't help but ask, "Is the octopus your third?" As Luo Xiaobai asked the question, Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu both looked at Han Fei. Han Fei said, "Why don't we talk about it after we're home?" "Okay, let's wait until we're back in the Blue Sea Town then." Xiaozhan's eyes flashed. It was possible for someone to have a third contractual spiritual beast, but usually not for an advanced dangling fisher. Han Fei would probably receive a lot of attention for his third contractual spiritual beast. About an hour later, Xia Xiaoshan returned, her clothes covered in dust. She saw Han Fei and the others playing fish dragon cards, each with a pile of sea-swallowing seashells next to them the moment she came in. Yes, they were not gambling with 1 or 2 mid-quality pearls as stakes anymore, but with sea-swallowing seashells that were full of mid-quality pearls. Han Fei stated, 3 plus 2, 3 blue turtles and 2 small white fish. Renquang scoffed. "Mine is bigger," Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "Mine is even bigger than yours, bomb." Seeing that, Xia Xiaoshan instantly grumbled. "Great, you're gambling while I'm busy collecting money?" Luo Xiaobai rose. "Xiaoshan, you can take my seat." Xia Xiaoshan said angrily, "No, I won't." "I brought the money back," Han Fei asked. "How much is it?" Hualala, a hill of sea-swallowing seashells, were dropped to the ground. Xiaozhan's eyelids were cramping as he saw it. He wondered how much money that was. Xiaoshan simply said, "It's 1.8 billion in total." Clang, Xiaozhan lost balance and his butt hit the floor. Renquang was completely dumbfounded, and Zhang Xuanyu dropped all the cards in his hand. Xiaozhan dropped all the cards in his hand. Han Fei took a deep breath. "Did you give Zhang Tong money?" Xiaoshan nodded. That guy was surprisingly capable. He found a lot of people to bet for him and won plenty of money after the 3 games. However, the guy won more than 400 million by nothing but talking. That was too easy for him, wasn't it? Han Fei grinned and said, "Huh? I didn't know that he was so capable. But it doesn't matter. Talkers usually make money very easily. Although he got 400 million, I don't think he could keep all of it in the end. However, we've truly made a fortune. We're rich again with the 2 billion income." Row. The girls from the Blue Sea Town suddenly rose and all went shopping in the Tree Core City in groups. After only an hour, all the merchants in the Tree Core City began to smile in the happiest way when they saw the Blue Sea Town's school uniform. As for the boys from the Blue Sea Town, their head was drooping as they regretted not coming along with the girls. At this moment, Shang Zuozuo was showing off before Li Hanyi and the others. "I won 1 million just from one bet." Zhang Yue looked away. "Take your money away from me. I don't want to see it." Lin Shengmu, "Stop talking. I'd like a moment by myself." Gloomily, Li Hanyi snorted. 1 million is nothing. It's hardly enough to buy a high-quality spiritual weapon. Shang Zuozuo looked greedy. "But I made the money very easily. It took me no more than half an hour at most." Everyone, Zhang Tong, had truly made a great fortune. He had never ceased to smile since he left the arena, although he was deeply reluctant to give Xia Xiaoshan the money. He had shared a lot of it with his superiors and associates and invested it in his businesses. He spent 600 million in total. He couldn't even have dreamed of having so much money earlier. At first, he had thought to give 1,000 mid-quality pearls to each helper, but since he had made too much money, he felt too embarrassed to give away so little money, so he offered more to them. Zhang Tong would rather be robbed by Han Fei every day if he could make more than 300 million after each robbery. Of course, some people weren't as happy as them. The people from the Fiery Dragon Town were all grim. Although the misunderstanding was cleared up in the end, their faces had still been heavily smacked by the Blue Sea Town. However, what could they do about Han Fei, who was so strong? They couldn't beat him. Someone said, "Sir, we need to ask the president and the mayor to defend us. Sir, you can't possibly drop this. Han Fei made money in our name, so we are entitled to a share of his income." Xuanhuan scoffed. "All of you, shut up and wait for the president and the mayor to come back." Luo Xiaobai and the ghost-eye giant crocodile were staring at each other. Just now, the ghost-eye giant crocodile had used its petrifying ability to turn a wooden desk into stone, which made her rather curious. Han Fei and the others were playing cards with hills of sea-swallowing seashells before them. The hill before Zhang Xuanyu was the highest of all, as he was truly unbelievably lucky. Bam! While they were playing and bickering, someone kicked the door open. Old Bai barged in furiously and yelled at them. "I was just in a meeting." "You were causing trouble the moment I left? Did you wreck the Wind Thunder Arena? Is it true? Wait, where did you get this little crocodile?" As he talked, Old Bai snatched the ghost-eye giant crocodile, and the ghost-eye giant crocodile spewed out a destructive gale. That was because the ghost-eye giant crocodile was panicked and awed by the newcomer. A legendary creature? Old Bai crumbled the destructive gale and grabbed the ghost-eye giant crocodile's neck before he observed it carefully. "Hey, what's your species? You're rather strong. Bomb." The whole treehouse trembled because of the ghost-eye giant crocodile's tail swinging. However, Old Bai slapped back at it so painfully that it began to question the point of its existence. Frightened, the ghost-eye giant crocodile used its petrifying ability, only to find that the ability did not work on this old man at all. "How is it possible?" Old Bai frowned. "This little crocodile is rather ferocious. It has a high spiritual power, soul power, and physical strength. You're about to make a breakthrough, aren't you?" The ghost-eye giant crocodile was astounded. It had thought that it had been hiding well. Old Bai slightly nodded. "Not bad. Not a bad quality at all. You will have a force of millions of kilograms after the breakthrough, and you'll be as strong as an advanced hidden fisher in terms of physical strength." "Where did you catch it?" Xiaozhan scoffed. "Han Fei won it from the arena." Old Bai, Ash. A moment later, Old Bai simply cursed out aloud. "That explains a lot. Here I wondered why so many people demanded that the Thug Academy be banned from the match. Especially you, Han Fei. The mayor of the Thug Academy specifically asked to ban you from the match." Han Fei was astonished. Are you really surprised? You have to thank me for speaking for you and assuring them that you will not use secret techniques and contractual spiritual beasts. They finally agreed that you could join the match. Didn't I ask you to keep a low profile?" "What do you think low profile means?" Han Fei mumbled. "When did you ask us to keep a low profile? Also, a high profile is fine now that we're rich, isn't it?" Old Bai rolled his eyes. "All you know is money. What can all these mid-quality pearls do for you? You really think the exchange rate for mid-quality pearls is high in the unknown place?" Chapter 581, Terrifying Aptitude. Han Fei and the others were stunned to hear that from Old Bai. Han Fei had bought intelligence from Uncle Faceless before, who said that ultra-quality pearls were as valuable as low-quality spiritual stones, and that high-quality pearls, ultra-quality pearls, and low-quality spiritual stones were the main currencies in the unknown place. It was also why he had been determined to make money. 2 billion might seem like a lot, but it might not be impressive at all from a different perspective. Old Bai simply walked to them and said, "Come on and give me your money." Everyone, immediately, everybody except Luo Xiaobai stood before the sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei waved his hand and stored a large area of sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei said, "Sir, you can't copy Uncle Faceless. It wasn't easy for me to make this tad bit of money. Wouldn't it be outrageous if you take it away from me?" Xiao nodded. "That's right. We swindled. Earned this money through hard work." Zhang Xuanyu begged, "Sir, we're poor people." Le Renquang was secretly hiding the sea-swallowing seashells, knowing that it was impossible to get the money back from Old Bai after he took it away. Old Bai, however, was amused. "You sons of botches, do you really think I'll rob you of your little money?" Everybody nodded quickly. The man robbed them of 10,000 mid-quality pearls earlier. How could he not be tempted by 2 billion? Old Bai turned around and looked at Xiaozhan. "You explain to them." Xiaozhan smiled speechlessly. "Okay, just give the money to the president. He won't claim it. It's just that you can barely spend these mid-quality pearls in the unknown place if you take them there." Han Fei interrupted. "Why? Aren't mid-quality pearls a popular currency?" "We'll just exchange them." Xiaozhan simply said, "Okay, since you're bound for the unknown place, I might as well explain it to you." Everybody was briefly stunned. "Were there more secrets behind this?" Xiaozhan asked. "Do you know how mid-quality pearls came into being?" Everybody shook their heads. They really didn't know that. All they knew was that they were used as money. Xiaozhan simply explained. "The pearls excavated from the ocean can store spiritual energy. In the unknown place, people use high-quality or ultra-quality pearls because those pearls contain abundant spiritual energy. After they use up the spiritual energy, the high-quality pearls will turn into mid-quality pearls, and some will turn into low-quality pearls." Han Fei suddenly remembered that the high-quality and ultra-quality pearls in Forge the Universe did have spiritual energy. He had always thought that they differed from the mid-quality pearls because of the spiritual energy they had. Han Fei asked in surprise. So, mid-quality pearls are actually useless garbage from the unknown place? Zhang Xuanyu's eyes were wide. So, we have been treating garbage like treasure? Xiao Zhan shook his head. Not quite. After all, trades are always necessary when there are people. Since we can't barter as we did in ancient times, we need a currency. And the mid-quality pearls whose spiritual energy has been used up are still of a good quality and can meet the needs of trades. Suddenly, Han Fei said, there's something wrong with that approach. If the mid-quality pearls are continuously shipped back from the unknown place, there will be more and more mid-quality pearls in human society, which will lead to currency inflation and a plummet of purchasing power. Currency inflation? Xiao Zhan was briefly stunned. He had never heard the word before, but it sounded like a neat description. Xiao Zhan nodded. That's right. As more and more mid-quality pearls are stacked, their purchase power will significantly drop, so the Thousand-Star City recollects a tremendous number of mid-quality pearls and disposes of them every century. They will return to the ocean as energy. Then, the mid-quality pearl's purchase power will go up again. Han Fei asked in a stunned state, how are they disposed of? Thrown into the ocean. Where are they? Let's look for them. Xiao Zhan, old Bai, scoffed. Just shut up and listen. Xiao Zhan went on. The disposal isn't dumping, but crushing the low-quality and mid-quality pearls into pieces and making them disappear in the world. You might not know this, but even though the mid-quality pearls are out of spiritual energy, the matter that constitutes the mid-quality pearls contains energy too. The energy in each individual pearl isn't significant, but it's not small when too many pearls are gathered. It will be fed back to the ocean and appear in another form. Do you get it? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. The matter that constitutes the mid-quality pearls will be absorbed by fish or other creatures and transformed into other things. Zhang Xuanyu and the others understood it too, but not entirely. Han Fei was the only one who shouted, Conservation of energy? Xiao Zhan asked. What the heck is that? Stop saying things that we can't understand. Han Fei coughed and said, I'm saying that, assuming that our world is closed, then the energy in it will be fixed in total. No matter how much energy we take from the infinite ocean, the total amount of the energy won't reduce but will only exist in a different form. It will build up in our bodies and disperse into the world after we die. But all in all, the total amount is fixed. Xiao Zhan and Old Bai looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed that Han Fei had understood the logic rather quickly. Xiao Zhan simply said, That's right, that's exactly the case. Han Fei suddenly blushed. So, our so-called cultivation is the continuous process of transforming part of this world into ours, and the more we take in, the stronger we will be, Lu Renkuang added. That's easy to understand. It's like the food I had wasn't mine to begin with, but it would be mine after I ate it. Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment. Wait, what about the spiritual plants that I control? Before Xiao Zhan said anything, Han Fei had explained. Isn't it simple? It means that you temporarily borrow some energy from the world and then return it. As you level up, the amount of energy you can borrow will increase. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Then aren't soul warriors like me consuming our own energy all the time? Han Fei explained. That's why a distinguished soul warrior has to pick up a technique that can let them absorb spiritual energy while they're fighting. They're only durable if they have that, Xiao Xiaoshan interrupted. Then what about the stealth of hunters? Han Fei was stunned. Is stealth related to energy too? Hiss. Xiao Zhan and Boss Bai looked at each other in bewilderment. How was the topic deviated from currencies to cultivation? Also, it had taken them a long time to understand these things, but Han Fei and his companions, especially Han Fei, seemed to be born with that knowledge. Old Bai and Xiao Zhan became serious. A genius in training wasn't a real genius unless he had high aptitude. From what they had seen, Han Fei's aptitude was really unbelievably high. Cough, cough, Old Bai said, hunters are a special kind. To become a hunter, one has to know about space. Maybe you don't know it, but if you don't have the talent in that aspect, you can't become a hunter. It has nothing to do with energy. Han Fei asked further, Sir, then what is knife intent? And what are beliefs? Aren't they energy too? Are they a kind of advanced energy that we can't comprehend yet? Stunned Old Bai didn't reply until a long time later. You can understand them as a higher form of energy, which isn't exactly from this world, but is sort of a rule and a magnificent power. You can't really understand the mysteries until you reach a certain level. Now, give me your money. I'll try to exchange them for high-quality pearls for you. You can do that? Hearing that, Han Fei and the others hurriedly threw out the mid-quality pearls they just hid. Only Han Fei kept 100 million to himself. This 100 million could be reserved as funding for the Thug Academies and the Fish Dragons gang's development. However, Han Fei suddenly remembered something else and asked, Sir, let me ask you something. Can you exchange low-quality spiritual stones for mid-quality pearls? Han Fei suddenly remembered how he exchanged one low-quality spiritual stone for 10,000 pearls from Uncle Faceless. The more he thought about it, the weirder he found it to be. If the mid-quality pearls were pure currencies, how could the exchange rate be 1,000? Old Bai asked, Do you have low-quality spiritual stones? Han Fei grinned and said, I have a few. Old Bai said, It's about the capacity of spiritual energy. One high-quality pearl contains about 1,000 points of spiritual energy. The rule that 100 mid-quality pearls are exchanged for one high-quality is only made to balance the economy. In fact, nobody is willing to do that exchange. One ultra-quality pearl, on the other hand, contains 10 times more spiritual energy than the high-quality pearls, so fewer people would exchange ultra-quality pearls for mid-quality pearls. If an idiot was determined to do so, there would be a 10-time gap, which means that one ultra-quality pearl can be exchanged for 10,000 mid-quality pearls. As he talked, Old Bai peeped at Han Fei. One low-quality spiritual stone and one ultra-quality pearl both contain about 10,000 points of spiritual energy, so a low-quality stone can be exchanged for 10,000 mid-quality pearls too. Of course, only an idiot would do such an exchange. Han Fei was instantly bummed. It seemed that he was an idiot. He didn't know the different amount of spiritual energy contained in the pearls. Thank God Han Fei didn't exchange many with Uncle Faceless, or he would have suffered a heavy loss. After collecting their sea-swallowing seashells, Old Bai finally yelled, "Get the hell out of here and do what you should. Right, stay out of trouble. You're not here to make money, but to dominate the match of the 36 towns, so that the Thug Academy will resound in the 36 towns again." Driving Han Fei and the others away, Old Bai trembled in shock. "xuanhuan?" Old Bai held his chest. "I need a moment." As he talked, Old Bai said to the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, which was pretending to be dead in a corner, "You come with me." Chapter 582, I still have a long way to go. Xiaoyu and the other distinguished grand fishing masters couldn't stay in the central tree. They could only live in the regular trees around. In fact, those regular trees weren't poorly decorated inside. The only thing special about the central tree was that it highlighted the identity of the residents in it, who were all dangling fishers. Those who lived on the top of the tree were the experts of the experts, such as Han Fei and his team. At this moment, Xiaoyu was sitting on the windowsill with her legs crossed and her hand holding her chin. She recalled how magnificent Han Fei was during the battle. The man had been growing so fast that she couldn't catch up with him at all, no matter how hard she tried. Her heart was a complicated mess. Xiaoyu knew that Han Fei and his team would be leaving for the unknown place in half a year, and that she wasn't even qualified to go to those places. Not just the unknown place, she wasn't even qualified to go to the level 3 fishery. Just a few months earlier, Xiaoyu had applied to go to the level 3 fishery, but her teacher declined her ruthlessly and forbade her from going there. On the same day, Shang Zuozuo and her crew returned in ragged clothes. Later, Lin Shengmu, Zhang Ye, Xu Yebai, and the others came back too. Zhang Yue was improved by 2 levels, and Shang Zuozuo 1. Xiao Yu was jealous of their fast progress and asked others if she could go. But everybody she asked simply told her to drop the idea. She remembered how Shang Zuozuo spoke to her gravely. "You must never go to the level 3 fishery until you become a dangling fisher. Even if you have become a dangling fisher, you must be extra careful there. Your life is the only thing that matters there. The other stuff, such as your sea-swallowing seashell and your boat, are just trivial." At that time, Xiaoyu asked about Han Fei's status in the level 3 fishery. Shang Zuozuo didn't want to tell her at first, but eventually, she confessed that Han Fei was hunted by countless people in the level 3 fishery and that she didn't even dare to say that she knew Han Fei there. Ever since then, Xiaoyu had realized that the level 3 fishery was even harder than she thought. "Xiaoyu, do you want any of this?" Suddenly, Xiaoyu heard a familiar voice. She lowered her head only to see that Han Fei and his team were having fish balls. Han Fei was holding a few skewers and looking up at her. Xiaoyu was briefly stunned. "Ah, okay, wait a moment." Xiaoyu quickly moved back into the room. Han Fei had a bite of the fishball and looked at Xia Xiaochen. "You're very generous." Xia Xiaochen rolled her eyes. She wasn't bothered at all. Hearing Han Fei's cry, Xiao Wushuang, Xiang Nan, and Wang Baiyu craned their heads too. They were the only 4 who had come to this match. Chun Qing and the other stars in the past had already lost their sharpness after such a long time due to their gifts and training progress. Among them, Xiaoyu wasn't exactly a heavenly talent even with a cardinal fish. However, Xiaoyu had been training crazily since a few years earlier. She also managed to become a hunter and distinguished herself. Wang Baiyu, on the other hand, had been on the path of an armorist. He had good talents because all the seniors in his family were armorists, but he failed to walk further down on the path of a spirit gatherer. The heavenly talent in the village in the past was no longer shining. Xiao Wushuang was quite talented in the first place, and it was understandable that he distinguished himself. But it was an enigma how Xiang Nan rose. Xiao Yu quickly ran downstairs, and Xiao Wushuang and the others followed. Xiao Wushuang was quite regretful to see Han Fei. He opened his arms and mumbled, "It was really outrageous of you. Had I known that octopus weirdo was you, I would have bet all my belongings on you." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "You were there too?" Xiao Wushuang nodded. "Of course, we were scouting for good seats for tomorrow's match, but you started fighting right after we arrived," Wang Baiyu added. "We didn't recognize you." Xiang Nan glanced at Han Fei. "I had no chance to recognize you after not seeing each other for a year." "Aren't you a naughty kid? Let's go and have some barbecue," Xiang Nan said with a smile. "Let's go. I can't beat you in a fight, but you think I can't defeat you in a barbecue contest?" Han Fei paused for a moment. I'm sure you're great when it comes to food. Xiangnan looked puzzled. Why does that sound so weird to me? On the trip here, Han Fei had already seen He Xiaoyu and the others, but he was the last to be taken into the teleportation array by Old Bai. Then, he came straight to the Wind Thunder Town and Tree Core City before he left for his own dormitory. So, he never talked to them. Now that he had some spare time, he wouldn't refuse to reunite with his old friends. He certainly couldn't pretend that he didn't know them now that he had gotten stronger. They soon found a restaurant. Le Renquang promptly reserved a table with the boss and paid the fee for 8 generously. They all sat down around a tree stump. Han Fei and Le Renquang fluently took out a grill as well as all sorts of seasonings. All the other customers in the restaurant were astounded. Han Fei quickly brushed oil on the food. Don't just watch, roast them. He Xiaoyu accepted a skewer and looked at the weird meat on it. What is this meat? Han Fei said. The man-eating fish that I got from the level 3 fishery. Puh, Xiao Shuang was shocked. Isn't that food a little bit too hardcore? Man-eating fish? Zhang Xuanyu asked. The man-eating fish can only have other sea creatures when they can't eat human beings. But when did you catch them, Fei? Han Fei said. I have more than 30 kinds of creatures in my sea-swallowing seashells. I caught all of them, by the way. Everyone, Shao, took out a bunch of razor clams too. Can I cook them? Han Fei glanced at them. Cook them the same way as you do the regular clams with garlic. They'll taste great. Noticing that the others' hands were still empty, Le Renquang took out a pile of sea spiritual sunflower seeds. They're more advanced than sea sunflower seeds. I got them back in the seaweed wall, Luo Xiaobai muttered. When did you? When we were taking a break. Luo Xiaobai was even more unbelievable. She simply took out a dozen spiritual fruits from her sea grassland and said, have a taste of the specialties from the sea grassland. He, Xiaoyu, and the others were shocked. What kind of trip did you take in the level 3 fishery? Xiangnan looked at the plateful of spiritual fruits earnestly but gave it up. Forget it. Let's have meat first. I fear that I'll have to start cultivating immediately after I have the spiritual fruit. Luo Xiaobai explained. It's fine. These spiritual fruits are not entirely made of energy. They'll nurture your veins and bones after you take them. It will be fine if you take 1 or 2 of them. Wang Baiyu's eyes grew wide. Thank you very much then. You're welcome. While Han Fei and the others prepared the food passionately, the other customers in the restaurant were stunned. Are you serious? Are you showing off here? Why would anyone put spiritual fruits on a plate for food? When the food sizzled and the fragrance of garlic and pepper spread out, the customers began to swallow. Someone asked, youngsters over there, what are you having? It smells very delicious. Le Renquang looked at him. Feel free to smell it as much as you want. The man, after the dinner, everybody returned. On the way, Shan suddenly said, He Xiaoyu, you're taking the wrong path as a hunter. Huh? Shan thought for a moment and gave her a jade slip. You're still using the gait of a soul warrior when you walk, which will expose you when you're on a solo hunt. Also, the pace of your breath isn't right. You will be discovered by someone tough immediately when you're in stealth mode. I have some tips for you. He Xiaoyu blushed. Thank you. Han Fei kicked Le Renquang. Le Renquang? Han Fei? Dropped a hint with his eyes. Le Renquang immediately realized what he meant. Oh, Huang Baiyu, Brother Wang, come on. I think you have some problems as an armorist. Zhang Xuanyu quickly caught the hint. Brother Xia, Brother Xiang, there's something that we can discuss. Seeing Han Fei's action, He Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. You, Han Fei smiled. That's nothing. We help each other so that we can all make progress. A moment later, after their discussions, it was time for bed. When He Xiaoyu came back to their trees, Xiaonan suddenly said, Han Fei, wait a moment, let's have a word. Han Fei said to Xiaoshan and the others, you can go back first. I'll join you later. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, Xiaoshan added, be back soon. Got it. A moment later, Han Fei and Xiangnan walked several hundred meters away, shoulder to shoulder. Xiangnan frowned. Han Fei, what's the meaning of this? You didn't just drop by, did you? Were you here with them specifically to teach us? Han Fei smiled casually. You know that we can't return from the unknown place anytime soon. We're all from the Heavenly Water Village. This is the least I can do for you without ruining your foundation by forcing you to run before you can walk. Xiangnan heaved a sigh. Do you know that Xiangnan has been working hard since you made a name for yourself in the beginning? Han Fei smiled and said, I do. No, you don't. All her current achievements were because of you. Han Fei's lips curled upward, then let her drop the idea. It's nice to be a grand fishing master, or a dangling fisher, but don't be too excellent, Xiangnan said angrily. She won't be equal to you unless she becomes excellent. Staring at Xiangnan in the eyes, Han Fei said solemnly, she should be excellent, but not too excellent, which usually means death. I don't want her or any of you to die. Xiangnan glared at him. Has it occurred to you that you might die too? Han Fei roared in a low voice. I killed thousands of people directly and indirectly in the level 3 fishery. I can survive. Xiangnan shivered, and so did He Xiaoyu on the other side of the 3. Xiaoyu even subconsciously shed tears when she heard that. Han Fei naturally knew that she was there. He was exactly saying that to her. He patted Xiangnan's shoulder. Live a good life, and take care of her. Xiangnan was silent for a long time. What about you? Han Fei thought for a moment and turned around. Me? Han Fei thought of the deal in the undersea city, Sun Mu, Teng Ge, Old Zheng, and his father, who allegedly had died out there a long time earlier. I still have a long, long way to go. Han Fei left. Xiangnan stood for a long time and then walked away. But then he saw He Xiaoyu wipe her tears after only several steps. Xiangnan opened his mouth. You, did you hear that? He Xiaoyu turned back. He thinks that he's the only one who's capable? I'll go back and continue my training. Chapter 583. This is a stage. Han Fei had barely seen He Xiaoyu since he came to the Thug Academy, but it didn't mean he didn't know what happened to her. He Xiaoyu's capabilities were obvious in Han Fei's eyes. He knew exactly how much progress she had made, but it wasn't enough. Certain things couldn't be changed just with hard work, so he would rather He Xiaoyu, Xiaonan, and Xiao Wuxuang live an easier life. After all, cultivation required much more than devotion and diligence. Han Fei didn't know what the unknown place was like, but he had no doubt that it would be much crueler than the level 3 fishery. The level 1, level 2, and level 3 fisheries were just peaceful paradises that experts circled out. Once he left these peaceful paradises, God only knew what would happen to him. However, fate was such a capricious matter. While Han Fei could make plans, he didn't really know what the future held for him. On the next morning, Xiaozhan roared, "Get up already. Are you still sleeping? Do you think you have plenty of time?" It seems that all you know is eating and sleeping, but not training. When Xiaozhan yelled, Han Fei opened his eyes. He had read the spirit-gathering scripture all night. He had decided to study arrays since he returned to the level 3 fishery, and he did. He wasn't entirely idle during the month in the Heavenly Water Village, but he didn't really comprehend the super arrays. However, he learned a lot about the floating stone. Because of the floating stone, boats could fly in the sky and float on the water. He was also very positive that all the towns and cities must have been founded on floating stones that were surrounded by arrays. He had spent the night mostly studying killing arrays. However, arrays were too arcane. In general, they were patterns drawn with what seemed to be a mess of lines that could borrow the power of nature. Even the spirit-gathering scripture, which Old Jiang had probably studied for a whole life, only listed the complete arrays as well as the elements and keys of those arrays. It didn't mention how to invent or construct a more suitable array. It didn't even elaborate on the low-level arrays such as the spirit-gathering array. Han Fei had noticed the problem when he read the spirit-gathering scripture for the second time. It meant that Old Jiang had mostly been sorting out, inferring, and recording the existing arrays. If Old Jiang hadn't gone to the unknown place, Han Fei would have haunted him every day asking questions, but at this moment he could only ask the hexagon starfish after the match. On the other hand, Xia Xiaochan got out of her room with her eyes half closed. Lu Renquang came in from outside with a bunch of skewers in his hands. Probably because the tree core city had plenty of trees, skewers were being sold everywhere. Han Fei would have established a fishball stand himself if he were a regular resident of this place. When everybody came in position, Old Bai and Xiaozhan were already seated. Zhang Xuanyu announced, "Sir, everybody is gathered downstairs and ready to go. Should we join them?" Old Bai said unhurriedly, "We wait." Han Fei looked at him. "We wait? For what?" "Wenren Yu should be here any minute." Everybody was surprised. "Huh? It's only been one day. Didn't they say that they wouldn't come until a few days later? She's left to catch a contractual spiritual beast, or other people would mock our students that they don't even have contractual spiritual beasts." Half an hour later, Han Fei was getting impatient. "Sir, everybody is left," Old Bai said at ease. "No rush. The best usually come last." "Everyone?" About another 15 minutes later, Wenren Yu suddenly descended from the sky and said to the president, "I waited for you at the entrance of the arena for a long time. What are you doing here?" "Old Bai, everyone," Han Fei mumbled. "The president is waiting for you to show off." Old Bai glared at Han Fei. "Let's go. Today will be a day worth remembering. It will be the day when the Thug Academy is known by the 36 towns again." Zhang Xuanyu had already come to Qiujinan and Lingyuan. "What contractual spiritual beast did you get? An exotic one? Or a legendary one?" Qiujinan shrugged. "Well, mine is actually a rare one." Ling Yuan was beaming with a smile. "I luckily got an exotic creature." Wenren Yu rolled her eyes. "You think legendary creatures are something you can see every day?" However, Xiaozhan had already given the ghost-eye giant crocodile, which had been reduced to 30 centimeters long, back to Han Fei. "You got this. You keep it." Wenren Yu's eyes bulged when she saw the little crocodile in Han Fei's hand. "This is a legendary creature." "Where did you get it?" Xiaozhan simply said. "Han Fei looted it yesterday." "Wenren Yu, where? Where did you get it?" "I'm going to find one for myself." Cough, cough. Old Bai changed the topic. "Let's go, or we'll be late." Luo Xiaobai was standing by the door. "We already are." The ghost-eye giant crocodile was lost for words. It felt that it had escaped from a lair of tigers only to fall into a nest of wolves. Why was everybody it ran into so strong? At this moment, the ghost-eye giant crocodile couldn't have felt more devastated. At this moment, the arena was already filled with people. There were no more than 20,000 people in total from the 36 towns for the match. They had taken up the innermost seats in the arena. The rest of the audience members were all the local residents of the Wind Thunder Town, who were mostly here to see how the promising young men of their town crushed the other candidates. Han Fei and his team were stopped at the gate when they arrived. The guard spoke to them. It's now the lot drawing phase of the match. Irrelevant personnel aren't allowed to come in. Old Bai instantly burst into fury. Do I look like irrelevant personnel to you? Are you blind? Do you not know the president of the Thug Academy? The guard glanced at Old Bai and said, "No, wait here. I'll inform my chief." Old Bai angrily took out a badge and almost pressed it into the guard's face. "See this? Do you still need to inform your chief?" Old Bai slightly unleashed his dominating vibe, and the guard instantly became pale. Han Fei glanced at Old Bai. "President, I think our attempt to show off has failed." "Shut up, let them in," a telepathic voice echoed outside of the arena. It sounded to be from a certain expert. Old Bai snorted and led everybody into the arena. Han Fei and his crew attracted a lot of attention when they showed up. The audience was confused why they were let in when the arena had been closed. However, some of them burst into fury the moment they saw Han Fei. "Damn it. It's that asshole, Han Fei. Wasn't he the fraud who pretended to be Octopus Weirdo? He's too shameless to participate in such a match. I would totally beat him up and teach him a good lesson if he weren't stronger than me." Wenren Yu, Su, Si Jinan, and Ling Yuan looked at each other and felt that something was off. They were only gone for one day. How did Han Fei become so notorious? Han Fei, however, simply extended his hands and raised his middle finger at the audience arrogantly. "Son of a bitch, he's still provoking us? I can't hold back anymore." Someone was lost for words. "Then why don't you go up there?" The first person looked embarrassed. "I would go there and beat him up if we weren't in the middle of an official match." On Han Fei's side, Old Bai casually said, "Xiao Zhan, lead them to their seats." "I'm leaving." Old Bai stepped up and appeared at the president's seats the next second, giving the other presidents quite a shock. Wu Jun, president of the First Academy, looked awful. "Bai Kongye, you're disrupting the order of this match." Shu Tianji, president of the Second Academy, glanced at Old Bai and mocked him. "You were too fast for the audience to see you. You should have walked down from the sky." Chu Mengshui, Old Bai, casually took out a bunch of sunflower seeds and a drink under the eyes of the angry presidents. He even placed some strawberries and carrots on the table, as if he were here to enjoy a show. On the honorable seat, Kong Chuan, mayor of the Blue Sea Town, coughed. "Old Bai, do you want to keep an eye on your image?" Bai Kongye snorted. "The match will take a while. Wouldn't I be an idiot if I just sit here without doing anything? Young Kong, come on. I've brought you some spiritual fruits that I personally grew. You can have a bite." Kong Xuan, at the very center, was a middle-aged man who looked tough and intimidating. He turned around and looked at Old Bai. "President of the Thug Academy, this is an arena." Old Bai sneered coldly. "For me, it's just a stage." Chapter 58-4, Commencement of the Contest. Old Bai behaved so arrogantly that he didn't even look like who he usually was. It was because everybody knew that the Thug Academy's rise was inevitable. Now that the Thug Academy had revealed itself in front of the 36 towns again after 30 years, they must be prepared. In particular, Han Fei had delivered a shocking performance in the Wind Thunder Arena the previous day by crushing 2 experts above his level and subduing a legendary creature. That incident alone had made the presidents and mayors understand that the Thug Academy's rise to the top was unstoppable. It was also why the mayors and presidents demanded that some contestants from the Thug Academy not use their spiritual beasts in the arena during the meeting in the previous day. They were still allowed to use it when experts on par with them showed up, but if they used it when none of these people showed up, their rise to the top would be of little significance. At this moment, Xiao Zhan led Han Fei and the others to the seats of the Blue Sea Town. There were 10 seats at the front row that had been reserved for them. Under countless people's watch, Han Fei and the others walked to their seats with a smile. Q Jinan and Ling Yuan were mumbling to each other. Q Jinan said, "I feel that everybody is strongly hostile to us." Ling Yuan rolled her eyes. "What do you mean by strongly hostile?" "I think they're literally going to beat us up." "Did Senior Brother do anything big again in this place yesterday before we arrived?" Ling Yuan nodded. "Definitely did." When Han Fei and the others passed by the fiery dragon town, the students' eyes were burning with fury. When they passed the cloud-soaring town, the students and teachers looked at them enviously. Someone even said in a low voice, "It's him. He helped us yesterday." Someone said with mixed feelings. "I'm told that this Senior Brother was so strong that the hidden fisher of the Wind Thunder Arena had to intervene yesterday." Someone sighed. How great it would be if the cloud-soaring town also had a genius like him. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu sensed something and said to Han Fei telepathically, "There are people we know here." "Huh? We're in another town. How can we know anybody here?" "Don't forget that we saved a lot of people back in the abyssal chasm. A few of them just greeted me." Hardly had he said that when a few voices echoed in Han Fei's head. "Brother Han, I'm Zhang Qian from the Yuan Engraving Town. Thank you for saving my life." "Brother Han, I'm Yu Guangdong from the Water Spread Town. Thank you for saving my life in the Abyssal Chasm." "Brother Han, I'm Wang Chung from the Peace Town. I'll be sure to entertain you should you ever visit Peace Town." Han Fei looked at the sources of those voices, and some of them nodded at him here and there. Han Fei had a lot of complicated feelings. In the beginning, he rescued them simply because he didn't want them to starve, which was more miserable than being killed. However, many of those people, as the best of their towns, had come to this match and met him again after they regained their strength. Xiao Zhan turned back and looked at Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu. "You two have a lot of friends." Both Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Hardly had Han Fei and the others sat down when the mayor of the Wind Thunder town spoke. Referees, to your position. Students from the 36 towns, be prepared. The first round of matchups has been settled. The contests will begin in 100 seconds. Dozens of referees emerged in the arena. They were all dangling fishers. Each of them took up a spot. The whole arena was divided into 10 fields. It appeared that 10 matches would be held simultaneously. It did make sense on second thought. After all, there were too many contestants from the 36 towns. Although each academy only had 300 contestants, the 36 towns had 10,800 of them in total. If 10 matches were held each time, the first round, which meant 5,400 matches, couldn't possibly be finished in one day. Le Renquang couldn't help but ask, "Is it really possible for us to watch 10 games at the same time?" Luo Xiaobai said. "You can focus on the matches that you're interested in. It will be best if you can compare their performance to yours and learn from them." Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "It's slightly boring, but it will be fine as long as you find something that can grab your interest." Wen Renyu looked at Kuo Jinan and Ling Yuan and said, "You two watch carefully. Even the weakest players often have something you can learn." Not just Wen Renyu, the teachers from almost all the towns were educating their students at this moment. One of the teachers said, "Open your eyes as widely as possible, especially if you are a grand fishing master. You are still in the level of mortals. You must seize this opportunity. A match among the 36 towns doesn't happen regularly. Every player here has their specialty. Their techniques may be dazzling. It's up to you how much you can absorb." Another teacher said, "Observe carefully. Everybody will have to write a report on the match when it's over. Don't be slacker." Some other teachers reminded their students, "You must not miss this rare opportunity. Observing this match will do you great good for your future training. Don't be absent-minded." The most devoted students of all were those from the cloud-soaring town. They had all bulged their eyes without their teachers saying anything. This time, 600 people had come from the cloud-soaring town, and only 100 of them were dangling fishers and contestants. The rest were all observers. Because the cloud-soaring town had always been weak, they didn't want to send many students to the unknown place, so they were actually reluctant to even send the 100 contestants. Ling Ling said, "Everybody, listen up. After the match, go back and continue your training without delay. When you make a breakthrough, you can go to the level 3 fishery for higher training." "Yes, madam." While everybody was anxiously or earnestly waiting, Han Fei simply felt extremely uncomfortable. Xia Xiaoshan glanced at Han Fei with a smile. "She's been staring at you," Han Fei murmured. "Don't laugh." He Xiao Yu glared at Han Fei angrily. Han Fei said to himself, "I won't look back. I just won't look back." 100 seconds passed by quickly. Immediately, the referees in the field began to talk. Yuan Yi, from the Golden Dragon Academy of the Million Gold Town, will fight Gan Ji from the Eternal Peace Academy in the Peaceful Orchid Town in the number 1 field. Hu He from the Return Academy of the Triumph Town and Yang Jin Chuan from the Red Moon Academy of the Red Moon Town, be prepared. Hu He Lixin from the Scorching Fire Academy of the Fiery Dragon Town will fight Peng Yi from the Flying Ocean Academy in the Sea Source Town in the number 2 field. Yan Rong from the Furious Tide Academy of the Divine Billow Town and Shui Weiwei from the Heavenly Martial Academy of the Heavenly Martial Town, be prepared. Zhang Nanshang from the Waterfall Academy of the Blue Sea Academy will fight Kuei Yue from the Heavenly Joint Academy in the Peace Town in the number 3 field. Fan Ming from the Phoenix Table Academy of the White Table Town and Liang Chu from the Thousand Water Academy of the Water Spread Town, be prepared. Those whose names were announced rose and walked to the field solemnly. On the Blue Sea Town side, when Zhang Nansheng, whose name was just read, rose, many people cheered for him. "Nansheng, keep it up. Brother Sheng, take him down. Ah Sheng, fight him. Don't hold yourself back." The teacher of the Third Academy roared, "Don't dawdle and just go there. Remember, don't hold yourself back. The dangling fishers will take action if anything happens." Soon, the 20 constants were in position, and those who were going to replace them had moved to the front row. They watched the fields anxiously. After all, this match was among the 36 towns and wasn't just about personal honor. They were representatives of their own towns. Everybody was fully aware of that. They could lose the battle, but they must not lose their face. In the fields, the referees stood grimly and shouted almost at the same time when the contestants were in position, "Ready, go." The moment they shouted go, naturally endowed spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts were everywhere in the arena. Weapons were flooding out of the armorists' weapon boxes. Some manipulators were rolling out vines with themselves as the center. Some soul warriors simply activated their secret techniques, raising a storm of sand. Han Fei was quite refreshed and shocked to see that. "They're fighting rather hard." Wen Renyu was sitting next to Han Fei. "Of course. Don't you see how many people are watching them? They have to fight as crazily as possible even though they may be weak in your eyes." At this moment, Han Fei sensed that He Xiaoyu had withdrawn her gaze from his back. She must have been attracted to the battles too. Qiu Jinan and Ling Yuan's eyes widened and looked around, as if they wanted to watch all the battlefields at the same time. However, for some people, such as Han Fei and Li Hanye, they had only chosen the games fought by worthy rivals. The best contestant on the field was Ganji from the Peaceful Orchid Town. He was a soul warrior, and he had unusual gait and a giant sword. He had an aggressive crab as his spiritual beast too. After only 3 minutes, the 9 matches were over. The unfinished one was between 2 armorists who were fighting a prolonged battle. 1 round passed, 2 rounds passed. In the 17th round, a referee shouted, Han Fei from the Thug Academy of the Blue Sea Academy will fight Xuanhuan from the Twin Dragons Academy of the Long Dragon Town. Chapter 585 Outshine the Others. When Han Fei entered the arena, some people immediately yelled, "Kill him, kill him, kill Han Fei. He is a liar. He cheated me out of a lot of money yesterday." Those audience members from the Wind Thunder Town were roaring. Of course, they were just roaring and didn't hold out much hope in their hearts. Anyone who was in the arena yesterday knew that although Han Fei was shameless, he was very strong. On the team of the Wind Thunder Town, 2 people were shaking all over in anger. Ming Kun was shaking all over. This bastard pretended to be Octopus Weirdo. When he was fighting him in the arena yesterday, he kinda appreciated him. But when he woke up and heard all kinds of misdeeds from Han Fei's past, he almost ran to the Tree Core City to take revenge against Han Fei. Jing Changfeng was also aggrieved. Yesterday, the mental attack he was proud of made no achievement, and the powerful Ghost God chain couldn't tie him up. He was like a fool because of him. How could he not be angry? On the Wind Thunder Town team, someone asked, "Kun, is this Han Fei?" Ming Kun nodded. "He's very strong. It's said that all the injuries he got from the battle with me yesterday were fake." The person patted Ming Kun on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. I've heard about the Thug Legend team. They want to sweep all 36 towns? Well, they must ask if the Wind Thunder Town will allow this first." Someone grinned. "We certainly can't underestimate them, but how can we be convinced of their strength without a fight?" In the arena, Xuanhuan had surely heard about Han Fei. Yesterday, Han Fei caused such a big uproar. Everyone had heard about him. However, Xuanhuan didn't come to the arena yesterday and didn't watch Han Fei fight. And what he heard the most was not how he defeated the strong masters from the Wind Thunder Town, but how despicable he was. Xuanhuan said seriously, "I know you are powerful, but since the fight is inevitable, I will try my best and I hope you'll try your best." Han Fei grunted and took out a small branch, looking at Xuanhuan and saying, "Okay, come on, Xuanhuan, Rin?" Xuanhuan had fused with a large squid and had a single-horned shark and a mess swallowing worm attached to him. In addition, Xuanhuan seemed to have used a certain secret method, raising his strength to its peak state all at once, exceeding the theoretical limit of peak-level dangling fishers. Xuanhuan shouted, "Han Fei, don't insult me, just try your best." Han Fei picked his ears with one hand. I know. Why are you yelling so loudly? What are you doing holding a branch?" The smile on Han Fei's face disappeared. "I've just broken this branch this morning. Isn't that enough?" With that said, Han Fei flicked the branch and a knife light tens of meters long swept out. "Shoot, what is that light? Was it made with that branch?" Many people were confused. The corners of Qiu Jinan and Ling Yuan's mouths twitched. "He learned this trick by battering us. It was horrifyingly strong." He Xiaoyu and the others were astonished. How could a branch be so powerful? The students from the Long Dragon Town who were cheering Xuanhuan on were all dumbfounded. Is this guy's power so scary? As soon as Han Fei shot out this knife light, he dropped his hand and then tilted his head to look at Xuanhuan and said, "As you wish, this is my strongest combat skill, the earth-shaking branch." Xuanhuan was not in the mood to bicker with Han Fei. It was too strong. The knife light came over in an instant, which seemed to be very fast and also seemed to be very slow. He didn't know how to dodge it at all, or to be exact, he couldn't dodge it at all. Flame, spiritual slash. Xuanhuan knew in his heart that this was no longer about combat skills. As soon as the knife light appeared, it was a competition of pure strength. Clang, crack. The 2 knives in Xuanhuan's hands were broken. The spiritual energy covering the blade was directly split, the spiritual energy protective cover was shattered, and his combat suit was torn. In that second, Xuanhuan's only thought left was that it was all over. Am I going to die in the next second? Xuanhuan's soul was trembling. There was no way to resist Han Fei's attack. The face of the hanging fisher referee who was in charge of this battle changed drastically. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. At this moment, he had already flown out to save Xuanhuan, but it seemed to be too late. Swish! When everyone was holding their breath, the knife light suddenly disappeared and then appeared behind Xuanhuan, as if it only flickered in front of Xuanhuan. The hanging fisher turned pale in shock, secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and threw out a punch, intending to smash the knife light. Bam! The knife light exploded and the hanging fisher's body trembled slightly. He glanced at his fist, only to find it was bleeding. The corner of this hanging fisher's mouth twitched. Gosh, is this guy a monster? His casual slash with a branch can even damage a hanging fisher? Xuanhuan opened his eyes blankly and touched his own face. Am I still alive? Many students from the Double Dragon Academy stood up, their faces full of horror. Just now, they thought that Xuanhuan was going to be killed. The knife light almost hit Xuanhuan's face, but the next second it appeared behind Xuanhuan. What happened? In the dean's seats, many people looked at Old Bai in amazement. In the mayor's seats, everyone looked at Kong Xuan, the mayor of the Blue Sea Town. Finally, the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town took a deep breath. It's not knife intent, it's stronger than knife intent. It's a bit like the art of invincibility? The mayors were all hidden fishers, so they knew many combat skills, but they hadn't actually seen the art of invincibility, so they could only guess. From their cognition, Han Fei's state at the moment seemed a bit similar to the state recorded in the ancient books about the art of invincibility. Everyone looked at Old Bai in shock. Was this the real strength of the Thug Academy? They had been secluded for 30 years, and once they showed up, they showed the long-lost art of invincibility. Who the fuck could handle that? Han Fei looked at the referee. Can I leave now? The referee's face immediately changed. Yes, Han Fei from the Thug Academy and the Blue Sea Town won. When Han Fei walked from the arena to the auditorium, countless gazes fell on him. Ordinary audience members were shocked, thinking to themselves that this shameless guy was too strong. The students from the major towns had complex expressions, and Ming Kun and several others from the Wind Thunder towns smiled bitterly. When Han Fei was going back to his team and passed by the team from the Cloud Soaring Town, all the teachers and students looked at Han Fei in shock. When he passed by the team from the Fiery Dragon Town, no one showed anger and hatred anymore. Hate him? Ask yourself if you can resist Han Fei's branch first. The teachers and students of the 3 major academies in the Blue Sea Town were all silent. They had seen Han Fei's unreasonable combat skills a long time ago. If they had to describe it in a word, it would be terrifying. Xiao Yu sighed and was very upset. He is so powerful now. What can I do? The game continued. Pairs of people fought and then left the arena. After a full hour, it was the turn of the Thug Academy team again, and Luo Xiaobai entered the arena. Luo Xiaobai from the Thug Academy Blue Sea Town fights against Hong Shufeng from the Heavenly Origin Academy in the Origin Carving Town. This time, when the name of the Thug Academy team was read, the cheers in the entire arena were reduced by 30%. In the arena, Hong Shufeng was an armorist. When he found his opponent was Luo Xiaobai, he was quite confident because his combat skill was Wild Sword Array, which was exceptionally powerful in checking manipulators. Even if you are a student of the Thug Academy, so what? I've fused with my scavenger and had my knife axe crab and thousand-bladed turtle attached to me, Hong Shufeng grinned. My armor box is full of swords, I'm armed with so many knives, and I also have the strong defense power of the scavenger. What can you do to me? However, Luo Xiaobai remained motionless, and the ground suddenly exploded, and thick and slender vines popped out, which were red, green, and cyan. In the blink of an eye, dozens of plants emerged from the ground. Hong Shufeng shouted, Wild Sword Array, Thousand-Bladed Slash and Sword Axe Technique. Break. The battlefield turned gorgeous and had become an ocean of spiritual plants, where swords and knives dashed across and cut madly. This battlefield immediately attracted the attention of all the audience. But just as Hong Shufeng was cutting wildly, outside the vine jungle, countless fine vines began to interweave. 1, 2, 100, 1,000 vines woven into a huge super vine, which was 5 or 6 meters thick and 30 or 40 meters high. Seeing this scene, the audience was dumbfounded. Bam! The vine, like a whip, whipped into the vine jungle with an irresistible force. Along the way, no knife or sword could damage this vine. Hong Shufeng was whipped deep into the ground together with his armor box. Immediately afterward, the ground shattered, and countless vines wrapped Hong Shufeng and emerged out of the ground like a big ball, leaving only his head outside. At this moment, Hong Shufeng still had saliva at the corner of his mouth and was obviously delirious, and all his knives and swords were scattered on the ground. The referee swallowed. Luo Xiaobai from the Thug Academy in the Blue Sea Town won. At the moment the referee announced it, the vine penetrated into the ground and disappeared without a trace. From beginning to end, Luo Xiaobai didn't have the slightest expression on her face and didn't even blink her eyelids. As Luo Xiaobai walked back to her seat deadpan, the audience fell silent. Chapter 586, The Motivated Cloud Soaring Town. This day, there were 800 fights in the Wind Thunder Arena, and the audience saw a bewildering variety of combat skills, abilities, spiritual beasts, and contractual spiritual beasts. Qu Jinan and Ling Yuan watched attentively. The other students of the Blue Sea Town also watched attentively and cheered from time to time. Han Fei and the other 4, who were still watching attentively for the first 3 hours, became bored soon. They soon found that the dazzling attacks had one thing in common, which was also found out by the heavenly talents from the other towns. That was, although these people were fighting fancily, their fighting awareness, fighting routines, and fighting styles could be classified into several types. As the saying went, methods used might vary, but the principle of fighting was the same. In the end, strength was everything. Lu Kuang had already started to eat. Zhang Xuanyu had slipped away to visit the girls from the first academy. Luo Xiaobai looked at the arena calmly, but sometimes her eyes would turn glassy. Obviously, she was distracted. Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei were playing with the crocodile. At this moment, the 2 of them and the crocodile were speaking via voice transmission. Han Fei asked, Old Ghost, how did you get caught by the Wind Thunder Town? Xia Xiaoshan added, Are there really legendary creatures in the level 3 fishery? I have never met any. The ghost-eye giant crocodile, which turned into a small lizard, also took up a chair and grumbled, I didn't enter the level 3 fishery. I just chased a turtle and came here and was still hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the level 3 fishery. I don't know how I was discovered. Shan asked, what is outside the level 3 fishery? The crocodile's voice sounded, it's the ocean, a sea area that you humans have never discovered. Han Fei and Shan looked at each other, and Han Fei asked, then do you know the unknown place? The eyes of the ghost-eyed giant crocodile were exuding blue light. All the unknown seas are unknowable places, and even our marine creatures need to explore them, not to mention you humans. Han Fei was speechless. Didn't you say you chased a turtle and came here? Then where did you come from? I don't know. The sea is so big. I swam and ended up here, Han Fei asked. Have you seen a mermaid? It's a humanoid with a harpoon in its hands. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile looked at Han Fei. Are you talking about the little sea monster? Yes, I've seen them. But the little sea monsters are too brutal and there are big sea monsters behind them. They usually appear in the chaotic waters. Huh? Han Fei frowned and couldn't help asking aloud, what are the chaotic waters? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile said arrogantly, since you saved my life, I can tell you about them. The so-called chaotic waters are the sea area where all creatures can exist. Most of these creatures are brutal and vicious, hunting and eating each other. You humans will snatch resources, so will sea monsters and sea creatures. But the fights are more violent in the chaotic waters. Shan's eyes lit up. Since there are so many resources in the chaotic waters, why aren't there more powerful marine creatures there to grab the resources? Then wouldn't that make it easy to conquer the chaotic waters? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile scoffed. Simply speaking, for example, you are called dangling fishers, right? Will you snatch those resources with surprisingly low spiritual energy? Powerful marine creatures don't want to take those resources either. Of course, there may be another reason. That is, other powerful creatures are also eyeing the resources covetously. Han Fei didn't care about these powerful creatures. What he wanted to know was actually the world beyond the fisheries. Han Fei couldn't help but say, then tell me about the world outside the fisheries. I haven't been to your fisheries. I only heard those who guarded me talk about them. If I had known that you humans were active in this area, I wouldn't have been here. Han Fei blinked and said, had you ever met humans before? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile grunted. Yes, outside your level 3 fishery, there are occasionally large human ships passing by in the wider ocean, but those PP are very powerful. Wherever their boats pass, all creatures retreat. Wow, Han Fei and Shan look at each other. Were there humans outside the fisheries? Just when Han Fei was about to ask in detail, Wenren Yu said, that's all it knows. It got most of its knowledge about humans from human society. As for the area outside the fisheries, to put it bluntly, it's the unexplored waters where there will be endless opportunities and secret realms. Every year there is no shortage of strong masters who go to the area outside these fisheries. But unlike what the crocodile said, the creatures won't retreat. Instead, those people will be besieged by large numbers of marine creatures. Am I right, little crocodile? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile blinked. Yes, you're right, but low-level creatures like me will retreat. We are not fools who will keep running into the humans' ships. Han Fei was speechless. You liar? You spoke as if there is no danger at all. There will be danger, but our marine creatures have our ways to survive and are very good at avoiding danger. Wenren Yu said, don't ask it anymore. When it's time for you to know more, you will get to know it. What do you think there is outside the level 3 fishery? There will only be endless marine beasts of legendary species, which are legendary in our society. But outside of the fisheries in the vast and endless sea are nothing at all. They didn't know what Old Bai said to this ghost-eyed giant crocodile. Anyway, the little crocodile talked a lot. When Han Fei didn't chat with it, it would take the initiative to talk to Han Fei. In the evening, it was getting late and everyone was fed up with watching the fights, so the mayors finally ordered the suspension of the game and it would continue tomorrow. Han Fei and the others walked out, discussing what hot pot to eat tonight. Then they met some teenagers from the cloud-soaring town who greeted them with a smile. Wenren Yu was surprised. Have you made friends here? Han Fei shook his head. Not friends. They just live close to us, right downstairs from our rooms. In the evening, after finishing the hot pot, Han Fei and the other 4 were hanging on the branches of the central tree, and Han Fei was studying the spirit concentration art with his eyes closed. Senior brother Han Fei, senior brother Han Fei. Suddenly, someone called him in a low voice. Han Fei opened his eyes, looked down, and saw 2 boys who he didn't know looking at him with a smile. Han Fei was puzzled. Who are you? Senior brother Han Fei, I'm Xuanhuan from the cloud-soaring town. Senior brother Han Fei, I'm Shu Fu from the cloud-soaring town. Han Fei asked, what's up? Xuanhuan, who was a bit chubby, said, Senior brother Han Fei, can I ask you questions about your knife art? Han Fei thought for a moment. They came to ask for his advice, and it might be rude if he refused, so Han Fei turned over and jumped down. What do you want to ask me? Xuanhuan and Shu Fu looked overjoyed when they saw that Han Fei had actually come down. Xuanhuan said cheerfully, Senior brother, wait a minute. Why do you call me senior brother? You look older than me. Xuanhuan was taken aback. Then, junior brother? Han Fei's face immediately darkened. Well, just call me senior brother. Xuanhuan didn't mind at all and quickly said, Senior brother, both of us use knives, but when we fight, we always feel that our knife light is too weak and not easy to control, unlike your knife light that is so powerful and magnificent. Is there any knack to it? Hanfei rolled his eyes. Do you want to ask for a shortcut? How can there be a shortcut? It relies on your comprehension. Research it. Study it. Shufu looked disappointed. Senior brother, but we can't figure anything out, Hanfei impatiently said. Try to slash me. Huh? Zhangfan and Shufu were both stunned. Is it proper to do so? Hanfei said. It's not a big deal. Do you want to ask for my advice or not? If not, I'm going back up. Zhangfan's hand was wrapped with spiritual energy and he swung out a knife light only to see that Hanfei took it with his palm and he couldn't help exclaiming. Hanfei smashed the knife light effortlessly. Well, it is indeed not sharp enough. Is your spiritual power weak? Huh? Zhangfan was taken aback. What do you mean, senior brother? Whether you use a knife or a sword, even if you can't integrate with your weapon and use it at your will, at least at the moment you slash, you should focus, have a clear goal, and be determined to kill your enemy with a single slash. You were not determined enough, neither did you have enough spiritual power, so of course you can't make a powerful knife light. Zhangfan was taken aback and then was overjoyed. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Then Hanfei looked at Shufu. What about you? Try slashing me too. Shufu slashed him too, and Hanfei also took his knife light with his hand. This time, Hanfei reacted even faster. Your knife light is sharp enough, but your spiritual energy is not pure enough. Is there anything wrong with the combat skill you practice? You know, it's not that the more spiritual energy, the better, but the purer, the better. Otherwise, why are there differences between combat skills? It suddenly dawned on Shufu. Is it that simple? How difficult do you think it is? By the way, why don't you ask your teacher about these simple questions? When asked by Hanfei, the two sighed in unison. Hanfei, Fei, Chapter 587, the selection has started. Hanfei could see that these two people were eager to learn more. In fact, the only thing they lacked in this problem was the guidance of their teachers. Hanfei didn't believe that there was no decent teacher in such a big place like the cloud-soaring town. However, Zhangfan sighed slightly. Senior brother, maybe you don't know about this, but the cloud-soaring town has been weak for a long time. Since the cloud-soaring town lost a lot of talent 100 years ago, it has been ranking last among the 36 towns. Because of this, anyone who had even the slightest strength in the town has left the town. Some people went to the level 3 fishery, and some went to the unknown place, but in the end, perhaps because of the strength gap, most of them died, so the students in our town don't have enough teachers. Not only in knife techniques, but also in many other combat skills. In fact, the teachers are not very good. Hanfei wondered, but I heard that you have a new mayor in the cloud-soaring town. Didn't he plan to cultivate new young talents? Shufu smiled bitterly. Well, our mayor didn't even come this time. It said that he is healing his wounds. It seems that he has been healing his wounds for more than 10 years, Zhangfan hurriedly said. But our mayor is a good mayor. When he took over office, he brought us a lot of resources. Among them, there are hundreds of combat skills and techniques, but the mayor cannot teach us personally. We still have to cultivate on our own. Hanfei was surprised. What about the president of your academy? Doesn't he teach you? Are the human resources in your town scarce to this level? Shufu nodded. The president has tried his best to teach us, but because there are too many students, the president doesn't have the time to answer questions from each of us. Zhangfan shrugged, so we become weaker and weaker. The cloud-soaring town was not weak at first, but a large number of our talents died 100 years ago for unknown reasons. Since then, we gradually declined. Although we had some outstanding talents from time to time, they didn't have the time to teach us, Hanfei asked. Do you have few peak-level dangling fishers? Shufu nodded. Pathetically few. Hanfei thought for a while. What kind of combat skills and techniques do you practice? Some of them are of spirit level, and most of them are demon level low quality and mid quality. There are fewer high-quality ones, and even fewer heaven-level ones. Hanfei frowned. Didn't the other towns help you? Zhangfan looked glum. Our generation is determined to return home to serve our town after we become strong. This is why we only have 100 people going to the unknown place this time, because the remaining people need to stay in the town to gradually improve the education of our town. Shufu nodded. Yes, compared to 10 years ago, the strength of the cultivators in the cloud-soaring town has improved a lot. We have been improving all the time. I believe that in another 10 years, we will be able to compete for the second last place. Hanfei was speechless. Is there a big difference between the last and the second last? Hanfei patted the shoulders of the two of them. Although I sympathize with you, I can't help you. To make a town rise up is a big event that can't be achieved by one or two people. But I can give you an idea. Zhangfan and Shufu, Rian? Hanfei blinked his eyes and said, make money. Is there anything that money can't buy? Make money? Hanfei curled his lips. You should spend money to cultivate some outstanding talents first, which will work. Anyway, I can't help with this matter and your words don't count. Forget it. Go about your business. I'm going to cultivate. With that, Hanfei jumped up the tree. Zhangfan and Shufu hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Hanfei thought that the cloud-soaring town was wrong in their education policy and resource planning, but this had nothing to do with him. At first, Han Fei helped the cloud-soaring town just because Lin Miao Miao was from the cloud-soaring town, and the people from the fiery dragon town were too arrogant, but he just owed Lin Miao Miao, not anyone else. Now, Lin Miao Miao had died, and Han Fei had avenged her. The only pity was that a young life perished early. Maybe he felt guilty for her, but as time went by, the guilt gradually faded. He didn't want to do a stupid thing to save a whole town for one person, and he didn't have that ability. After Han Fei jumped up the tree, he saw Old Bai looking at him. He asked, "Oh, I didn't know you were capable of teaching others now." Han Fei answered helplessly. "They came to ask for my advice modestly, so I didn't have the heart to turn them down." Old Bai shook his head slightly. "You three fools. Do you really think that the cloud-soaring town is that weak? No, it used to rank among the top 3 in the 36 towns, no weaker than the Wind Thunder town. Do you think they are all weak?" Huh? Han Fei was taken aback. "How come they have declined to this point?" Old Bai sneered. "Because they offended someone." Han Fei was surprised. "Just because they offended someone, the whole town was punished?" Old Bai said leisurely. "Yes, the Thug Academy declined for the same reason, but where there is decline, there will be rise. Those people are much smarter than you. They are just waiting for the opportunity to rise in one fell swoop again. Don't poke your nose into others' affairs. You've learned a lot of skills, but are proficient in none of them. If you don't change this situation, you'll learn a bad lesson in your future." Han Fei laughed awkwardly and climbed the tree to continue to study the spirit-gathering scripture. Although he was surprised that this entire town had become so miserable, Old Bai should know better than him, so he'd better not get nosy. What troubled Han Fei now was the problem Old Bai just mentioned, which was a big problem. After he came up with the knife Qi, his data changed and his upper limit of spiritual energy was broken again. Making a breakthrough was supposed to be a good thing, indicating that he still had potential that had not yet been tapped. But the problem was that Han Fei didn't know how much potential he had now, just like his data at this moment. Owner Han Fei level 39 advanced dangling fisher I spiritual energy 28,026 times 6 times 6 times 01. Spiritual power 1299. Perception range 9999 meters. Spiritual heritage level 2 high quality spiritual beast twin yin yang spirit swallowing fish level 36. Main art void breaking technique volume 4 of void fishing demon level divine quality. His upper limit of spiritual energy had broken through the level of 6499. Although it only increased by 2 points, it meant that he still couldn't break through to be a peak level dangling fisher and had to work harder. But this raised a question. Why was the upper limit of spiritual energy related to combat skills? Wasn't the upper limit of spiritual energy related to physique, strength of meridians, etc.? But when he comprehended the invincible knife light, this level was broken inexplicably. Because of this matter, coupled with the fact that Old Bai kept nagging that he was jack of all trades but master of none, Han Fei felt that maybe he really should think about his next steps. But he wasn't in a hurry. Since he couldn't make a breakthrough, he would practice harder. He didn't mind spending half a year to lay a solid foundation and study arrays. The next day, everything was normal. There were also about 800 games in the arena. Zhang Xuanyu fought and won easily. Xia Xiaoshan and Le Renquang didn't have their turn yet. On the third day, Le Renquang played, but Xia Xiaoshan didn't have her turn. The fourth day, the fifth day, and the sixth day, on the seventh day, it was finally Xia Xiaoshan's turn and she won easily. The preliminary round was finished and a total of 5,200 people won. There was no team battle and no one had a second chance. At the moment, in the arena, the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town was speaking. Everyone who has passed the preliminary round, you are selected through layers of selection and are the heavenly talents of the 36 towns. You are the best among hundreds of millions of people. I am proud of you. Clap, clap, there was applause off the court and everyone was listening attentively. The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town continued. The first round of the game has been finished. Those who have passed it gather in the arena tomorrow morning. By then, the students who have been eliminated and the spectators won't be allowed to enter the arena again. Many locals in the Wind Thunder Town knew that this happened every time. After the first round was over, the second round wouldn't be open to the public, but the students were all astonished. Why can't we watch the second round? What? We don't have a second chance. Why are we not allowed to watch the following battles? The locals had no objection, the students were at a loss, and the teachers remained silent or even sighed. Han Fei was puzzled. Teacher, how come I feel that something is wrong? Luo Xiaobai added. Yes, it doesn't make sense. Isn't it an exchange game? Why do they prohibit other students from continuing watching the game? Wen Ren Yu shook her head slightly. It's not only an exchange match, but also a qualification trial. When the first battle begins, the selection has already started. Chapter 588, Large-Scale Field Mock Exam. That night, Xiao Zhan took Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan back to the Blue Sea Town, along with the Ghost Eye Giant Crocodile and the 1 million pieces of jewelry that Han Fei bought. The same went for the other towns. Those who came to observe and study, and those who were eliminated in the preliminary round, all went home in disappointment. These students didn't know why they were driven home and were still asking their teachers. Luo Xiaobai asked, Teacher, what do you mean by qualification trial? Why are those who were eliminated in the preliminary round not even allowed to watch the following battles? Xia Xiaoshan added, For some reason, I just feel something is wrong. Han Fei frowned. What's wrong? Half of the people have gone home. Did they really just get here to watch the 7-day preliminary match? Le Renquang asked. Will the coming matches be gory? Xuanhuan smiled and said, impossible. The left students are all seeds going to the unknown place. Everything should be controlled well. Wen Renyu thought for a while, rubbed her head and said, it's because the following games will be very difficult and have nothing worth watching. Huh? Everyone was confused. Difficult? Not worth watching? Would they enter secret realms? Old Bai said, don't guess. Why do you think we presidents and mayors held a one-day meeting? You will find out tomorrow. Han Fei grinned. President, slip us some inside information. Old Bai stroked his long beard and said mysteriously, no way, because what I know is no secret, and as for what I don't know, how can I tell you? Han Fei was stunned. President, even you don't know the reason. Old Bai smiled. Accurately speaking, only the mayors of the 36 towns know, but they are all together tonight. They are actually watching each other. Who do you think will tell you? Everyone, Han Fei muttered. I have a nasty feeling. Le Renquang agreed. Not just you, we all have it. The next day, the Wind and Thunder Arena was almost empty. In the huge arena that could accommodate 200,000 people, there were less than 6,000 people, including teachers, students, presidents, and mayors now. How could it not look empty? At this moment, all the students of the different academies in a town sat together. There were 508 people on the Blue Sea Town's team, which meant that 42 people had already been eliminated and went home. At this moment, at the entrance of the arena, Le Renquang and Lin Shengmu were looking at each other. Lin Shengmu said leisurely, Brother Le, now you and I are real allies. Why bother to remember our old hatred? Le Renquang said viciously, if I have the chance to fight against you, I'll beat the hell out of you. Lin Shengmu smiled and said, I know, so I won't fight you anymore. Li Han was still full of hatred for Han Fei. When Han Fei was here, he ran to the other side. He didn't want to meet Han Fei anyway. As for Xiang Zuozuo, she had already known that she couldn't beat Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu, so she didn't take them as her targets. Now she even came over to them. Xiang Zuozuo asked, Han Fei, tell me, what is in your knife? I've thought over and over but can't figure it out. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Sister, is it time to ask these questions? Do you know this round of the game will be very difficult? Huh. Do you know what this round is about? I don't know. At this moment, Wen Renyu shouted, come on, let's enter the arena. Everyone, get ready. Countless students crowded in with butterflies in their stomachs. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy today. After a moment, when everyone entered the arena, they all froze. They looked at each other, all dumbfounded. Han Fei and the other 4 were also dumbfounded. What does this mean? In the huge arena, there were more than 5,000 tables and chairs filling the entire arena. On every table, there was a fish skin and a pen. Han Fei rubbed his eyes. If he guessed right, this was a fucking written exam? Luo Xiaobai stammered. What is this? Xiao Xiao asked. Do we have to write something? Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, it must be about writing cultivation experience. This is simple. I created the 9-layered waves in the Furious Sea myself. This is a breeze for me, Le Renquang scoffed. Really? Then it should be easy for me too. I think I can start a glutton sect. Han Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes at these two people. How could it be that simple? Cultivation experience was theoretical, but exams would not test only your theoretical knowledge. At this moment, the mayors of the 36 towns were sitting high above. The presidents of the academies sat scattered in the audience, and there were hundreds of hanging fishers walking around on the field. The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town said, all students, please take your seats. A hanging fisher shouted, students from the Sky Marshal Town, come to me. Students from the Wind Thunder Town, come to me. Students from the Million Gold Town, all come to me. Soon, someone called for the Blue Sea Town. Han Fei and the others could only bite the bullet and head to take their seats. When they got closer, they found that the fish skins on the table were all reversed to prevent them from seeing the contents in advance. Sit down, don't move, and wait for the mayor to speak. Do not flip over the fish skin. No whispering, no mutual voice transmission. Han Fei was speechless. Isn't this the same as exams in my previous world? Why the fuck do I still have to take exams even in this world? The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town said, today, we won't compete in strength or fishing, but we'll take an exam. But remember that the exam today is very strict. If anyone is found to cheat via voice transmission or whisper to one another, their exam results will immediately be invalidated and they'll be driven home just like the eliminated students. This was fucking terrible. This was only an exam. Was it necessary to be so strict? The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town said faintly, let's make it clear no one is allowed to cheat in this exam. Whoever discovered cheating in the exam will be deprived of their qualification. Students, this exam is about your future and needs to be taken seriously. Don't be sloppy. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's mind, which was from Old Bai. Remember, no matter what happens, don't cheat, perceive with your perception power, or use voice transmission. Han Fei looked around at the other people who seemed to have received the message too. Perhaps it was because of this that all the students looked more serious than ever. But the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town said, the exam will begin in 10 minutes. It'll last for 3 hours. As soon as the exam is finished, no more writing or whispering is allowed. If anyone violates this at the last moment, they will also be disqualified for the exam and their results will be invalidated on the spot. Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. I'm afraid this fucking exam won't be easy. With hidden fishers in charge and hanging fishers supervising the exam, the students who are only dangling fishers probably won't dare to raise any objections. After 10 minutes. The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town continued. I announce that the exam has begun. Please write down on the back of the test paper where you are from, your academy, your name, your profession, your spiritual beast, your contractual spiritual beasts, and your level. Don't forget to write down all your professions if you have more than one profession. Now, start to answer the questions. From, Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town. Name, Han Fei. Spiritual beast, spirit swallowing fish. Profession, soul warrior, spirit gatherer. Contractual spiritual beast, and exotic mantis shrimp. As for Little Gold, he thought about it for a while and decided not to write it down. Who knew which category Little Gold belonged to? As for Little Fatty, Han Fei was even more reluctant to write it down. I should keep a trump card. Although many people have seen Little Fatty who will know its characteristics if I don't tell them. After finishing writing, Han Fei opened the big fish skin test paper that covered the entire table. At a glance, he saw that there were 108 questions on the paper. Good lord, there were so many questions. Han Fei immediately looked at the first question and then his eyes widened. Han Fei took a breath. Not only Han Fei, but 80% of the examinees also took a breath. Han Fei was speechless. What the hell is this? The first question was as follows. Fishing in the level 1 fishery, the hook was 12 meters into the water and a spirit swallowing fish was caught. A junior dangling fisher used 3 points of spiritual energy, and the spirit swallowing fish used 198 caddies of force to struggle. So how many scales does this spirit swallowing fish have on its body? Han Fei felt his blood freeze. How the fuck would I know this? Why is there such a frantic problem in this world? Who the hell made this question? Stand up, I swear I'll beat the hell out of you. At least give us a multiple choice question. But this is a damn fill-in-the-blank question. Han Fei scratched his head, skipped it, and moved to the second question. You have entered a secret realm and found a sealed beautiful girl, handsome boy. It only took an affectionate kiss of yours to wake her to him. However, as soon as you kissed the other party, you were stabbed to death by him/her. Why? Damn it, Han Fei scratched his head again. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at xuanhuan, who was not far away. However, he found that this lover boy who claimed the questions of the exam would be too simple was also pulling his own hair and seemed to be about to lose control. Chapter 589, a large-scale self-mutilation scene. The tension in the Wind Thunder Arena was about to erupt, mainly because these students were about to be driven crazy by these questions. Han Fei closed his eyes immediately and took a deep breath. Then, he looked forward, and suddenly a hanging fisher stared at him. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm not perceiving anything or transmitting any sound. Why the hell are you looking at me? Then he saw Lu Renquang was scratching his belly with a stunned look on his face. To his surprise, Xia Xiaoshan and Luo Xiaobai were actually writing. Xia Xiaoshan thought and wrote, and Luo Xiaobai didn't even stop writing. It seemed that these questions were not difficult for her at all. Han Fei took a breath immediately. I'm a heavenly talent, how can I lag behind them? And then he began to read the third question. The third question. You were fishing at sea and met a young man-girl halfway through. You fell for each other and wished that you could have met earlier. It was getting late and the other party suddenly said they were thirsty. What would she like to drink? Han Fei took another breath. This kind of question must be made by lunatics. What would she like to drink? Water? However, the answer couldn't be that simple. What was in the sea? Spiritual fruit? Sap? No. Han Fei shook his head. Why the hell would I meet a girl on the sea late at night? What is her purpose? The only reason he could think of was that this girl must harbor evil intentions. Either she wanted to rob or kill him. After thinking for a moment, Han Fei wrote on the test paper, blood. This was the only thing on Han Fei that could be drunk. Maybe the girl had some quirks. The fourth question, you found a secret realm where there are 2 divine weapons. One divine weapon looks powerful and exudes an overwhelming evil air. The other divine weapon is crystal clear and magnificent. But you can only choose one. Which one will you choose? Han Fei grinned. This is simple, Han Fei wrote. Only fools make choices. Adults want them both. The following questions became more and more strange. One question was, you met a small fish tide in the ocean. Behind you, 100 people were fishing without knowing it. And there was a secret realm where you could hide. Will you choose to hide in the secret realm or swim back to warn the fishing people? Note, if you swim back, you may not be able to escape from the fish tide. Han Fei was speechless and immediately wrote, why would I escape? Small fish tides are so rare, I will surely kill all the fishes. Suddenly, with a bang, a teenage boy was picked up. A hanging fisher threw him out of the field and said with a sneer, Triumph Town Shu used the secret pupil technique. You're disqualified from the exam and your exam results invalidated. Shu shouted, wait a minute, I haven't seen anything, I can still take the test, give me a chance. All eyes fell on Shu, who had been dragged out of the field. Before everyone retracted their gazes, suddenly, another person was picked up. A hanging fisher carried a girl and said, Red Moon Town, Ning Kai, took advantage of the chaos to peep at another person's test papers. disqualified from the exam and her results are invalid. Ning Kai exclaimed immediately, I didn't mean it. I didn't see anything. President, bam, the girl was also thrown out and dragged out of the field. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is it necessary to be so strict? They just glanced around. Every examinee was scared. They all bowed their heads and went on with the exam silently. 1 hour passed. Han Fei found that the questions were not difficult. Some of the questions he really couldn't answer, but some he could answer with ease. Especially this question, you encounter a ghost ship looting at sea and you are desperately outnumbered, but as long as you hand over your sea-swallowing seashell, they won't kill you. What will you do? Han Fei sneered and wrote, I'll never ever hand over my sea-swallowing seashells, but since they are not going to kill me, I will rob them but won't take their lives. Han Fei found out that among the questions he had read, he didn't know how to answer half of them. But it didn't matter. There were 3 short answer questions at the end, which should be simple. However, when Han Fei read the questions, he was confused again. The first question, you sneezed, sneezed again, and sneezed a 3rd time. Why? Han Fei was stunned. I'm a fucking dangling fisher. Why do I care about sneezing? Therefore, Han Fei wrote, a dangling fisher doesn't sneeze, or maybe someone is missing me. The second question, if you were asked to manage a team of 100 people and you can trust all of these people, what'll be the first thing you'll lead them to do? Why? This time, Han Fei grinned. Of course, robbery. In places like the ocean, the fastest way to become stronger is to rob. Han Fei listed a bunch of reasons and was very satisfied with his answer. The third question, there are 2 completely enclosed secret realms. One secret realm has 3 pill furnaces, and the other has mechanisms that control these 3 pill furnaces. How can you find out which mechanism controls each of the pill furnaces provided that you can only enter these 2 secret realms once? Han Fei smiled when he saw this question. This question is way too easy for me. It only took Han Fei 3 minutes to answer the question. Then, he looked back at the questions that he didn't know how to answer. However, he still didn't know how to answer them. He couldn't even understand the questions. How could he answer them? When Han Fei looked up again, he found that Renquang was asleep. Zhang Xuanyu, propping his chin with one hand, was in a trance with a pen in his mouth. Xia Xiaoshan looked very relaxed, legs dangling. If there weren't others around, she might have hummed a song. Luo Xiaobai had already put down the pen and closed her eyes for rest. Han Fei couldn't help sighing secretly. These people are really awesome. Based on Han Fei's experience, in an exam, you'd better fill up the test paper as fully as possible. In his previous life, although he was a sea explorer, he had taken a lot of examinations. Was a so, he wrote, you guess, under the first question, and under the second question he wrote, because that girl is a neat freak, it only took Han Fei less than 30 minutes to finish writing. The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town suddenly said, the time is up. Hand in your test papers. No one shall leave until all the test papers are collected. At this moment, someone panicked, and many examinees in the field were suddenly picked up by many hanging fishers. Peaceful Orchid Town, Gao Wu, transmitted voice to others, disqualified from the exam, and his exam results are invalid. Fiery Dragon Town, Wu Gang, transmitted voice to others, disqualified from the exam, and his exam results are invalid. Sea Source Town, Divine Billow Town. In a moment, 13 people were caught. Han Fei was speechless. A bunch of idiots. Couldn't you see the hidden fishers sitting up top? How dare you still cheat in this exam? After a while, the test papers were collected. Immediately, countless howls sounded throughout the field. What the hell are these questions? Except for multiple choice questions, I don't know how to answer the other questions. I'm finished. I'll disgrace my town. I don't know how to answer these questions at all. They're too difficult. Who the hell made these questions? It's disgusting. Can a normal person answer these questions? I don't think I passed the exam. I couldn't even understand the questions. Damn it, someone wailed. I just want to know. How should I know how many scales there are on a spirit-swallowing fish? Zhang Xuanyu walked over. Fai Fei, did you answer the questions? These questions are crazy. Han Fei was stunned. Didn't you finish answering them early on? I didn't know how to answer these questions at all. Han Fei was surprised. Then, what did you do just now? I saw you smiling. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Was I? Yes. Renquang opened his eyes and looked sleepily at them. Well, is the exam over? Do you know how to answer the questions? Didn't you finish answering the questions? Renquang scratched his belly. I felt dizzy when I saw these questions, so I fell asleep. Han Fei was speechless and turned to ask Xia Xiaoshan and Luo Xiaobai, how about you? Did you answer the questions? Xia Xiaoshan nodded. Yes, but there seemed to be many answers to these questions. I didn't know which one was right. Han Fei said, I couldn't understand the second question. Why would I be stabbed to death if I entered a secret realm and kissed the person awake? Xia Xiaoshan said indignantly. Of course you'll be stabbed to death. If someone who is not my boyfriend suddenly kissed me, I'd also stab him. Han Fei clutched his head. Forget it, I didn't ask you anything. However, Luo Xiaobai replied seriously, there are several possibilities. The first possibility is that this is a trap. The person is actually not asleep at all. She is just waiting for someone to come and kill him when he is not paying attention. The second was that the person deliberately fell asleep but was kissed awake by the intruder. The third was that the person was already very old because of the deep sleep. She could not accept the fact that she was already old, so she stabbed the person who woke her up to death. The fourth, the other four were dumbfounded. Luo Xiaobai gave a total of 9 answers. Is she really a human being? Dumb, dumb, dumb! Before Han Fei and the others finished talking, there was a loud noise in the court. Someone hit the table with their head and broke the table. Another hit his own chest with a sledgehammer trying to vent his anger. Someone thumped the ground with his feet like a crazy dancer. For a moment, the field became a large-scale self-mutilation scene that was very spectacular and bloody. Chapter 590, What Makes You Think You Can Pass the Exam? When the over 5,000 people left the examination field, they all looked utterly wretched. At this moment, Lu Renkuang was chasing Luo Xiaobai, asking what the answer to the first question was. Han Fei picked up his ears to listen. Luo Xiaobai said, I remember that when I was still a fisher, the first class I had was about spirit-swallowing fish. The spirit-swallowing fish live between 10 meters to 30 meters under the sea surface, and the deeper they live underwater, the smaller their bodies are. Those living the highest are the largest, but even the largest spirit-swallowing fish is only half a meter long. But this is not the key. The 3 points of spiritual energy a junior dangling fisher uses are equivalent to the 80 to 100 points of spiritual energy a junior fisher has used. And the force used for fishing is about 200 caddies, which means that the fish is more than half a meter in length, and a lot longer, indicating that this is a large mutant spirit-swallowing fish whose body length can reach 1 meter. Each ring of scales on an average spirit-swallowing fish contains about 25 to 30 scales. So, excluding the head and tail, the fish body is about 1.5 feet, so the number of scales is between 1250 and 1500. Taking the median, I wrote 1375. Everyone? Han Fei's eyes widened. Are you a devil? How can you even figure this out? Sha-Sha-chan cried out in surprise. Are there so many? I wrote 500. Han Fei glanced at her sideways. How did you get that number? Sha-Sha-chan said nonchalantly. I just wrote the number of scales on your spiritual beast, Little White. Han Fei was speechless. So, you didn't use your brain at all, did you? Sha-Sha-chan said carelessly. Whatever. Anyway, even if I didn't write the right answer, I can still go to the unknown place. Huh? Lu Renkuang immediately agreed. Yes, that's what I thought just now. So when I found that I couldn't understand the questions, I just went to sleep. Luo Xiaobai shook her head and said seriously, it shouldn't be that simple. This exam is obviously a selection method. Although the questions are strange, they seem to test our thinking ability. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Why do you think the questions were meant to test our thinking ability? They were obviously meant to make things difficult for us. Luo Xiaobai analyzed. Actually, the first 10 questions were the most difficult. When doing the questions, I saw many people break down and give up answering them, but the hidden fishers sitting above were watching us. Obviously, these questions were meant to test our will. Everyone, Luo Xiaobai continued, of the total 108 questions, there were 50 multiple-choice questions. These questions were meant to test a person's ability to judge and analyze in different environments and occasions. This should be the focus of this exam. Zhang Xuanyu immediately said, I answered these questions, all of them. They must be able to find out about my noble character from my answers. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Zhang Xuanyu. No, they don't care about whether we have a noble character or not. The purpose of the exam is to select proper people to go to the unknown place that is much more dangerous than the level 3 fishery. Han Fei said immediately, so, we just needed to follow our true intentions, right? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Han Fei was overjoyed. Haha. That's what I did. Xia Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. Me too. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. What else? Luo Xiaobai continued to analyze. The other 45 questions were short answer questions. For example, your judgment in a crisis, the way to cope with a battle, the management and distribution of personnel, the use of terrain, the choice of weapons, the using standards of money, and your personality. These 45 questions involve many aspects and were meant to choose proper captains. Han Fei blinked. Personnel management? Can I be a good leader? For me, there is no management. The team members just need to obey my orders. Xia Xiaoshan looked envious. Xiaobai, you are really amazing. Zhang Xuanyu nodded hard. If only you could have told us the answers via voice transmission. Lu Renkuang scoffed. Oh, these questions are really a pain in the neck. However, Xiao Xiaochan asked, but Xiaobai, what did the third last question mean? Why the sneeze? And she looked at Han Fei and said, someone said that if you sneezed, there must be someone missing you, right? Luo Xiaobai asked, who said that? Ahem, Han Fei interrupted immediately. Well, let's go. The exam has been over. What's the point of checking answers here? Luo Xiaobai said, this question is actually simple. When you sneeze, there are only 2 situations, but the causes of these 2 situations are completely different. Han Fei couldn't help but pick up his ears. What situations? First of all, if you sneeze 3 times in a row, it means that someone in the water wants to kill you. Huh? Han Fei asked. Why? Luo Xiaobai, like a straight-A student, explained, because dangling fishers won't sneeze. If you sneeze, you must have been poisoned. And once you sneeze in the water, you'll definitely choke from a lot of water or lose your breath. If you sneeze 3 times in a row, it is enough to exhaust the air in your body. Then your weaknesses will be exposed, and it's easy to give people a chance to kill you with one blow. So, if you sneeze 3 times in a row, it means that someone wants to kill you, and you must be in the water. Everyone. What the hell? So is this the way straight A students look at the world? At this time, old Bai ran away again, and he probably went to check the test papers. SC Wenren Yu coughed, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. She just said, go back. The result will be out tomorrow. Xia Xiaoshan asked, Teacher Wenren, why don't you just tell us the results? You seem to really want to tell us. Wenren Yu smiled contemptuously. There is nothing to say. You guys are either too smart or too stupid. Can't you meet in the middle? Han Fei murmured. Either be good or be bad. The most worthless are those who are neither good enough nor bad enough. When Ren Yu, Le Renquang seemed to have forgotten about the exam. Let's go back. Shall we go back to eat meatball hot pot? Han Fei couldn't help asking, what is meatball hot pot? Le Renquang snickered and said, when I was dreaming, I dreamt that I bought dozens of different kinds of meatballs from the Tree Core City and then threw them into the hot pot. The taste was very good. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. You sound as though you've actually eaten them the next day. The examination facilities in the Wind Thunder Arena had finally disappeared, and many people let out a long breath of relief after seeing the tables and chairs gone. The exam yesterday was hell-level difficult. As a cultivator, it was more comfortable to fight. Taking an exam or something was simply torture. Everyone gathered in the arena. The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town said, the results of the exam yesterday have come back. Most people have a good result. The results have been informed to the academies. You can directly ask your president. After an hour, we will conduct the third assessment. Hiss! Everyone took a breath in shock. Is there a third damn assessment? Some people wondered. Most people have gotten good results. Are you kidding me? Someone exclaimed. Has anyone worked out those questions? For a while, no one was in the mood to think what the third assessment would be about, and everyone surrounded their respective president. As for the Thug Academy, there were only 7 people, including Old Bai and Wenren Yu. Han Fei couldn't help asking, President, how many points did I take? Did I pass the exam? Old Bai was taken aback. Pass the exam? What is that? Han Fei hurriedly said. It's a 100-point paper. If I get 60 points, I pass the exam. Old Bai looked at Han Fei as if looking at a lunatic. What are you talking about? Pass the exam? 60 points? Are you dreaming? Han Fei, however, Old Bai said, but there is someone among you who has passed the exam. It's Xiao Bai. She seemed to have scored 60 points or so. Everyone, Han Fei couldn't help clutching his head. Luo Xiao Bai only got 60 points. I must have failed this exam. Chapter 591, You Call That Good Quality? After a while, Han Fei and the others knew that this exam had no score. Why was there no score? Because most questions had no accurate answers at all. The presidents, mayors, and the like just wanted to know about the examinees via these questions. Like Luo Xiaobai, she could even answer the crazy kind of questions. It really caused a great uproar among the teachers and leaders. Han Fei asked, President, we don't even have scores? Then what can you see from our answers? Old Bai gave Han Fei a weird look. Shut up. Among the 5 students, you and Zhang Xuanyu have the worst conclusions. Zhang Xuanyu said immediately, that's impossible. Kwang only answered 10 questions in total, while I answered 80. Han Fei nodded repeatedly. Yes, I answered all 108 questions. I don't believe I was wrong with 98 questions. Old Bai took out a fish skin map and said, let me read the conclusions on you. The evaluation is very objective and fair. Luo Xiaobai is extremely composed, self-demanding, good at observing details, and has a strong ability of logical judgment and thinking. She's a born leader. Her only drawback is she's too vengeful, which will affect her judgment. Le Renquang has an upright temperament and knows his place. Although he is quite lazy, he dares to take responsibility. This person is very calm and equable, and very suitable to be a law enforcer. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu cast their weird glances at Le Renquang. What the hell? This guy just had a sleep and then got such a good evaluation. Le Renquang murmured, I don't want to enforce the law. I am also a person full of adventurous spirit. Old Bai rolled his eyes at him and continued, Shashan has a strong propensity for violence and vengefulness. But she's compassionate, not good at communicating with others, not good at dealing with others, but deep in her bones, she has a strong sense of justice. Besides, she has little common sense and experience in life. She's a born fighter. When Old Bai finished reading, he saw Han Fei trying to stop Sha Shao Shaon. Don't be impulsive. Easy, put the dagger down. Humph. This obviously means I am stupid, Old Bai sighed. You are not stupid, but you have too little experience. If you grow up in a village, these shortcomings can be made up. Han Fei frowned. So Old Bai means that Sha Shao Shaoshan didn't grow up in a village? Then where did she grow up? Old Bai continued. Zhang Xuanyu is cunning, eloquent at arguing, smart, courageous, and strategic. But this person is very selfish, completely indifferent to strangers, too self-interested, and vengeful. But this kind of person can live longer. Zhang Xuanyu immediately said angrily, the first half is true, but the second half is utter nonsense. Am I selfish? No. I'm so selfless that I make friends with so many people, especially girls, Wenren shouted. Shut up! This is the final conclusion reached by 108 examiners, and you cannot refute it. Zhang Xuanyu was frustrated and said in his heart, these 108 people are all idiots. Finally, Old Bai looked at Han Fei deeply. What conclusion do you think you'll get? Han Fei blinked. I, heroic and resourceful? Old Bai snorted and read, Han Fei, this person is extremely greedy, insidious, and cunning. He is vengeful, blindly optimistic, and acts like a desperado. At the same time, he's a bit of a psychopath, but fortunately, this person is smart. He's a typical crazy adventurer. Han Fei versus A. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Well, good, your evaluation is much worse than mine. At least they don't think I'm a psychopath. Han Fei was angry. Who wrote this? President, as a scoring teacher, can't you show some sense of justice? Me, Han Fei, a psychopath, insidious and cunning, acts like a desperado? Old Bai closed the fish skin, then stroked his beard and said leisurely, well, it doesn't matter what evaluation you got, but it turns out that you are quite outstanding. At least, you don't have to worry about being eliminated. Wenren Yu also said, especially among the 5 of you, 4 of you have received the evaluation of being vengeful. You really deserve to be a team. Lu Renkuang asked, should I be vengeful too? Old Bai laughed. You can't. You're not a vengeful person. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Why do they think Xiaobai is vengeful? Luo Xiaobai replied. In theory, if you're offended by another cultivator and don't take revenge on him immediately, the other party will only go further. However, this won't affect my judgment. Old Bai smiled and nodded. Good, this is very good quality. Puff, Han Fei was speechless. You call that a good quality? Old Bai sneered. What do you think? Whether it is being greedy, evil, fair, clever, perverted, or vengeful, these are all typical personal characteristics, indicating that you're outstanding in a certain aspect. Although the evaluation on you is poor, do you think it's easy to get this evaluation? These evaluations themselves represent a force. Even Lu Renkuang was evaluated as being steady. It's not easy to get these evaluations. Old Bai paused. Besides, on the ocean, no one dares to offend you only if you are ruthless enough. Whoever dares to fuck you up, kill them, understood? That's why I said this was good quality. Everyone, in fact, Old Bai was right. Those who set up fishing trials set up the ordinary fishery, level 1 fishery, level 2 fishery, and level 3 fishery didn't care about the life of ordinary people at all. If they cared, how could they allow killings during the fishing trials? The path of cultivation was dangerous in itself. They had just finished reading the conclusions and the presidents of the other academies had already begun to roll the names. Bao Bo Yu, come out. Pai Hao, out. Wu Yi Jiao. The whole arena was filled with roll calls. Soon, more than 1,000 people came out. About half an hour passed before the roll calls stopped. The president of the academy in the Sky Marshal Town said, those whose names are called can stay in the Wind Thunder Town temporarily. However, you are not allowed to enter the Wind Thunder Arena today. Someone was shocked to hear this and asked, President, why? Did we fail the exam? President, just now the mayor said that we had gotten excellent results in the exam. President, I'm not convinced. I think those comments are wrong. President, but he is much worse than me. Why can he stay? Han Fei and the others looked at each other. Was this exam going to eliminate some people too? Old Bai said. The exam just eliminated those who are not good enough. It seems that the quality of this bunch of students is very high, and the number of the eliminated students is even less than 500. Han Fei thought to himself, the comments on me are all fucking negative. How can you explain this? Everyone gather. Just after the eliminated students left, the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town called for assembly again. Everyone took their place and then saw a magnificent array appearing in the arena. When the big array was completely spread out, a huge portal appeared. The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town instructed, everyone, listen up. The third round will be held in a secret realm. In the secret world, there is a mountain. No matter what method you use, as long as you climb to the top of that mountain, you'll pass the assessment. But remember, you must not kill. If anyone is killed, the killer will be eliminated on the spot and will be subject to extremely severe punishment. Okay, you have only 3 hours. Now enter the secret realm. Han Fei and the others were overjoyed. This was simple. Exploring a secret realm was literally one of their favorite activities. Luo Xiaobai observed, it's unlikely to be a directional teleportation, so be prepared. As long as we don't kill, we should be able to use any other method. Han Fei nodded. That's right. To put it bluntly, there are all kinds of people competing with us, so we can't take it lightly. I just wonder if there are any treasures in this secret realm. Old Bai was speechless. How did you have the face to claim that you are not greedy? Before entering the secret realm, you're already coveting treasure? It turns out that the test results are almost 100% accurate. As more than 4,000 people entered one after another, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan stepped into the teleportation array together. When the last person entered the secret realm, the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town smiled and said, everyone, let's go to the top of the mountain and wait. After Han Fei stepped into the portal, his eyes suddenly lit up. The first thing that caught his eyes was a towering mountain, which was a bit like the secret realm of the Fiery Mountain. But the difference was that this one seemed to be smaller, and the mountains were completely different. If the big mountain in the Fiery Mountain was the same as a normal mountain, then the mountain in Han Fei's vision was a bare cliff 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground. And Han Fei found that the arc of the cliff was a bit different, which seemed to be more exaggerated than 90 degrees. It was T-shaped. The top of the mountain seemed to be parallel to the ground, which meant when a person climbed to the top, he could walk as if walking on the ground. The moment Han Fei saw this mountain, a strange conjecture suddenly appeared in his mind. Do they want us to rock climb? Han Fei had originally thought that there would be countless creatures and continuous battles here. Who would have expected it to be like this? However, Han Fei frowned immediately. Now that we're in the water, can't we swim up? No, if I want to climb the mountain, I'll have to get close to that mountain first. Han Fei was about to swim over. As soon as he raised his foot, however, he was immediately pressed down by a force. Han Fei, Hun, there is gravity? The first thing occurring to Han Fei was 10 times the gravity the old B-starred Ren Tianfei set up for him in the 7-star array in the Abyssal Chasm. No wonder, I feel like something is wrong. It turns out that this sea area is covered by multiple gravity forces. Han Fei felt the gravity here didn't reach 10 times the normal gravity, it seemed to be less than 5 times. Han Fei immediately tried to swim upwards, but when he swam about 20 meters against gravity, the gravity suddenly increased a bit. After swimming up to 50 meters, Han Fei felt that the gravity had already reached 8 times the pressure. Han Fei didn't intend to continue to try. He climbed to the shore, planning to hike over. Compared to swimming over against gravity, walking on foot saved time and effort. Chapter 592. Various traps Han Fei had once cultivated hard for 2 months under 10 times the gravity. The direct result was that he was extremely fast without gravity. Even if he returned to the environment of gravity, he would still be able to give a full. He only had 3 hours, so he didn't dare to neglect this task. The mountain didn't look short at all. After he ran for only 2,000 meters, he saw a person who was also running against gravity. However, this person's running posture seemed a little unnatural. Obviously, gravity affected his efficiency. He was still on the bottom of the sea with only 5 times the gravity. If he swam out, it would probably be harder for him. That person obviously knew Han Fei. When he saw Han Fei, his first reaction was to run. Han Fei was speechless. Hey, why do you run when you see me? The man himself was also taken aback. Yes, this assessment is about mountain climbing, not fighting. Why am I running? So the man smiled awkwardly. Sorry. Han Fei ran 2 steps on the spot and then trotted over. Brother, you were a bit slow. That person, brother, do you know that the assessment only forbids killing? That person, so how about you hand over your sea-swallowing seashell? That person, ma? How can you rob me? Han Fei said leisurely. Do you think the assessment is only about mountaineering? No, it also tests our ability to think on our feet. How can you have no sense of precaution? You should be careful when you go out, shouldn't you? Avoiding dangers is a matter of course. So, hand it over. That person turned green. Han Fei, don't talk nonsense. We are taking a test. Bam! Han Fei threw out a punch. Under this gravity, every muscle of his could become his weapon. It was a breeze to beat someone who had not yet adapted to a strenuous gravity environment. The man was knocked out. Han Fei rummaged through him and fished out a sea-swallowing seashell. He smiled and said, Brother, come on, you can do it. Then Han Fei ran away like crazy, as if having a small electric motor mounted on him. Little did he know that, on top of the mountain, there was a sky-hanging mirror, so everything happening below was seen by the people here. The mayors and presidents had seen every single movement Han Fei took. Seeing this scene, the president of the Double Dragon Academy from the Long Dragon Town immediately stared at Old Bai as if trying to make Old Bai ashamed. However, Old Bai just stroked his beard casually and said leisurely, You have given him the evaluation. His current behavior is completely in line with the evaluation. Besides, that kid in your academy is indeed a bit silly. Ahem. The mayors hadn't spoken yet, and the mayor of the Blue Sea town, Xuanhuan, coughed and said in his heart, Bai Kongye, what are you doing? We can't control what happens in the field, but how can you provoke them off the field? Are you stupid? There were more than 4,000 people, so in this secret realm within a radius of fewer than 100 kilometers, there was a good chance they would meet, them to find each other even 10 or tens of kilometers apart. Han Fei didn't deliberately rob others. After all, these people might not have anything good on them, but it would be a waste of a chance if he didn't rob them if he met them. So Han Fei had robbed 5 people before he even reached the foot of the mountain. After Han Fei ran for about 20 kilometers and the mountain was close at hand, he found that there was an abyss thousands of meters long. Above the abyss, there were hundreds of chains connecting to the opposite side. The chains were only wrist thick, which were incomparable to the huge chains on the floating islands. The chains were not close, with a distance of at least a kilometer from each other. On the chain in front of Han Fei, there were 2 people, one behind the other. However, the speed of the 2 was extremely slow. The person in front was a manipulator who could control spiritual plants to buckle the chain. The one behind was an armorist, carrying an armor box, swinging on the chain. The water current here was a bit strange and seemed a bit turbulent, which was probably one of the difficulties of the secret realm. Han Fei looked around, and there were people on almost every chain. People were gathering. More than 4,000 people were running to the same finish line, so they certainly gathered. Han Fei was not in the mood to rob anyone now. Just now, he glanced at the sea-swallowing seashells he had snatched, and the money inside was pathetically meager. The one with the most money only had a few thousand mid-quality pearls, and the one with the least money had only a few hundred mid-quality pearls. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered to rob these people. Han Fei jumped onto the chains and was about to run. Huh? 10 times the gravity? As soon as Han Fei fell on the chains, he didn't feel right. The chains were very slippery, as if they were greased. Besides, there was occasional water rushing up from underfoot on the left and right sides, causing the chain to be extremely unstable and shaking. However, it was a minor inconvenience, and Han Fei didn't panic at all. However, many other people on the chains cast surprised glances at him. Can this guy run on the chains? Seeing Han Fei running wildly on the chains, the armorist in the front was dumbfounded. Who the fuck is this guy? Unlike treading on eggshells, but this guy is running so easily on these chains. He was unable to steady himself any longer. Knowing that he was going to fall, he immediately started swimming. But he had only swum for a few meters before he kept sinking. Han Fei was puzzled. Is the gravity more than 10 times if one leaves the chains? Otherwise, why did he sink so fast? Han Fei shouted to the armorist, "Come on, swim up, you can do it." Han Fei simply slid forward on the chains like skiing. Ahead, the manipulator glanced back. Seeing that Han Fei was approaching, she hurriedly threw the vines forward like crazy. Fortunately, Han Fei was still a kilometer away from her, and she still had time. However, she didn't expect that the chains under her feet started to sway. She looked back, only to see that Han Fei was sliding at her at an incredible speed. How can that be? This person hurried forward but was still caught up by Han Fei when she was less than 300 meters away from the opposite side. "Girl, please get out of the way. Don't stand in the way." The girl was shocked and quickly bound herself to the vines. Then, she jumped to the side, which stunned Han Fei. She had made way for him, and he really didn't have the heart to still bully her. Therefore, Han Fei stepped on the girl's vines and was about to run over. However, when he stepped on the vines, those vines suddenly rioted. Han Fei frowned slightly and jumped up suddenly. With a swing of a branch in his hand, all the vines were chopped up and the girl fell directly into the cliff. And Han Fei still had the time to say to the girl, "Bye-bye." Han Fei was also falling. He clasped the chain with one hand, turned around, and landed on the chains again. His whole set of actions was so smooth that many people were looking at him in amazement. However, Han Fei was still a little bit away from the opposite side. When he ran forward, he saw a soul warrior standing at the other end of the chains trying to cut off the chains. "Hey, Han Fei, did you ever expect to be killed this way?" Han Fei's eyes narrowed and the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. A dazzling light burst out from his fist and he suddenly punched the embroidery needle. The next moment, Han Fei jumped up onto the embroidery needle, flying towards the opposite side like riding a sword. 300 meters was too close. As long as he was strong enough, there was no risk of falling down. The man didn't expect Han Fei to be capable of this and immediately ran away like crazy. Han Fei smiled and cast out his fishing hook with a swish. The person had never expected Han Fei to use the 1,000-mile fishing technique so skillfully and was dragged down to the ground by Han Fei. When Han Fei landed in front of his eyes, the man blinked. "Brother Han, believe it or not, I mistook you for someone else just now." Han Fei pointed to the abyss and said, "Jump yourself, or should I help you?" Chapter 59:3, Scramble to Climb Up. The chain abyss was just an appetizer for mountaineering. It had been only half an hour since Han Fei's departure. Above the abyss, there were still people struggling, but Han Fei had already started running around the mountain. Why did he run around the mountain? Of course, to choose an appropriate location to climb the mountain. This thing was no different from free climbing. In Han Fei's view, two types of people had an advantage in climbing this inverted giant peak. The first type was manipulators, who could summon spiritual plants and climb up through the spiritual plants. At this moment, Han Fei saw a girl stuck to the rock wall with vines. However, the girl only climbed less than 100 meters and then began to slide down. The vines were easy to break off or couldn't protrude from the cracks in the rock. Anyway, Han Fei watched for about 10 minutes. Not only did the girl not climb up, but instead slid 10 meters down. Han Fei shook his head. It seemed that manipulators couldn't handle it, or perhaps this person was too weak. Han Fei tried climbing about 10 meters. There were very few force-bearing points on the rock wall. He tried to use the power of Little Fatty and suddenly felt it much easier. Han Fei didn't rush up and continued to run in circles. If this trial was so simple, it wouldn't last for 3 hours. If there was no gravity, only half an hour would be enough, or even less. Han Fei ran for quite a while and saw many people climbing on the rock wall. The tallest one had climbed 700 or 800 meters. Then Han Fei saw a figure flashing like a spiritual monkey. It was Xiaoxiaochan. However, Xiaoxiaochan had already climbed nearly a kilometer, and Han Fei said to her via voice transmission, "Be careful, I'll see how Xuanhuan and the other are doing." Xiaoxiaochan was distracted and crushed the stone she was clutching. She sighed and replied, "Don't distract me," but Han Fei had already run away. For people like Xiaoxiaochan who had mastered the skill of flash, gravity was of little significance. She could aim at the target and flash over. It was just that, at the moment when she flashed out, she would have to bear the gravity for a while before she flashed again. When Han Fei found Lu Renkuang, he found that this fat man was actually squatting at the foot of the mountain, about to launch his bloodthirsty broadsword. Han Fei was surprised. "Hey, what are you doing here?" When Lu Renkuang saw Han Fei, he immediately said with joy, "Do you think the bloodthirsty broadsword can take me up?" Han Fei rolled his eyes at Lu Renkuang. "What are you talking about? This mountain looks as high as 7 or 8 kilometers. Can your knife fly 7 or 8 kilometers high? Even if it can, how can it take you, a fatty, up? I bet you will fall before you fly a kilometer high." "Really?" Lu Renkuang gave up his plan, rubbing his stomach. "Then I can only climb up little by little? How long will it take to climb to the peak?" Han Fei glanced at the rock wall and said, "It's difficult, but you are an armorist. Are you afraid that you can't climb up?" Lu Renkuang randomly found a small bulge and said, "I have already tried once but ended up crushing the little small bulge I was clutching and falling down after only climbing 100 meters. Han Fei couldn't help but lean forward to take a look and found that the small bulge was only thumb-sized. It was much harder than rock climbing to climb up with this thing. Han Fei pressed it with his hand but crushed it. Han Fei said, "This shows that we must properly control our own strength. The strength cannot be small. If it is small, it cannot resist the gravity, and the strength cannot be too great either. If so, it will easily break these small rocks." Lu Renkuang sighed and said, "I know. Then how great a force do you think I should use to climb up?" Han Fei looked at him. "Why don't you ask Xiao Bai? She is a manipulator. She should be better at this thing than you." Lu Renkuang's eyes lit up. "Yes, that is a good idea." So Han Fei and Lu Renkuang began to run around the giant peak, and they saw more than a dozen people getting together and cooperating with each other. They also saw 4 manipulators trying to get spiritual plants to hold onto the rock wall. There were more and more people under the mountain. When Han Fei arrived here, there might only be a few hundred people here. However, after he ran a half lap, people could be seen almost everywhere under the mountain. Most of these people had already started climbing. After they realized that this was a gravitational secret realm, they knew that time must be precious. In climbing, one just needed to use the right amount of strength. Therefore, what mattered in this round was the precise grasp of one's own strength and speed. However, these people were just climbing, but had never thought whether there was any other way besides climbing. Some people might be thinking, but when they saw others had climbed hundreds of meters, they became anxious and started climbing again. When Han Fei found Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu, the two had climbed more than 500 meters high, and the speed of the two was very fast, and it seemed that they had not climbed for long. Lu Renkuang immediately said to them via voice transmission, "Wait for me." Luo Xiaobai looked down and was surprised to find that Han Fei and Lu Renkuang were below. Immediately after, 2 vines dropped down. Lu Renkuang quickly grabbed the vine. However, as soon as he dragged it, dozens of vines suddenly broke off on Zhang Xuanyu's side, and he was hanging upside down on the cliff. Zhang Xuanyu said helplessly, "Kuang, easy. I told you not to eat so much, but you just didn't listen to me." Luo Xiaobai issued an order in her heart, and large tracts of small leafy vines like creepers clung to the rock wall. Luo Xiaobai said, "It doesn't matter. My vines can hold 4 people. But Han Fei, you'll have to give me some spiritual energy, and Lu Renkuang, you can't completely count on the vines. The gravity on this rock wall is greater than outside, and it's not easy to cling to the rock wall." Han Fei thought for a while and said, "What about eating spiritual fruit?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a while. "Eating spiritual fruit will cause the spiritual energy in the body to riot and become unstable. Then the 4 of us will definitely fall. And have you noticed that there are many people near us?" There were probably nearly 100 people on the nearby cliff. Except for a dozen familiar faces from the Blue Sea town, the others were all strangers. Han Fei frowned. What if these people waited for them to climb to a height and then attack them? Han Fei grinned. "I see." With a swish, Han Fei took out the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers. In an instant, arrow light flashed all over the sky, and arrows shot up everywhere. "Han Fei, don't go too far. We haven't affected you." "Han Fei, you're maliciously preventing us from climbing." Han Fei snorted coldly. "This place has been occupied by us. You guys, leave." For a moment, hundreds of people fell one after another. They had no choice. In climbing, as long as someone attacked from below, the person above couldn't climb at all. Someone immediately shouted, "Han Fei, if we are stalemated like this, you won't be able to climb the mountain either." Someone said, "Han Fei, at this time, we must trust each other." Han Fei sneered. "Trust? Why should I trust strangers?" Han Fei said, "Xiao Bai, come down, huh? Wrap me with tough vines. I will climb up first and then drag you up one by one, huh?" Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. "Are you sure?" Lu Renkuang asked. "How long will it take you to climb up?" Han Fei grinned. "It's a pity that Xia Xiaoshan has already climbed up, and I don't trust other people. As long as Xiaobai's vines are tough enough and won't be cut off by others, I can drag all of Lu up." Xia Xiaoshan believed in the ability of Han Fei and the others too much. In her simple thinking, climbing mountains shouldn't be a problem for them. The only one she was worried about before she climbed up was Lu Renkuang, but then she thought Lu Renkuang was so lazy that he probably would turn to Xiaobai for help. But she took the problem too simply. If it were so simple, they wouldn't have been required to climb the mountain in this round. Luo Xiaobai looked at the extremely high mountain and said, "Once the vines are more than a kilometer away from me, I'll have less control over them. If they're more than 3,000 meters away, I can't control them. You'll have to remind me of the distance." Han Fei grinned. "I see." Then Luo Xiaobai and the others all jumped down. This was the third time they had tried climbing the mountain. The first two times, some people were sabotaging their attempt. After they drove the first bunch of people away, the second bunch came. Therefore, although Luo Xiaobai and the others were quite strong, they couldn't handle this situation. In the distance, there were still people watching them coldly. Someone sneered. "Anyone can climb up, but they can't." Han Fei could perceive that there seemed to be a lot of people ready to attack them, but he couldn't perceive anything on the top of the mountain where there seemed to be an array blocking his perception. Luo Xiaobai tied the vines to Han Fei and calmly analyzed. "Although I don't know why, the three of us may be besieged later. There will definitely be some people trying to stop you from climbing up. Let's try once first and find out those who harbor ill intentions." Chapter 59:4 Being Vengeful. It was obviously unrealistic to beat all of the nearly 4,000 people. They briefly communicated and were sure that some people were targeting them. These people seemed to be in every academy, so they couldn't decide which academy they should take revenge on. It just happened that Han Fei came, so they immediately made a plan. Thousands of fine vines were intertwined, and the woven vines clasped Han Fei's body. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to climb up, but waited for Luo Xiaobai's vines to stretch out long enough. Otherwise, the cliff was almost 10,000 meters high. Which manipulator could make such a long vine? Han Fei could perceive that some people were waiting who didn't mean to climb at all, and seemed to be waiting for Han Fei to start to climb up. Aren't these guys from the Fiery Dragon Town? No, there are also people from the Wind Thunder Town. Well, the Sky Marshal Town is also among them. Why? Han Fei could perceive that people from at least 8 towns seemed ready to attack him. Han Fei said, "Zhang Xuanyu, there seems to be a lot of people. Can you resist their attacks?" Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, "We can have a try. I'm not sure. This gravitational secret realm has a great impact on me. However, it seems that it also affects them a lot. Let me try climbing up once. I'd like to see which towns mess around with us. Let me teach them a lesson." A moment later, when the vines had reached 5,000 meters high, Han Fei suddenly jumped onto the rock wall. Those tiny rock cracks and thumb-sized bulges on the rock wall were easily crushed by Han Fei with just a press of his finger. However, Han Fei took advantage of this little force and climbed up very quickly. On the top of the mountain, under the sky-hanging mirror, the presidents of other academies slightly shook their heads. The climbing method Han Fei adapted requires numerous bursts of his spiritual energy. And even if he can go up to the height of 7,000 meters, how can he climb over the thousands of meters parallel to the ground? The top of this mountain was T-shaped, almost parallel to the ground. Most people could climb up to 7,000 meters, but the part higher would be extremely difficult to climb over. Countless people fell from this point. As a result, there were very few people who could actually reach the top of the mountain. However, just after the president finished speaking, a figure flickered on the top of the mountain, and Xia Xiaoshan had already reached the top. The presidents, Xia Xiaoshan, saw a group of mayors, presidents, and the like sitting together and looking at a huge mirror in the air. She also saw that many people were climbing in that mirror. After searching for a while, she saw Luo Xiaobai and the others, and saw Han Fei jumping upwards. Thanks to Ren Tianfei's 7-star array, Han Fei's speed was extremely fast, and his control of his own body was horribly precise. At this moment, Han Fei was like running on the rock wall, which stunned many people. "Damn it, do you think you're walking on flat ground?" When Han Fei climbed a kilometer high, he sensed that some people were besieging Luo Xiaobai and the others. And then Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang fought back and battles broke out under the cliff. However, Han Fei didn't stop climbing because these people were just underlings and the people behind hadn't come out. Half an hour later, Han Fei felt that Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't resist these people anymore, and suddenly heard Luo Xiaobai's transmitted voice. The mastermind behind this must be from the Wind Thunder Town. The Fiery Dragon Town and Million Gold Town are also the main forces. "You can come down now." Swish! Han Fei stepped on the rock wall, kicked, and fell rapidly from his height. Holding the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Bow in his hand, he shot every single person from these 3 towns he saw along the way. Someone immediately shouted, "Han Fei, you bastard! Han Fei, we have nothing against each other. Why did you attack us? Han Fei, you are too much. Why did you shoot us?" Han Fei shouted out loud, "Everyone from the 36 towns, listen to me. Anyone who attacks our Thug Academy will be treated the same as the people from the Wind Thunder Town, Fiery Dragon Town, and Million Gold Town." His voice echoed through the air. As Han Fei landed, a golden fist shadow fell from the sky. Those who were besieging Luo Xiaobai and the others were all dumbfounded. "Why did Han Fei suddenly jump down?" Someone shouted. "Come on, run." Han Fei shouted angrily, "I'd like to see how you can run away." Bam! The fist mark broke through the air and appeared 100 meters away in a flash. Some students from the Fiery Dragon Town were blown hundreds of meters away by the fist mark. A student from the Million Gold Town didn't run fast enough and was blasted into the ground by the punch. The students of the Wind Thunder Town were generally very strong, who were all above peak-level dangling fishers, but still couldn't resist Han Fei's art of invincibility. This punch from Han Fei made their 5 internal organs shake. Luo Xiaobai issued an order in her heart and the vines wrapped around Han Fei's waist untied automatically. Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's deal with the people from these 3 towns first." On top of the mountain, the presidents were astonished. Why did they suddenly fight? Old Bai sneered. Have you forgotten that we are originally thugs? They shouldn't have attacked our students in the assessment because of personal grievances. After all, 4 of the 5 students of our academy got the evaluation of being vengeful. Some presidents frowned. So what? How could they be sure that it's the people from the 3 towns who attacked them? The people who fought against them include students from at least 10 academies. Old Bai smiled again. Did you forget that Luo Xiaobai had excellent grades in the last exam? What is her evaluation? Strong ability of logical judgment and thinking. These people's siege of our thug academy is obviously premeditated. Unfortunately, they got caught. Down there, Han Fei was chasing a group of people and beating them. 5 or 6 students from the Wind Thunder Town exchanged ideas, contacted dozens of students from the Fiery Dragon Town and Million Gold Town, and were about to launch a counterattack. Although they knew that Han Fei was extremely strong, he was desperately outnumbered. No matter how strong Han Fei is, how can he resist so many of us? However, to their surprise, a small branch appeared in Han Fei's hand. Waves of knife lights shot out and instantly reached their eyes. Not good. How is it possible? How can these knife lights be so fast? These knife lights are unstoppable. What kind of weird combat technique is this? In the preliminary round, Han Fei only attacked once and shot out only 1 knife light from start to finish. Little did these people know that Han Fei had already merged the void-breaking technique and the art of invincibility into the knife lights, and it was simply impossible for them to dodge these knife lights. After a short while, everyone vomited blood, and Han Fei hadn't done his best. If he tried his best, these people would have been cut in half. Han Fei would not kill anyone, otherwise he would fail this assessment. These people lay on the ground one after another, looking horrified. Han Fei grinned and said, "You can try again, come on, but you'd better pray not to meet me in the unknown place, otherwise I will kill all of you until the 3 of your towns are wiped out." Han Fei at this moment was like an evil villain, violent, arrogant, and crazy. Luo Xiaobai and the others started running around the mountain. Whenever they found a student from these 3 towns on the rock wall, they would knock them off the rock wall, letting go of none of them. The students from the other academies were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Can't you guys just focus on climbing the mountain? Why did you start to fight? Xuanhuan launched the 9-layered waves in the furious sea, and several students from the Million Gold Town vomited blood and retreated. Zhang Xuanyu, why did you attack us? Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Because you started it first, these students said indignantly. We didn't attack you. Zhang Xuanyu sneered. I don't care. Someone in your town has attacked us anyway, so no one from your town can go up. Luo Xiaobai controlled the vines to sweep around, and she launched the Grand Spirit Summoning Art. The students from these 3 towns within a kilometer all fell down. What was worse, Luo Xiaobai drugged them, and these people all fainted in midair and smashed to the ground heavily. In just 1 hour, 80% of the students in the 3 towns were kicked down by Han Fei and the others, and the students from the other towns were shivering in fright. Everyone was speechless. What the hell is going on here? Only a few students from these 3 towns attacked you, but you kicked down all the students from these towns. Someone shouted, Luo Xiaobai, do you really think the hundreds of us can't beat the 4 of you? Luo Xiaobai responded indifferently. If you don't want to climb to the top, you can try fighting against us. But you'd better give it a second thought because once you attack us, we won't let you off. Upon hearing this, many people frowned. We'll have to stay with these people in the unknown place in the future, so we must not offend them now. Otherwise, these thugs will certainly not let us off. At this moment, the mayors of the Wind Thunder Town, Fiery Dragon Town, and Million Gold Town, including the teachers, were all grim-faced, especially the people from the Wind Thunder Town. As the host of this competition, their students were almost completely annihilated. Wasn't this a slap in the face? On top of the mountain, there was still only one student, Xia Xiaoshan. Xia Xiaoshan had already started to walk around the top of the mountain. Soon after, she saw an acquaintance, Jing Changfeng from the Wind Thunder Town. At this moment, Jing Changfeng had climbed above 7,000 meters and finished climbing half of the rock wall parallel to the ground. Upon seeing this, the president of the Wind Thunder Town had a sinking feeling. However, Jing Changfeng looked overjoyed. The chain of ghosts and gods is amazing. I should be the first to reach the top of the mountain. As soon as his head popped up, however, a foot kicked him down. Jing Changfeng, chapter 59.5, the assessment is over. Jing Changfeng fell down. He had been climbing for more than an hour but ended up being kicked down. His body fell from a height of 10,000 meters and he fell heavily into the water. He couldn't swim in the water. After all, swimming under such great gravity was much harder than climbing the mountain. Jing Changfeng tried to hook somewhere on the peak with his fishing rod. Under gravity, however, the hook just touched the rock wall and then began to fall. Xia Xiaoshan didn't even need to do anything. The one who climbed highest on the rock wall had reached the height of 7,000 meters, and someone had already climbed on the most dangerous part of the rock wall parallel to the ground. This section was particularly difficult to climb, and the climbers needed to use both hands and feet. Only by hooking up the cracks with one hand and one foot at the same time could climbers move forward slowly. Under the mountain, Han Fei and the others gathered together again. It was an easy fight. Those people were all clinging to the rock wall so they could easily shoot them down. After those people dropped, they could just go up and serve them a good beating. There were nearly 400 students from the 3 towns and none of them could climb up. The assessment didn't allow killing. No one would think it worthwhile to make trouble for 3 or 4 people at the expense of the future of hundreds of people. Han Fei, clutching the vines, took a breath and said, "I will go up first and then pull you up." Luo Xiaobai buckled Han Fei with the vines. "Okay, just pull us up when you climb up." Han Fei grinned and jumped on the rock wall. Those thumb-sized bulges were completely enough in Han Fei's view. After 2 months of training by Ren Tianfei, Han Fei's muscle control had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, Han Fei's instant explosive power could completely enable him to find his next bearing point. So the students from the 36 towns saw Han Fei start to climb again. He was so fast that he looked as if sprinting on the rock wall. On top of the peak, Xia Xiaoshan walked around but didn't see a second person climbing up, so she went to see the sky-hanging mirror with the presidents and mayors. In the mirror, Han Fei ran on the rock again, faster than the last time, which stunned them. A president frowned. "This lad's control of his strength is so incredible," someone exclaimed. "This boy is brave and aggressive. Now no one dares to attack him on the rock wall." Someone said, "I wonder if he can still run so quickly on the part of the rock wall completely parallel to the ground?" Han Fei didn't intend to do anything against other people on the rock wall now. For him, as long as the Thug Legend team could take the lead in reaching the top, fights didn't make any sense. At this moment, only within Han Fei's vision, nearly 20 people had climbed onto the part of the rock wall parallel to the ground and were slowly moving forward. Han Fei grinned. "Interesting. It's a bit challenging." It only took Han Fei about 15 minutes to climb to the height of 7,000 meters. The speed was staggering. In the sky-hanging mirror, it could be seen that Han Fei was already near the part of the rock face parallel to the ground. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he jumped into the air, spread his 10 fingers, and clung onto the special part of the rock wall like a big gecko. Han Fei glanced back. Now he could only rely on his hands and feet. At this moment, he was fighting gravity. Of course, he could use the powerful suckers of Little Fatty, but he didn't want to use them. Although everyone knew that he had an octopus as one of his contractual spiritual beasts, he didn't want to use him because he suspected that the results of this test would be reported to the unknown place. Han Fei spread his 5 fingers and sucked himself onto the rock wall with the twisting muscles of his hand. Han Fei was climbing like a big gecko. In just 5 minutes, he had surpassed an outstanding student from another town a few hundred meters away. After another 5 minutes, Han Fei had climbed nearly 800 meters. At this moment, Han Fei had changed to creeping forward. He spread his 5 fingers and clung onto the rock wall, and his forearms and calves were completely attached to the rock wall. 5 minutes later, Han Fei jumped and clutched the inclined rock wall at the edge with the force of his 10 fingers. The energy of his fingertips burst instantly, and he jumped to the top of the peak with a swoosh. Upon seeing Han Fei coming up, Xia Xiaoshan was already waiting. The presidents and the mayors cast strange glances at Han Fei as if looking at a monster. To what level had this person cultivated his physique? He had been sprinting all the way without stopping for a moment. This was not the most shocking part. What shocked them was that every time Han Fei used just the right amount of force. This was particularly evident when he was climbing the part of the rock wall parallel to the ground. Everyone had to be amazed again. What precise control this boy had of his strength. When Han Fei got to the peak, he was stunned. There was a projection on the sky reflecting everything happening below. Xia Xiaoshan reminded him, "Pull them up first." Han Fei nodded. This time, his perception was not blocked. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Xiaobai and the other 2 were still waiting. Le Renquang was eating dried fish and no one dared to mess around with them again. Under the mountain, Zhang Xuanyu kept looking up and his neck was almost stiff. "Do you think he has climbed up? It's too high. I can't see clearly." Luo Xiaobai said, "The vines are no longer tied to him. I guess he'll hit the peak soon." Le Renquang muttered, "He's a monster. How can he climb up so fast? It would have taken me a day to climb up like him." Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "You won't say that when you run for your life someday." Le Renquang still held the dried fish in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, the 3 of them rose from the ground and were quickly dragged upwards. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "So fast?" On top of the cliff, and Han Fei was quickly pulling the vines like he was in a tug-of-war. How heavy were 3 people added up? Even with 10 times the gravity, however, it was a breeze to Han Fei. The peak was more than 8,000 meters high, but the Le Renquang trio was pulled up in half an hour. When they reached the top of the mountain, Le Renquang screamed, "Here I am." Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai looked at the projection in the sky and were a bit puzzled. Old Bai suddenly said, "Okay, since you're all here, don't attack anyone now. I mean, leave some chances for others." Han Fei was about to walk around the top of the cliff, but was stopped by Old Bai. Han Fei smiled and said, "Fine, then we won't attack anyone. Anyway, we've won." So the 5 of them sat in the middle of the peak and watched TV with the mayors and presidents. Some people had just crawled out of the outer abyss, some people had encountered a thorny grass forest, still struggling inside, and some people were fighting below. Most of the people had reached an area above 4,000 meters at this moment, but there were fewer than 300 people reaching 7,000 meters high. Among them, on the part of the rock wall parallel to the ground, there were about 80 people. From time to time, someone fell off. In seawater, gravity was abnormally high, so they quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. It was really torturous to start all over again. Some people got stuck at the height of 7,000 meters and stopped climbing. Why didn't they continue to climb? Because it was not easy to climb to this height. They were here to compete with others. As long as they were better than others, they had already proven themselves. What if they fell off if they continued to climb? The sixth one to reach the peak was Ming Kun from the Wind Thunder Town. Fortunately, he arrived after the Thug Legend team. Otherwise, he would have been kicked down by xuanhuan. One after another, people reached the peak. These people were mostly elites from the 36 towns. For example, Li Hanyi was the 48th to reach the peak, followed by Zhang Yue, the 49th. In the end, when the time was up, there were only 133 people who reached the peak. However, after reaching the peak, the assessment didn't seem to be over yet, and the mayors and presidents were still waiting. Finally, the people below found that something was wrong. The time was up. Why hadn't the assessment been over yet? Luo Xiaobai said lightly. The deadline must be fake. I'm afraid that the mayors and presidents just want to see how we act in the assessment. Han Fei couldn't help but ask. Climbing the mountain is about strength and patience, perhaps as well as wit. Then, what else is this assessment evaluating? We got up here by cooperation, so it can also evaluate teamwork, skills, abilities, and methods to solve problems. Zhang Xuanyu said, so you mean in this assessment, they can actually see a lot of things. Strength, character, patience, teamwork, and methods. Otherwise, why are they still watching? 6 hours later, a total of 527 people had reached the peak. At this moment, the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town's voice resounded throughout the secret realm. The assessment is over. Everyone, gather on the peak. The sky-hanging mirror was removed. Gravity disappeared. The teleportation array appeared. Those who had climbed to the peak rejoiced. They had made it. They had beaten nearly 4,000 people. Chapter 596, Training Han Fei and the other four came out of the teleportation array immediately. This secret realm was only used for assessing and didn't have any other use. After about half an hour, everyone left the teleportation array and reappeared in the Wind Thunder Arena. At this moment, dozens of presidents were beckoning their students to gather up. As expected by Han Fei, many presidents began to read the list of the eliminated students. It took them a good half an hour to finish reading the list, and in the end, nearly 3,000 people were eliminated. When the eliminated students left dejectedly, Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, a total of 1,368 people are left. There should be no next round. Sure enough, as Luo Xiaobai said, the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town said, congratulations to the present 1,036 students from the 36 towns. You are very lucky. Now let me give you awards. Huh? There are rewards? Haha, I knew it. We wouldn't have come in vain. The remaining people immediately cheered. However, Han Fei noticed that the presidents didn't look happy at all. Immediately, he guessed that the rewards must not be good stuff. The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town said, now, let me announce the top 100 players in this competition. The mayor picked up a list. Congratulations to xuanhuan from the Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town, for winning first place. Congratulations to Han Fei from the Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town, for winning second place. Congratulations to Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Renquang from the Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town, for respectively winning the third, fourth, and fifth places. Congratulations to Ming Kun, from the Wind Thunder Academy, Wind Thunder Town, for winning sixth place. While the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town was reading this list, many students were silent, and many students were surprised. They were silent because an academy they had never heard of before suddenly rose up. They were surprised because everyone thought Han Fei was the strongest. But it turned out that xuanhuan won first place. Han Fei had made a name as early as in the Wind Thunder Arena. Could it be that xuanhuan was a talent even stronger than Han Fei but was hidden by the Thug Academy? Han Fei said to Old Bai, President, I think we seem to be a bit high profile. Old Bai's face was beaming with smiles. Only this time, when you enter the unknown place, no one will care about what places you have won in the 36-town competition, so just keep a low profile there. Han Fei could see that the Thug Academy suddenly became high profile because of the obsession of Old Bai. All this old man wanted was to revive the glory of the Thug Academy. This time, he finally got his wish. From today on, the name of the Thug Academy would resound through all the 36 towns. The legends about the Thug Academy would only increase. Because everyone knew that there was an academy from the Blue Sea Town. It only had 5 students, but in the end, these 5 students took the top 5 places in the 36-town competition. In history, it seemed that only the past Thug Academy had achieved this. They achieved exactly what they had once achieved. As soon as the places of the competition were announced, Old Bai lost interest. After a while, he brought 5 small black signs with 3 shining stars engraved on them. The 5 signs were the same. Han Fei perceived and found that among the 1,068 people present, only the top 100 people got the sign with 3 stars engraved on it. The remaining 1,068 people only had 2 stars engraved on the sign. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "So, those people who were eliminated just now but have not left the Wind Thunder Town should be able to get 1-star signs?" Lu Renkuang said. "This seems right, and I guess those students who have already left may not have any sign." Zhang Xuanyu put his arms around Lu Renkuang's neck. "Haha, that's a good guess. Then tell me, what does this black sign mean?" Lu Renkuang thought for a long time. "Where do I know of this?" "It means that we are better than them," Xia Xiaoshan scoffed. "Stupid. It must be related to the unknown place," Luo Xiaobai said. "This exchange competition is quite strange. The players didn't compete in fishing or combat power. It seemed to attach more importance on the players' personalities. Therefore, I guess this is likely to be the unknown place's method of selecting talents." Xia Xiaoshan added, "So, everyone in the unknown place must have this sign. People there are ranked according to the number of stars." Han Fei grinned. "Xia Xiaoshan, you've become smarter." Xia Xiaoshan glared at Han Fei. "I was always smart." Han Fei looked at the sign repeatedly and thought for a while. Suddenly, he frowned. The material of this sign. Immediately, Han Fei went into Forge the Universe and took a look at the jail token that he found from the Hexagon Starfish's treasure. "Huh, the same?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. The Hexagon Starfish was imprisoned by Ren Tianfei in the ordinary fishery under the Heavenly Water Village 300 years ago. How could he have a token of the unknown place? Besides, the jail token certainly represented a jail. Did this token have anything to do with the jail in the unknown place? Han Fei decided to ask Master Hexagon how he got this jail token. The 36-town exchange competition was over. The Wind Thunder Town organized a farewell ceremony. Some people had made many friends here, while some had offended many people here. For example, the Thug Academy offended many people this time. Among them, Han Fei offended the most. Even the ordinary people in the Wind Thunder Town were mostly offended by him. At this moment, Han Fei enthusiastically waved to the crowd and recited, "Very quietly I take my leave, as quietly as I came here, gently I flick my sleeves, not even a wisp of cloud will I take away." Many people were angered by his actions, and some even blushed in anger. "I've never seen such a shameless person. So many of us are sending them off, but he said he left quietly. What does he mean?" Shameless Han Fei. "He didn't take away a wisp of cloud. He took away countless amounts of money from our town. He even abducted the ghost-eyed giant crocodile from our town's arena. Han Fei is such a pain in the neck, arrogant and shameless. If he had stayed one more day, I would have challenged him tomorrow." Someone next to him was speechless. "Why don't you go up and say that to him?" Xia Xiaoshan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. "What are you reciting?" "A poem." Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. "A poem? It sounds very special." Xia Xiaochan nodded. "Yes, it sounds nice." Women were usually more sensitive to the beauty of words. This showed that, be it violent or cold women, they were actually emotional animals and were completely different from what they looked like. Lu Renkuang also waved his hand. "I won't take away a wisp of cloud either." Zhang Xuanyu regretted it. "It's a pity we stayed too short a time in the Wind Thunder Town. Otherwise, I would have been able to get to know a few very close lady friends." "What a pity, what a pity." Han Fei turned their heads around and walked to the teleportation array. "Let's go. Don't take anything away. Let's hurry home and make money." Upon hearing his words, Old Bai stumbled in front of him. "Make money? No way. The only thing you are allowed to do when you go back is cultivate. You'll only have less than half a year. During this period of time, you must stay in the Thug Academy and cultivate hard." Wenren Yu said, "The president, Xiaozhan, and I will supervise you 24/7 until you go to the unknown place." "Huh?" They all drew a long face, and Lu Renkuang said, "Alas, let's have hot pot first and then cultivate hard." However, Old Bai sneered. "Hot pot? You think too much. For the next 6 months, you are only allowed to eat hot pot and barbecue once every half-month. You must use the rest of the time for cultivation." "Huh? Seriously? President, please don't." "President, how can you be so cruel?" When Han Fei returned to the academy, the news that the Thug Academy had swept over the 36 towns had already been spread by the fish dragons. Han Fei only had time to throw a sea-swallowing seashell to Li Gang before he was caught back by Old Bai. In that sea-swallowing seashell, there were about 500 low-quality spiritual weapons. It was said that a lot of people signed up to buy the local specialty lottery. Han Fei thought that this could become a long-term business, so he gave Li Gang a few more spiritual weapons. The rest was beyond his control. The day when they returned to Thug Academy, focused training began. Chapter 597, Training Results, half a year later. In these 6 months, Han Fei and the other 4 were almost tortured to death. Xiaozhan, Wenren Yu, and Old Bai forced teaching on them without any stop, almost leaving them no time to eat. Every day, they were only given 4 hours of free time at night. During this time, they could choose to do what they wanted. After the whole day of training, however, they could only use free time every night to practice combat skills and absorb spiritual energy. Of course, except for Han Fei. He stayed on the plantation during his free time. That was because Han Fei wanted to learn too many things. Everyone knew that the painstaking training of the past 6 months was to get them prepared for the unknown place. Old Bai and the teachers were no longer as lazy as usual, but trained them as hard as they could so that they could have a better chance to survive in the unknown place. Therefore, the 5 of them had no complaints. But Han Fei had learned a great variety of skills. He spent half a year researching arrays, knife techniques, bow techniques, footwork, and swimming skills. At the same time, as Ren Tianfei told him, he'd better find a heaven-level high-quality body refining technique before he went to the unknown place. Therefore, in the past 6 months, Han Fei didn't even spend much time staying with Xia Xiaochen, but made the best use of his time. Fortunately, the training results were rewarding. Because he had already had enough spiritual power, he deduced the million knife art again. The combat skill deduced was indeed terrifyingly strong. Had it not been for the fact that it required too many weapons, Han Fei would have suspected that it should be classified as a divine quality combat skill. The deduced combat skill was as follows: 10,000 knives in 1 heaven level, mid-quality. Remarks: it's a knife control technique. When it's activated, tens of thousands of knives shoot out at the same time like a starry river hanging upside down and follow the user's thoughts to attack targets. When the momentum reaches its peak, the knives will form a waterfall of knives and attack ceaselessly like a tide. The knives won't stop attacking unless the user gives a command. Disadvantages: requires too many weapons and extremely high spiritual power. Combat skill that can be deduced from it. Meditation knife light completion degree, 0.5 million. Han Fei used it once when he was fighting against Old Bai, saying that he had created this combat skill by himself. At that time, all the knives and daggers Han Fei owned had shot out like huge billows. As long as the knives didn't break, the waterfall of knives wouldn't disappear. The ultra-quality spiritual weapons that had already absorbed the souls of mess-swallowing worms was sped up again and directly smoothed a small hill. The hill was shrouded by chilly knife intent. Then it became the training place for Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan. They didn't even need to find an opponent, but just needed to fight against the knife intent left by Han Fei. What was knife intent? In Han Fei's opinion, it was just the power of a knife with a touch of the power of the art of invincibility, but he claimed that he had understood the artistic conception of a knife. In addition to 10,000 knives in 1, when Han Fei returned to school to cultivate hard for a few months, the upper limit of his spiritual energy had also increased a lot but hadn't reached the limit yet. Han Fei could only resume his old business. There was no shortcut to refining the body, and he couldn't strengthen the indestructible body art for now, so he simply continued to deduce the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. After trying 3 times and consuming nearly 30 million points of spiritual energy, he finally deduced the combat skill to a heaven-level divine quality 108 Desolate God Body Heaven-level Divine Quality. Remarks: the human body is like a funnel, with 108 key points and 36 fatal points. Tempering these points with this technique can make all these points become 1. When the user finishes practicing the technique, there is only 1 point in his whole body and the user can easily absorb spiritual energy from the air. Disadvantages: the user may lose control in a pitched fight and the only point may be fatal too. A deduced art unknown completion degree, 0.50 million. This brand new 108 Desolate God Body art had once again crazily raised the upper limit of Han Fei's spiritual energy. After half a year, Han Fei had refined the acupoints in his body into only 32, and only by making all the acupoints 1 could he be considered as having finished practicing the 108 Desolate God Body. In addition to the knife technique and body refining technique, Han Fei also deduced the shadow swimming art to a heaven-level high quality. The direct consequence of this was, the 3 heaven-level high-quality combat skills of the shadow swimming art, flying fish technique, and sea racing art had been integrated into 1. This time, Han Fei only spent 3 million points of spiritual energy to integrate the 3 combat skills and came up with a masterpiece: 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. 64-dimensional fish dragon dance, venerable level, low quality. Remarks: this is an infinite art which combines the essence of millions of swimming skills. From the 64 dimensions of this art, millions of skills and techniques can be derived. The preliminary grasp of this art enables the user to swim even faster than a wandering dragon. Once the user has fully mastered the art, he can leap across oceans and clouds in an instant. Disadvantages: it requires very strong spiritual power, and it's very difficult to get started. Deduced art unknown completion degree, 0.100 million. When Han Fei saw this art, he himself was shocked. When he finished learning about this swimming art, he was shocked to find that this game had several magical features. Firstly, with this art, you could simulate any swimming skills you had seen. Secondly, as long as you preliminarily grasped this art, you could use swimming skills and create new swimming skills at will, and from the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance, countless kinds of swimming skills could be derived. In other words, you could easily create a new swimming skill by randomly combining the 64-dimensional changes. And what was most impressive was its third feature, that it was not only a swimming skill, but could also simulate others' footwork. For example, Han Fei simulated Xia Xiaoshan's footwork with this art and became much more flexible in combat. Of course, because this art was too difficult to practice, Han Fei hadn't gotten started yet, let alone grasped its foundation. Because it was too difficult, Han Fei didn't dare to continue to deduce it. Although he knew the combat skill to be deduced must be stronger than this art, what was the point of doing so given that he couldn't master it? At last, Han Fei studied the spirit-gathering scripture. The last 6 months could be said to be the most fruitful time period for Han Fei. Every day, Han Fei dragged the hexagon starfish out of the bull conch pit to teach him about arrays whenever he was free. Perhaps because his spiritual power had become much stronger, it was easier for him to study the spirit-gathering scripture this time. Han Fei studied 6 types of arrays. Spirit-gathering arrays, Han Fei had already learned this array. But in addition to the Great Spirit-gathering array, he also learned the Spirit Derivation array and Spirit Returning array. Concealment arrays, Han Fei wasn't quite familiar with this kind of array before, and only knew the simplest kind of concealment array that couldn't even conceal a peak-level dangling fisher. After studying it, he learned that there were many kinds of concealment arrays, including the breath-concealing array, stealth array, and sealing technique. The sealing technique was very impressive. It could actually seal one's own real strength. However, people stronger than the user could still find out his real strength. Speed arrays, this included 12 arrays such as water arrays, wind-chasing arrays, and tide arrays. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have the opportunity to study them one by one. Killing arrays, it contained the 100 water profound killing array, blasting water array, and 7 spirit killing array. These were the only kind of arrays that Han Fei hadn't mastered. He could only occasionally activate the 7 spirit killing array but hadn't learned it. Defense arrays, it included the 6 spirit armor, turtle array, big water wall array, etc. Han Fei only learned the 6 spirit armor. Sound insulation arrays, as the name suggests, they're used for sound insulation. But they could also block sound transmission and perception. Even if Han Fei had been studying the above arrays for half a year, he had only learned the breath-concealing array, water travel array, 6 spirit armor, sound insulation array, in addition to the Great Spirit Gathering array that he had already mastered. Yes, Han Fei only learned 5 arrays. He could activate these arrays by stomping his foot. Except for the Great Spirit Gathering array that needed to be arranged, Han Fei could activate the other 4 arrays only by stomping his foot. If Han Fei was given enough time, among all the arrays mentioned above, he could also activate the 7 spirit killing array by stomping. In Han Fei's opinion, after the painstaking cultivation in the last half a year, his strength had gone to a higher level. In terms of combat power alone, Han Fei's combat power had increased by at least 30%, which was really fast. It was a pity that up to now, his spiritual energy's upper limit had not yet reached the top, and he was still a peak-level dangling fisher. On the contrary, the other 4 had all made a breakthrough. Even xuanhuan, as assisted by the Great Spirit Gathering array arranged by Han Fei, had broken through to be a peak-level dangling fisher a few days ago. For this reason, Han Fei was badly scolded by Old Bai, who said that it was because Han Fei had learned too much that he couldn't make a breakthrough for a long time. Of course, his words were very offensive to other people. They secretly complained, yes, that guy didn't make a breakthrough, but look at his strength, it has increased so much. On this day, Han Fei mused all night and understood the killing arrays better. The first thing he did the next morning was run to the bull conch pit and pull the hexagon starfish out of the pit. The hexagon starfish yelled, "Why are you here again? It's still dark, cut the crap. Why does it matter to a starfish whether it's dark or not?" While Han Fei was about to ask the hexagon starfish questions, he heard the voice of Old Bai. "Everyone, gather." Han Fei was surprised. Huh. Is the time up? Chapter 598, My goal is the infinite ocean. Soon, Han Fei and the other 6 people, including Jinan and Ling Yuan, gathered. In the last 6 months, Jinan and Ling Yu basically didn't do anything else and didn't even continue to fight in the Blue Sea Arena. The reason was that the Thug Academy announced the start of closed training. The Thug Academy was now very famous, so even if they didn't go to the arena, no one would say anything about it. Jinan and Ling Yuan, who had nothing else to do, shuttled among the exclusive training fields of their senior brothers and sisters every day. For example, Han Fei's training ground was on the top of the mountain, and he stayed in the plantation only at night. Le Renquang was in the plantation all day. Zhang Xuanyu's training field faced a big mountain and was under the small peak where Xiaozhan lived. Xiaozhan set up a training ground for herself. As suggested by Han Fei, she set a large array of wooden stakes on the training ground, but the so-called wooden stakes were only finger-thick and very soft. When Xiaozhan didn't use it, she would leave it for Jinan and Ling Yuan to practice. The 2 of them crushed the stakes almost every day and then replenished the area with new ones. Luo Xiaobai's training ground was certainly a piece of woodland. After she stayed in the woodland for half a year, a lot of strange things had grown out of the ground. There were various colorful flowers and plants in the woodland, but it was the last place that Jinan and Ling Yuan wanted to go. Because once the 2 of them walked in there, hidden weapons shot at them from all directions, and they had to tighten their nerves. Of course, another challenging place for Jinan and Ling Yuan was the hill that Han Fei used. It was shrouded with Han Fei's unique and invincible knife intent all day long. Every time they went in and walked around, they ended up coming to Han Fei to get the divine healing technique. Because of this, the growth of Jinan and Lingyuan was staggering. When fighting against them, Han Fei and the others reduced their strength to the level of advanced great fishing masters. Han Fei and the others didn't receive such crazy training before. There were only the two of Jinan and Lingyuan, so they could enjoy this special treatment. Because of the 5 senior brothers and sisters, the 2 of them had experienced hardships they would experience in the fisheries in advance. Of course, they were completely unable to fight back. As for Han Fei and the other 4, all of them had made great progress. Luo Xiaobai practiced a footwork technique and dozens of combat skills, including techniques about trapping, team battles, and attack. Xiaoshan found 7 or 8 combat skills in the library and took this period of time to practice all of them. These combat skills were mainly about explosive power, and with them, she could fight for 2 minutes without stopping. Zhang Xuanyu was working hard on his stick technique. He had deduced the 9 layered waves in the Furious Sea into the 1 returning stick technique. Then he combined the stick technique with the spear technique and created an instant mystic spear, which was comparable to the bloodthirsty broadsword of Lirenquang, as well as Han Fei's draw technique. Han Fei didn't quite get what Zhang Xuanyu was thinking. In Zhang Xuanyu's own words, he originally wanted to learn Han Fei's knife light. However, he didn't practice the 1,000-mile fishing technique as well as Han Fei, and was no match for Xiaoshan in spatial comprehension. So, as guided by Xiaozhan, he stepped on a different path. Then he came up with the instant mystic spear. On the day the technique was invented by him, Han Fei stood still and let Zhang Xuanyu stab him, and to his surprise, Zhang Xuanyu thrust the spear 1 inch into his flesh. As for Lirenquang, he was very special. The serial spirit gathering array Han Fei set up became his training field. In the last 6 months, he had at least swallowed 100 acres of land. He was practicing his sky-swallowing technique in the serial spirit gathering array, but accidentally burst his spiritual heritage, which was reformed and reached the 7th level. Han Fei was really jealous of him. Hell, I tried so hard but haven't reached the 6th level yet. But this guy upgraded his spiritual heritage so easily, and now his spiritual heritage is at the same level as Tang Ge. After that, the power of Lirenquang's violent war body and bloodthirsty broadsword was doubled, so was that of the other combat skills he had practiced. This aroused discussions among Han Fei and the other 4. They felt that when the spiritual heritage reached level 7, there would be qualitative changes, which might bring unexpected gains. At this moment, the 7 of them were standing in a row. Among them, Luo Xiaobai had the highest realm as she was soon to be a hanging fisher. Oh no, to be precise, it was the result of Luo Xiaobai's deliberate suppression of her realm. Otherwise, she would have already become a hanging fisher. After all, they had no shortage of spiritual fruits now. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about spiritual energy at all. Old Bai and the other teachers stood in front of them. Old Bai said, "Tomorrow you will set off for the unknown place and can't return until 4 years later." Old Bai looked at them seriously and said word by word, "Besides, what I want to tell you is that this time, we really can't set foot there. Unless something really big happens, we can't go there unless we force our way in." Han Fei was astonished. "Can you force your way into the unknown place?" Old Bai glared at Han Fei. "Only me, Xiaozhan and Wenren Yu are not qualified." Luo Xiaobai asked, "Why would you have to force your way in there?" "Ahem," Old Bai said. "If we don't, we can still go there but would be subject to a lot of restrictions." "Think about it. Who is willing to let strong masters run wild in his own territory?" Lirenquang asked. "President, why don't you make each of us a life tablet or give us something like the immortal seal or amulet?" Everyone looked at Lirenquang. "What are you thinking of?" "The Thug Academy emphasizes survival in desperate circumstances. How can you demand these things?" However, to everyone's surprise, Old Bai took out a black jade tablet. "Everyone, leave a drop of essence blood on it. This is your life tablet. If it breaks, we will find out." Xiaozhan waved his hand and threw 5 diamond bracelets to the 5 of them. "These are your amulets. They can withstand the attacks of junior hidden fishers. But the number of times is limited. If you keep being attacked, they can't even resist an intermediate hanging fisher." Xiaoshan was shocked. "Am I dreaming?" Old Bai said. "As for the immortal seal, I think Faceless has given some to you, right? In fact, the effect is the same. If that immortal seal can't save you, no other immortal seal can save you. So now you've got the life tablet, the immortal seal, and an amulet." Everyone secretly took a breath. The trip to the unknown place must be really dangerous. Otherwise, why has Old Bai suddenly become so generous? Jinan and Lingyuan were holding their breath on the side. From the tense atmosphere, they could tell how dangerous this trip would be. They were even more worried than the 5 themselves. Old Bai said leisurely, "Since you will be away from school for a long time this time, and it may even be the last time for me to see you, you can ask me any questions you'd like." Han Fei's eyes immediately brightened. "President, why did our Thug Academy decline?" Everyone pricked up their ears. They had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Old Bai rolled his eyes, changed the question. Everyone was speechless. Liar Xiaoshan broke the silence. "President, after we come back from the unknown place, can we defeat the 1,000-star city?" Wenren Yu said. "By the way, let me tell you something. The 36 towns will send people to the unknown place, so will the Thousand-Star City, and they will send more people there. Therefore, if you can conquer the unknown place, you can also defeat the Thousand-Star City. Old Bai nodded and said, yes, if the time is right, we may possibly move. We also have a site in the Thousand-Star City. Huh? Everyone was astonished. Does our Thug Academy have a site in the Thousand-Star City? I heard the land there is very expensive. We haven't been there for 30 years. Does the site still belong to us? Then why don't we move there now? Did our Thug Academy move here from the Thousand-Star City? For a moment, they were in an uproar. This was a really big surprise for them. They had thought that it was already very awesome for the Thug Academy to occupy an entire island in the Blue Sea Town. They didn't expect that it also had a site in the Thousand-Star City. Old Bai sneered disdainfully. What's all the fuss about? Can't you ask some constructive questions? Xiaozhan said. For example, the questions about the unknown place itself. Chapter 59-9, Departure. Han Fei and the other four had to give up prying into the Academy's gossip. They complained in their hearts. Didn't you say that we could ask any questions? Luo Xiaobai took the lead to change the topic. President, what should we pay attention to when we go to the unknown place? Old Bai said leisurely. Keep a low profile. Huh? Han Fei asked weakly. President, are you sure you don't mean a high profile? Old Bai pondered for a moment. The main reason is that even if you are high profile, you may not be able to stand out. I told you there are a lot of talents there. You may think you can keep a high profile and steal the show, but in fact, others are stronger than you. Han Fei grinned. Now I'm really looking forward to it. Old Bai coughed. However, there is no need to worry too much. Our Thug Academy has people in the unknown place. Everyone? Ren? Wenren? Wen, Yu, and Xiaozhan smiled, giving Han Fei a strange feeling. Han Fei's first reaction was Old Zhang and Zhang Qin. These two must be in the unknown place. He must dig them out this time. These were two big shots, and he must not let go of the chance of riding on their coattails. Although the unknown place was huge, there would be a great chance to meet them since he would have to stay there for 4 years. Xiaoshan asked, is there another junior uncle there? Le Renquang added, this junior uncle won't rob us, will he? Old Bai's face immediately darkened. Don't be misled by faceless. When you get there, your senior brother Dashwai Marshal will receive you. Senior brother Dashwai? Marshal? Huh? Do we have a senior brother who is a marshal? Old Bai paused and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. You'll know when you get there. For some reason, Old Bai seemed suddenly to be in a bad mood. Everyone guessed that this senior brother must have some sort of conflict with the academy. Otherwise, how come they had never heard of this senior brother before? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. I guess he is probably on the same level as junior Uncle Faceless. Being a marshal, he can't be weak. However, since Old Bai said that senior brother Dashwai would receive them and they would meet him in the unknown place, he didn't ask anymore. Wenren Yu smiled strangely. You should be careful when you get there. Don't be reckless. The unknown place is not like the 36 towns, and not everyone there is so easy to get along with. When you get there, follow the rules. Of course, don't be afraid and lose the face of the Thug Academy, understood? Xiaozhan nodded and said sternly, when you get there, don't think about exploring secret realms all day long. The unknown place is vast and boundless, and the secret realms in the sea are as many as the stars. Even in the near-sea area, there are countless unexplored secret realms, but it's different from the level 3 fishery there. You'll find out when you get there. Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, Teacher, can we still form a team there? Xiaozhan answered, yes you can, but you may want to go about your own business. If you get rid of some constraints, you can still choose to form a team. Old Bai suddenly said, Han Fei, come with me. The others, stay here and continue asking questions. Han Fei, Mansen? After a while, Han Fei came to the library with Old Bai. Han Fei asked in confusion, President, is there something you want to tell me alone? Old Bai threw him a few sea-swallowing seashells. I've exchanged your mid-quality pearls for high-quality ones. There are a total of 15 million high-quality pearls. I know you might think these are too few, but that's all I can give you from the floating islands. Han Fei was overjoyed and took the sea-swallowing seashells. Although 2 billion mid-quality pearls were only exchanged with 15 million high-quality ones, the qualities are completely different. If he took 2 billion mid-quality pearls to the unknown place, there might be no place for him to exchange them. Then, Old Bai handed him a jade slip. This is a book about refining, but it is only a preliminary introduction. Learn some refining techniques in the unknown place. I don't know whether you have any refining techniques or not, but I guess you must have some. When you reach the unknown place, find a way to get a refiner certificate from the refining hall. Otherwise, you'll arouse people's suspicion. Is there a certificate for refining? Han Fei never imagined that there was actually a certificate for refining. Old Bai smiled. That thing is of high value. In the unknown place, the status of refiners is not low, especially the refiners who conceal spirits. They are all 1 in a million. Han Fei memorized what Old Bai said in his mind. From what Old Bai said, it could be seen that the status of refiners who conceal spirits enjoyed a high status. In the Blue Sea Town or the Level 3 fishery, there were actually very few refiners, especially those who could seal spirits. On the floating islands, it was because most people couldn't afford it. In the dangerous level 3 fishery, with dragon boats around, which refiner dared to show what he was capable of easily, Han Fei couldn't help but think, in the unknown place, can I give a full play to my talents? Han Fei asked weakly, President, anything else? Old Bai thought for a moment. I know that you will definitely go find old Zhang when you reach the unknown place, but I suggest you don't be in a hurry to find him. Wait for the right time. Han Fei was surprised. Why? I think I can definitely find him in the plantation of the unknown place. Old Bai snorted. And then? Han Fei scratched his head. Yes. What would he do after? Old Bai cast a look at Han Fei. Don't think that with the sea token you are someone. It's uncertain whether it'll be a blessing or a curse. You are still an advanced dangling fisher. What makes you think you're qualified to explore the secrets of the sea token? Han Fei was speechless. So when can I be qualified to explore the secret of the sea token? Old Bai thought about it. Perhaps when the number of the stars on your waist tag becomes 7. 7? Han Fei was a bit shocked. In the 36-town exchange competition, a total of 100 3-star waist tags were issued, which represented the top 100 among the countless students in the 36 towns. It could be seen that it wouldn't be easy to increase one's number of stars. Old Bai said 7, but what did a 7-star waist tag stand for? Seeing Han Fei lost in thought, Old Bai said, Okay, you can go now. You can take away the hexagon starfish, but not the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. Of course, if any of you can make that thing your contractual spiritual beast, you can take it away. Han Fei thought for a while and decided not to do it. The crocodile was of no use to him now, and he already had enough contractual spiritual beasts. After talking with Old Bai, Han Fei walked casually to Xiaozhan's small hill. In the past 6 months or so, the hexagon starfish had almost grown into a hexagon sea pig. As for the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, since he came to this place, he had been in panic all day long. Who would have believed that a mysterious creature would be bullied here every day? He was only a legendary creature, so he better keep a low profile. But fortunately, Han Fei and the others were leaving, and the president and teachers didn't bother to pay attention to him, and the 2 younger students dared not to mess around with him. Relatively speaking, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile found itself much more comfortable than the hexagon starfish. Besides, the spiritual energy here was very abundant, so he promised Old Bai to be the guardian spiritual beast of the academy for several years. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile liked to lie on its stomach in the plantation because there was the most spiritual energy there. As a lazy starfish, the hexagon starfish liked the bull conch pit most, because there he could have bull conches massage him every day. At this moment, 2 bull conches were massaging the 2 tentacles of the hexagon starfish. He was lazily basking in the sun, a little too cozy. Han Fei said with a black face, Come out. Do you want to ask me about arrays again? I really don't know anything about them. The starfish's arrays are inherited, not learned. Han Fei grinned and said, Do you remember the sign I asked you about? The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled. 300 years ago, I was too young, so I forgot where the black card came from. Han Fei chuckled. It doesn't matter. I'll take you to revisit the old haunt. The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled, and he immediately became cautious. Where? I'm not going. This is my home. I'm not going. Han Fei directly took out its essence blood and said, Alas, then you're of no use to me. Fine, let me crush this useless essence blood then. No, no, no. Wait a minute, let's talk. Han Fei rolled his eyes at the starfish. Come out. You have enjoyed this pit for so long, it's time for you to work. The hexagon starfish, right? Han Fei grabbed a tentacle of the starfish, waved, and a large mass of clean water wrapped the hexagon starfish. A few minutes later, the palm-sized hexagon starfish appeared on Han Fei's shoulder. You said you would return the essence blood to me, Han Fei said leisurely. I've fed you for more than half a year, and there are big bull conches giving you a massage every day. Do you think this was for free? The labor contract is renewed for 4 years, and I'll return your essence blood to you 4 years from now. The hexagon starfish, Chapter 600, Cloud Whale. When Han Fei returned to the team, Xuanhuan asked in surprise, Is the big starfish going with us? The hexagon starfish seemed to grasp the last straw. No, I'm not going. This is my home. I'm not going. Han Fei nodded as if not hearing him at all. Yes, this guy occupies too many resources in the school. I'll just take him with me. Renquang laughed. Master Hexagon, let's go. More people, more fun. The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. But I am a starfish. They had been preparing for a full half a year to go to the unknown place. Not only the Thug Legend team, but everyone else who would go with them also dared not to slack off in the past 6 months. Even the guys who were eliminated in the first round of the exchange competition dared not slack off in the slightest. Because their teachers said, with their qualifications, if they didn't want to die, they would have to try their best to cultivate. At this moment, the 5 of them stood in front of the school. Han Fei glanced at the school sign, and the characters on it were carved by him. Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, How many times is this? Han Fei muttered. It'll be a long time before we come back this time. Xiaoshan nodded. But we'll be back. Renquang sighed. Oh, my good days are over. What a pity. Luo Xiaobai said lightly, This is just another journey of ours. Shu Jinan and Ling Yuan stood in front of the school, looking at them wistfully. In their hearts, these were their very nice senior brothers and sisters. Among them, the best were Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang, because these two weren't as crazy as the other three. Of course, the other three were also very good. It was just that they often abused them, which was a little bit hurtful. Kuo Jinan said first, "Senior brothers, senior sisters, go there and take good care of yourselves." Han Fei said with a long face, "What are you guys talking about? You act as if we're going to die." Ling Yuan added, "Senior sisters, I will miss you." Zhang Xuanyu said unhappily, "Why only senior sisters? Won't you miss your senior brothers? Especially me," Ling Yuan smiled awkwardly. "Sure, I'll miss you too." Sha Shan said, "Go back, we're leaving." Han Fei said to the two of them, "By the way, I left some more knife intent on that little hill just now. Make good use of it." Qu Jinan, Ling Yuan, Xiao Zhan, and Wenren Yu took the five of them to the teleportation array in person, but old Bai didn't come. 1 hour passed. They strolled slowly into the teleportation array and found that many people in the three major academies were already standing there. Xiao Zhan patted Han Fei and Xiao Zhan on their shoulders. "This is a hurdle that cannot be avoided. Everyone in the Thug Academy must take this step. Work hard." Wenren Yu said to them, "When you get there, remember not to be too hasty. Play safe. If you have any problems, just turn to your senior brother Dashwai for help." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "I see, teacher. We're going." Wenren Yu waved her hand. "Okay, take care." Although the other people from the three major academies didn't like the five of them, they had no conflict of interest, and even Li Hanyi's anger with Han Fei had almost gone. That was mainly because Li Hanyi had realized his gap with Han Fei. He had no chance to win against the Thug Legend team. However, when the others saw that Han Fei was still an advanced dangling fisher, they were surprised. Hasn't this guy made a breakthrough after half a year? At this moment, Luo Xiaobai walked into the crowd and looked at Han Fei. "When can you make a breakthrough?" Han Fei smiled. "No hurry. We'll see when we get there." Sha Shan pinched Han Fei's flesh. "Alas, I can't stab you and make you bleed anymore." Han Fei, the teleportation array leading to the unknown place was separate. At this moment, many people were here saying goodbye to their families. Xiao Zhan and Wenren Yu didn't come here probably because they didn't like the cheesy parting scene. Therefore, the five of them went directly to the teleportation array, preparing to pass directly. Someone shouted, "Han Fei, wait a minute." Han Fei looked back. It was the violent girl, Shang Zuozuo. Han Fei smiled and said, "What's the matter?" Shang Zuozuo pulled Han Fei to the side, then glanced at Sha Shan and said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Someone asked me to bring you a message." Han Fei curled his lips. "Huh?" Shang Zuozuo rolled her eyes. Shang Zuozuo rolled her eyes. "Can you be more serious? Xiao Yu is a good girl. She just asked you to be careful. What do you want to say to her? I'll ask my classmates to tell her." Han Fei thought for a while. "Live a good life. Don't yearn for the infinite ocean." Shang Zuozuo. Han Fei waved his hand. "I'm leaving." Shang Zuozuo stomped her foot in anger. "What an unromantic man." Han Fei looked at Xiao Shan and grinned. "It's okay. Let's go." Xiao Zhan gave Han Fei a sly look. "I didn't ask anything." They came to the teleportation array. There were guards standing here. Seeing them, although they knew them, they still said, "Waist tag." Han Fei and the others took out their 3-star waist tags, and the guards nodded and let them go. They stepped into the teleportation array without looking back. Outside, Wenren Yu sighed lightly. "They've gone." Xiao Zhan nodded. "Yes, let's go back." Wenren Yu turned around and sighed again. "Do you think they'll follow the same old disastrous road if they keep growing at this speed?" Xiao Zhan shook his head slightly. "It's not easy. They're not there yet." Han Fei opened his eyes. The first things that caught his eye were 2 tables, 6 hanging fishers in battlesuits, the clear sky behind them, and the sea of clouds. In the sky, floating island? When Han Fei looked back, he took a breath. This portal is really big. Yes, Han Fei saw a super portal that was hundreds of meters high. It was empty in front of and behind this huge teleportation array which was placed in the sky like a huge eye. "Visitors, put on your waist tags." Ahead, 2 hanging fishers were sitting at the table. One of them said lightly, not seeming to be in a hurry. Han Fei looked at these people's waists. Among them, the 2 sitting people had 5 stars on their waist tags. The other 4 people standing had 4 stars on their waist tags. Han Fei frowned. Sure enough, the waist tag is divided into different grades, but 2 random people he met here had 5-star waist tags. He and the other top 100 students in the 36 towns only had 3-star waist tags. Han Fei and the others put on their own waist tags. When those hanging fishers saw the 3-star waist tags, their eyes lit up. Another man said, "Come here and sign in." Luo Xiaobai took the lead to walk down. There were obsidian steps at her feet. On both sides of the steps, there were 100-meter-high statues of soul warriors holding clubs. When they came to the table, a person lazily said, "After signing in, go to the side and wait for the waist tag to be refined." Huh? Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. "Can this waist tag be refined?" The man said indifferently, "Of course. If you have an accident in the future, your waist tag will shatter with you, and we will find out." Sha Shan said, "So, this is equivalent to the life tablet in the unknown place?" The man nodded. "Yes, your waist tags have 3 stars. It seems that you're quite talented. I guess you won't die so easily. However, the waist tag does not only serve as a life tablet, we will talk about it when everyone arrives." After Han Fei and the others signed in, they waited in a clearing tens of meters away. About 20 people had already stood there. A drop of essence blood was dropped into the waist tag, and the waist tag suddenly burst with blue light and the 3 stars flickered. Han Fei was surprised to find that there was suddenly a link between him and his waist tag. At this time, a hanging fisher said, "After you refine your waist tag, even if the waist tag is lost, it does not matter. The stars will automatically appear on your palm. If your waist tag is 100 kilometers away from you, it will shatter and you can reapply for one." In the teleportation array, people appeared one after another. Those hanging fishers didn't have time to talk to them anymore, but to explain to the newcomers. Xia Xiaoshan suddenly tugged at Han Fei's sleeve and said, "Look, there are steps over there that lead to the sky." Everyone followed Xia Xiaoshan's gaze. In the clouds, there seemed to be steps leading to the sky and disappearing into the clouds. Woo! Squeak! Suddenly, above the distant sky, an ethereal voice went out in all directions. Han Fei's expression changed immediately. Whale? But whales emitted ultrasonic waves, which humans shouldn't hear but cultivators could hear. He was sure this sound belonged to a whale. The next moment, the clouds broke open, and the head of an extremely big whale poked out of the clouds. As the fish twisted its body downward, they finally saw the true face of the big fish. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The hexagon starfish crawled to Han Fei's neck, staring at the fish with his big eyes. "What a big creature," Xia Xiaoshan gulped. "What a big fish," Le Renkuang asked. "How many meals does it have to eat a day?"